what? Well, I put what here? I put what there?
The little Frankenstein guy.
What?
The Frankenstein guy underneath there. Was that there? When was that? When did you move that?
That's been there forever.
All right.
Like you never noticed.
So we survived the storm.
Yeah, we're live.
Yep. On Facebook, I posted
Holy shit.
a video of some baby squirrels we found.
That was terrifying.
Yeah,
not the baby squirrels. Like the storm was terrifying.
Yeah, after the storm, I don't know fucking how they got here, but they were just out front, clinging onto each other, wet, fucking shivering.
They were like, oh.
Yeah. And I was like, man, these are babies. So I took them in, trying to dry them off. One of them started gnawing on my finger. He didn't bite through me, but they could barely move. I was like, man, these little things. And then once we got them dried off a little bit, I put them in a cat carrier. Fucking Pookie was sitting there just riveted to these.
She just sat. She
sat there watching, yeah,
and stared, and she kept trying to peek into the little holes in the side.
Yeah,
what are those in there?
And she couldn't see because they were covered up. We had them covered up inside a towel.
She knew something was in there, though.
She just knew they were in there.
She's like, I'm gonna eat them.
Yeah, and I was letting, before we put them in there, she was smelling them, and we had them laid out.
And she kept going,
trying to grab them, touch them, trying to touch them.
Like, no,
don't touch it. She's like, okay, and then you smell it, But then they were in there for a few hours. They got some sleep. When they woke up, they were nice and fluffy. They looked brand new, and they were fast.
Yeah, they were like, squeak.
And they were all fucking vocal, going pissed off at me and shit. I was like, damn, these aren't the same things. I thought these were little babies. They were, they were about that long with the tails. So we just took them out front and opened up the fucking cage and pulled the towel out, and they jumped out and fucking ran.
And they just started running around in the bushes and stuff.
Yeah, jumping up on trees and jumping off the trees, and then
I was like, okay, they'll be.
And we didn't see them again.
They'll be all right.
Yeah. And
well, they weren't babies. I mean,
they were just real young.
They were almost grown.
Yeah. I don't know. I think they got blown out of a nest, but they were ready to leave the nest anyway. But I checked the whole property. I checked the trees on the whole property looking for squirrel nests, and I didn't see any up there. So I don't know where they came from.
I mean, they probably live up in the palm tree that's by that window. It's just kind of like they could go down in there.
I'm looking. I can see that palm tree from my window, and I don't see anything there. And we would see them coming and going. They're not there. I think what happened is they blew out of a nest and they were clutched onto each other and they rolled along the ground.
Maybe they did
because it was like 100. Yeah,
really.
And then they ended up there. So I think they might be from up the street.
Maybe so. I mean, maybe they were like, all right, we're going to go home now.
Yeah. Oh, they may not have had a home. I don't know. But I think because they were kind of clutching onto each other when I found them.
Because they were freezing cold.
Freezing cold, yeah. And they were shivering. They were wet.
Because it was just like rain and wind.
Yeah.
For hours and hours and hours, like all night.
Yeah, nearly.
We're lucky that Tom saw them because...
Yeah. They were dying of exposure.
Yeah, because like some tree limbs have blown down from that tree, and he was like picking them up, and like he saw them, little babies down there.
Yeah, but we let them go. They're gone. We couldn't take care of them anyway. They didn't need taken care of.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I mean, had they needed taken care of, we would have either taken them, because I have a friend named Lori who
she asked to take them.
She said, well, I can take them. I can take care of squirrels, but I told her because she asked me today, and I was just like, nah, they were almost grown, and they just like ran back to the tree like, thank you, bye. You know what I mean? So I was like, yeah, they're fine. Zach said I do know of some people who have squirrels as pets. Yeah, I had one when I was a kid. Actually, me and my brother a long time ago. I was probably like a teenager. And we found a baby squirrel, as in, like, eyes not even open yet and not really any fur on it, like, at the base of, like, this really tall palm tree in my grandmother's front yard. And we didn't even know it was a squirrel at first because, it was just a baby something. And we're like, oh, my God, we can't let it die. So we took it inside and put it in a little box and started feeding it milk and stuff like that. And we had that squirrel for a long time, for a couple of years.
Something's wrong with the lighting.
Well, yeah, because the power was out.
Yeah, so everything's been reset. Because we were green as shit.
Because everything had to be reset.
We look green as shit.
These probably this.
Yeah, because these look to be the right brightness.
It's probably this. Oop, well.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm fucking it up. I'm fucking it up.
That other one looked pretty good. Okay, the one that was the swirling?
No. Ooh. Oh, God damn it, I keep pushing the wrong fucking button.
Keep going. What's the one that you used to love?
That one's warm. I don't like that. It's too orange.
Okay. So keep going. No, we look green. Keep going.
That's not green, dude. That's warm.
I liked the other one where we looked white.
That?
Was that it?
I don't know.
Keep going. No, keep going.
That's too orange.
Keep going.
There's only 4 settings.
There's only 4 settings?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not like the one you had around the phone.
No, it's the same one.
It's the same one?
Yeah.
But that one had an effect that looked like rainbows that would go around.
It does, but I don't really like that one because it keeps the focus keeps going in.
Oh,
and
does
out.
it? Okay.
Because the light's moving.
This looks about right.
Yeah, I think that's right. Like I said, I went with I think that was the one that I started with, but whatever. Because I was like clicking through it earlier. Because when the power goes out, everything resets. So when I turned it back on today, I was just kind of like, I didn't remember what it was.
So,
Phantom said, did your house take any damage? Thankfully, no.
No. None of the cars did. Nothing.
I told Zach this earlier today because he messaged me on Facebook. And I was like, in the middle of the night, like when the storm was like at its worst, I heard this horrible, horrible noise that sounded like either something big hitting the roof or part of the roof being torn off. And I'm laying there going, oh, shit.
She went to look for this.
And so, like, the next morning, I was just like, I'm going to go, like, and I walked all around the house, and, like, the roof looks absolutely, like, not even a fucking shingle came off.
Yeah, it was brand new.
Yeah, because we just got this fucking roof put on, like, a couple months ago.
Well, what happened is just probably a limb hit it.
Yeah, that may be what it was, but it was so loud, and it sounded like, and I was just like, oh, no. I was like, that sounds really bad.
I think it was probably about 100-mile-an-hour winds. At times. I slept through most of it. Jen gets pissed.
I can't believe.
I fucking sleep through that shit.
I was like, that was so fucking loud. It's like, how did you sleep through it? I got like...
I can sleep through jet engines. I go to sleep to the sounds of jet engines.
I'm like, I can't. Like, I don't think I slept more than an hour. I mean, we stayed up really late because our power stayed on for a surprisingly long time. Because we were like, wow, I can't believe it's still on. Because it started getting bad like right around 10, 11... midnight, and I was just like, holy crap, I can't believe the power's still on. But then, like, I think the power went off at like 2:30 in the morning, and I had dozed off, but I woke up because my fan went off, and then the power was off until last night. Like, it came back on last night. The water went off. Too. For even longer. Like, the water didn't come back on until, like, the middle of the night last night. We
had water for a while, but I didn't realize that it was just the water that was hung up in our pipes.
That was in the pipes.
And fucking, we had water after the storm, and I was like, okay, we don't need any of this water.
Because we filled the tubs up.
We filled all the tubs up.
In case.
Because you need water to flush a toilet.
Right.
If the fucking pumps are down at the city level. So I said, okay, we're good then. I fucking drained all the damn
just took showers
water
like
out
normal.
of it. And took showers and everything, fucking fine. And then the water fucking
Then an
vanished.
hour or two later, we're like,
oh shit.
Hey.
So I had to go outside and get water out of the rain barrels to flush the toilet.
Yeah.
And fucking.
And we couldn't take showers. We had to I have wipes and we had to
and
just,
I found you don't have to put water in the back of the toilet. It takes less if you just dump it directly in the bowl, a bunch of it, about like 2-3 quarts of it, and it'll flush the toilet. It'll whoosh. You can't go slow. You got to go fast. Dump it all in there at once, and the toilet will flush. Because it's meant to do that. It's made to do that. Once it raises above a certain level quickly, it'll cycle through.
Yeah. I think that was a bigger pain. Than not having power. Well, we were like, last night we were like, well, the power came back on. I don't know if it was like 6 or 7 o'clock or something like that. And
we had partial power.
And we were like, woo, all right. We didn't have internet. We actually didn't have internet until this afternoon.
Yeah.
Like, it just came on because Optical Tel, who are our internet provider, they were like, well, we're not going to fix it until everybody in the neighborhood has power. And like,
it's because they can't.
Yeah.
It has something to do with their software and shit like that. Everybody's got to have power.
So we went to, it's funny because we went to Dollar General. Now, Dollar General was closed yesterday because their power was out. Circle K's power was out. Publix's power was on. So we went in there and like got some chicken or whatever. But it was kind of hit and miss, like whose power was on.
Publix was making good money.
They were, like, because they were the only thing that was open and they had food, power and they had food.
We bought a big old thing of fucking fried chicken with fucking sides and stuff and rolls. So I didn't have to cook. I didn't cook during the storm. We bought food.
Yeah.
Bought it from Publix.
Yeah. Because thankfully, like, we were driving by and I'm like, holy shit, Publix is open. Because, everything, we were going to go to Circle K and just get some sandwiches, but they were closed because their power was out. But Dollar General, we went there today because I needed some coffee. And the lady that works there is a neighbor of ours.
Yeah.
She said her power was still out.
Yeah. Now, I was running a generator. a Duramax generator. It could run this whole house if I'd had the plug, but I got to buy that plug in, so I'd plug in the side of the house. It'll run the whole house, all the air conditioners. But what I did with it didn't get that hot.
Thankfully, it was just in the 70s, which to us is like wintertime.
That's wintertime for us. So what I did is I had the Duramax connected to our freezer and our refrigerator.
Yeah, because we have a big freezer.
I got a big freezer in the garage, and I got a refrigerator in the kitchen. And then I had a little power strip going there where I had our ice maker, a charging station for our tablets and phones. And I had a coffee maker.
A coffee maker.
A Ninja coffee maker.
The important shit.
Coffee Ninja. Yeah.
Refrigerator, like food, coffee, ice.
Now, here's what you can do.
Those are the 3 things we wanted.
I got through almost 2 days or a day and a half on 5 gallons of gasoline. No, more like 6. And how I did it was this. I only ran the power for 2 hours. 3 times a day. And that was enough to keep everything frozen in the freezer and keep the refrigerator pretty cool. All right. As long as you don't open those doors. Now, you can open the refrigerator door because that doesn't have to be that cold. But don't open the freezers. And it'll stay frozen.
Yeah,
it'll never thaw.
Our food survived.
Just run it like 2 hours at a time, 2 or 3 times a day. So I got off with just fucking like 5 gallons of gas, 5-gallon jerry can.
And finding gas was kind of a pain because
all the gas was gone.
Well, yeah, because even like a day or two before the storm hit, everybody flipped out because they were like, "Oh my god, I need to gas up my cars if they were leaving, or they need to gas for their generators."
Yep.
So it's like we went down, I think Monday night after the movie review show. And we went down to get gas, and there was no gas anywhere. Like, we went down to Circle K, we went to the other Circle K, we drove, like, way farther to the other Circle K, and they didn't have any gas, and finally we're just like, we're wasting all our car's gas. Yeah. We might need to siphon this shit out for the generator if we can't find any gas.
Well, I got motorcycles, too, and then I got the ride-on lawnmower gasoline, too.
Yeah,
I got about 5 gallons in the fucking lawnmower.
Yeah, we had some, so we could have, like, scraped some together if we couldn't find any. But then, like, the next day... they had got a new shipment of gas, so we got down there like really quickly, like Tuesday morning, and got some, got a can, but for the generator. But luckily, it wasn't off. Some people are still off.
Yeah.
But see where we're in Eustis, and we were like north of where the eye hit. I mean, we got really lucky that the storm. Well, I mean, it wasn't lucky for the people that it hit, obviously, but we got lucky that it turned farther south, like before it made landfall. So we still got our ass beat, but it wasn't like it was like the projections on Monday and Tuesday were
a little easier on us than we thought.
Yeah.
It was a little easier on us than we thought.
Although I wasn't thinking that when I was laying there fucking Wednesday night listening to that shit.
Yeah.
I was just like, oh my God, I can't imagine. And it had weakened by that point, so I was just like, man, if this is weak...
Everybody I know, all my California relatives, they just keep fucking bothering us and shit and fucking about, are you all right? This and that. Man, we're Southerners. This shit happens in every Southern state every fucking year. We're used to it. Yeah, it does suck.
I mean, this was the worst one I've seen in a long time, but...
And still, we came out good.
Yeah.
Now
not everybody.
But here's the deal. Luck.
Yeah.
That's what luck has a lot to do with.
Like I said, we were just lucky that the storm turned. It didn't actually, it was supposed to make landfall in Tampa. It actually turned slightly. I think it made landfall in Siesta Key, which is a bit south of that. So, like, the farther south it went, like, the better it is for us, because we're, like, north of Orlando. Yeah.
My California relatives, like my Aunt Lois and fucking Wesley and shit, they can't believe it. Why would you live there? It's because they live in a state that doesn't have weather. The South has weather.
Yeah, but California has earthquakes.
Yeah.
And wildfires.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. It's the same shit.
I mean, most places
risks.
have risks attached.
There's all kinds of risks. Yeah. No matter where you are. There's going to be some kind of risk.
Although I will admit, I do fucking hate hurricane season.
And you will never match Florida memes. Especially the hurricane memes. I saw one with a black redneck sitting there eating pizza on video. And the camera pans over to a damn alligator, and he feeds the alligator. He's sharing pizza with the alligator.
That is peak Florida.
That's peak Florida. Yeah. This is, you know. And that fucking alligator ate us 8 pizza. About 3 slices.
Eat probably anything.
He folded up like 3 slices of that pizza and gave it to that alligator.
It's not a human arm, but I'll take it.
And the alligator's head was level with the pizza. Like it was rested on the same park bench. It was fucking hilarious.
Phantom asked, was there flooding at all in your area? The only flooding that I saw...
On the road.
There was down the road to the Circle K. There was a bunch of water across the road.
Yeah.
But... And I don't know how bad that was like the night before because
there were cars parked on the side.
There were cars parked on the side, so I imagine
it must have been deeper.
It must have been a lot deeper.
At one
like
time,
we just saw it like hours and hours after the storm had passed, so I'm sure it had receded.
Somebody got caught out there. They left their cars, but they weren't.
Yeah, there were a couple cars like parked on the side.
But I just drove through it.
Yeah, I mean,
man, I got a fucking Grand Marquis, man. That's based on the Crown Victoria, which is the police car, man. The nation's police car. I can go anywhere on my shit. Yeah. It's a great emergency vehicle. So, you know, I know how deep that car can go through water. I used to work on them. Fucking. And did shit for the fucking Louisiana State Police centered around that car. I know that car real well. And that's a car you want in a storm. It was heavy. Big old V8. Wide. Fucking side winds don't affect it. You can go through storms. It's got fucking low ground pressure. You can ride over fucking mud. I love that car. And it's a luxury car, the version. Mine's the luxury version.
Xanada says, what the fuck is Circle K? That's right, you guys don't have
Circle K is...
It's like a gas station / convenience store.
Circle K is redneck...
Like a 7-Eleven.
7-Eleven. It's redneck 7-Eleven.
It's like redneck 7-Eleven. That's a good way
It's southern 7-Eleven.
Yeah.
And it's...
They're everywhere.
Yeah, and it's just...
We have, like, literally, we live out in the country. Yeah. Down the street from us, there's one on this corner, and there's one on the other corner.
Yeah.
It's like Starbucks in New York City, but it's
Circle K. Circle K.
Yeah.
And they got good food there. And you can get iced coffee.
We get sandwiches there because they're open all night.
Yeah.
So we get sandwiches and iced coffee there, like after the.
And there's usually a Subway in it.
Yeah, ours has a Subway in it.
Has a Subway in it, and they're open 24 hours.
Well, the Subway isn't. That closes at midnight.
Yeah,
but the store is open on 24 hours.
Yeah. And then there's bigger. Up the road is a bigger Circle K that's kind of more like a high-end 7-Eleven.
Yeah.
They got a lot of shit in there. You could go shopping in there.
Yeah, it's like...
Yeah, and they Subway sandwiches, or sub sandwiches, fucking hot sandwiches and breakfast fucking...
And I will sandwiches and shit. That their donuts are just as good or even better than Dunkin' Donuts.
Than Dunkin' Donuts.
Because they opened a Dunkin' Donuts right across, like down the street from us, right across from the Circle K.
Yep.
And we sometimes would get donuts at the Circle K, like coming home from the club, and I'm like, I think these donuts might be as good, and they're a little bit cheaper.
I think they're better than Dunkin' Donuts. And it just in a damn, you get a box and you unfold it and just serve yourself with tongs. And fill up your box, and you just put it underneath the scanner, and it fucking figures out, okay, yeah, Dunkin' Donuts.
And I love our Circle K because we always kind of go there in the middle of the night usually. Yeah. And like
we'll be drunk, man.
And we know like some of the people that work there, and it's all these like
one of them was a listener.
Like a lot of them are like just these awesome stoners.
Yeah.
And they just think that it's so funny that we're in there, and they're just like fucking
singing to the fucking cheesy 80s music.
Yeah, they just think we're hilarious.
One time I went off fucking with Kenny Loggins' fucking Danger Zone. They had that shit playing, and I was fucking loaded.
It's always 80s.
And I started going...
Because we went in the other night, and it was...
to the Danger Zone!
We went in there the other night, and it was to get some iced coffee, and it was waking up before you go.
Yeah, the 80s shit.
Which I thought was very funny. Somebody asked... Oh, Mike asked, what it affects so much larger? A tornado, at least in Florida... If they hit, they're usually pretty small and like short-lived. Yeah. So it's like they do a lot of damage, but it's usually like in a really limited area where a hurricane will just fuck up like a whole swath of the state.
Yeah, it'll fuck up 1/3 of the state.
Yeah, like Hurricane Andrew, for example, which hit South Florida many years ago, that like wiped out like whole fucking towns.
Yeah.
And, hurricanes have not only tornadoes in them, like along with them, but they also have flooding. And really, and it has the high winds too. So, and it's over a much larger area. The weird thing about Milton, is that even before the hurricane made landfall, there was a whole bunch of tornadoes in South Florida like a huge rash of them. Like I think more than had ever been reported in history.
Yeah.
Like cited tornadoes. And some people were killed in tornadoes in St. Lucie County, which is on the east coast of Florida, not the west.
Yeah.
Because the hurricane came from the Gulf.
It was weak when that was happening.
And that was before it had even hit. That was like noon or 1 o'clock, like before the storm even hit. And the storm didn't even make landfall until like 9 p.m. or something like that. So it was really weird. Like there was this big, huge thing of tornadoes. And like I said, some people were killed in them too. And it was just like way the fuck away.
Now you got some people saying they're using weather weapons.
That's bullshit.
It's bullshit because my whole life, since I was a little kid, coming to Mississippi in the South, this is where my dad's side of the family's from. I grew up half the time in Mississippi. The weather was always bad.
It's always been like that.
It was always violent. Yeah.
I was
South
born
is a violent place.
I was born in Florida.
Yeah.
Every year is like this. It's gotten worse, but it's always been like this.
And all this, but another thing is this global warming bullshit. When I was a kid, I remember it being hotter. I don't think I got used to it. When I was a little kid, I remember Mississippi being much hotter than this. We used to have fucking them big, huge black locusts everywhere. Potato bugs, cicadas, fucking huge insects, swarms of insects. When I was a kid. What was that other thing? Remember sphinx moth caterpillars, the big green ones with the red horn on them?
Yeah.
Those things would be what did we call them? Tomato caterpillars?
I don't remember what we called them, but yeah.
Yeah, Grandma had to go out there and pull all the fucking caterpillars off the tomato fucking vines and shit.
Yeah, eating all the...
Used to be, back in the 70s, you go to the mall at night in the South, Mississippi, at night, and the parking lot lights, overhead lights of the parking lot, you see swarms of fucking insects swimming around. Like, it's nothing compared to what it was.
Well, that's probably because of like pesticides and shit.
Yeah, pesticides fucking killed. It was like you were in...
That doesn't have anything to do with the weather.
It's like you were in the Amazon, and I know what I'm talking about. I lived in Brazil, too. Fucking, it was like being in the Amazon back in those days. People had bug zappers on the back porch. Bugs with a blue light in it, and the bugs would fly to it, and it'd fucking kill them. I don't know why you do that, because you're attracting the bugs. You're never going to kill them all, but they would end up with this big fucking pile of dead bugs underneath there with fucking frogs underneath there eating the fucking dead bugs.
Going, woo, buffet.
Yeah, it'd be huge fucking frogs. It was like something out of fucking Dagobah from Star Wars, man.
To be honest, it's still kind of like
that.
But...
And it had...
I mean, you still...
That shit was going on, and fucking I forgot the guy's name. He was a dude that lived across the street from me. He was about 3 years older than me. He was a little bit of an older kid. And he's going, watch this, Tommy. Because they call me Tommy in the South. Watch this, Tommy. And it had the fucking frogs waiting for a bug to drop off the bug zapper. And he rolled a fucking BB across the fucking ground, and they ate that.
That's not nice.
Dude, what's that? They won't hurt him. But it was. I thought it was funny.
How do you know?
It won't hurt him. They just shit it out.
I wouldn't risk that.
Fucking, I was like, he ate the BB. He's like, yeah. It's fucking funny.
Xanada says, I'm all about iced coffee. Yeah, me too. Like, I like coffee of all kinds. And like I said, since Tom got me the fancy coffee maker for the Ninja for my birthday, I'm like, shit, man, now I'm going through so much more coffee because now I'm like, every 5 minutes, I'm like, ooh, I'm going to make an iced coffee. Ooh, I'm going to make a cappuccino. Ooh, you know what I mean? And I'm just like, I'm fucking caffeinated all the fucking time.
Yeah.
But we did go down to Circle K. We were getting something else. Were we getting sandwiches? We went before the storm, or we were looking for gas, and then we're like, well, fuck it, we're already here, so we might as well get something to eat.
We wanted to know what was happening, too. You had to do a reconnaissance.
A reconnaissance.
Yeah. There was no fuel, but there was food, and shit was open. And Publix was open, so we went to that, because you're going to get a better deal there with chicken. Fried chicken, baked chickens.
Honestly,
people were buying all that shit up.
Well, yeah, because you get a huge bag of... It doesn't have to be fried chicken. They also have... a big bag of chicken wings, or a whole baked chicken, or something like that. You get that, 2 sides of your choice, which are pretty large, and a thing of like 4 Hawaiian rolls for like, I think it ends up being like $17, and it will feed 4, 5, 6 people.
Wait a minute, no, it's I think it's almost $20 if it's an entire fried.
Or no, it's
chicken.
It's $18.
$18.99 for an entire
$18.
fried chicken with 2 sides, and rolls. If it's a baked chicken, it's less. It's more
and
like $12.
we can eat off that for several days.
Yeah, well, not several days.
Well, 2 days. Well, I mean, 2 days.
You can get 2 days out of it. Yeah, but we were eating other things too. If you ate just that, because we could eat a half a chicken in a day, no problem. I could eat a whole chicken in a day for one day.
Yeah, you just probably shouldn't.
What's that?
You just probably shouldn't.
No, if it's baked, then it doesn't have a lot of that crust on it.
That's true.
That's all protein.
We got the fried chicken yesterday because that was like all they had left. But
Eugen Sandow, the father of fucking bodybuilding in the 1800s, ate a chicken a day. A roasted chicken a day. That's what he ate.
Chicken a day.
Yeah, he ate a whole chicken.
Doctor a day.
He was into the high protein.
Yeah. I don't think
and that was a lot for people back in the 1800s.
I don't think I could house a whole chicken a day.
No, because back in the 1800s, a whole chicken was
maybe
like
if it was spaced way out. But
in the 1800s, a whole chicken was kind of like a turkey. That was something you fed a whole family with. Fucking Eugen would eat the fucking whole chicken. He just give you a whole chicken. You sit there.
Although to be fair, back in those days, chickens were a lot smaller than
they were smaller.
nowadays.
But I think people didn't eat much though either.
Because they didn't have all the hormones they put in them these days.
We got super chickens.
Yeah, chickens are much larger.
Yeah.
Well, if you see on if you're an MST3K fan like I am, one of my favorite shorts that they did was called The Chicken of Tomorrow, and it was all about chicken and egg farming.
Making a bigger chicken.
And the chicken that they showed was like ridiculously small, and I was just like, "Holy crap!"
Yeah, that chicken doesn't exist anymore. Yeah.
Because the short was from I guess like the late 50s maybe. And it was just like before they started pumping everything full of hormones.
In Mississippi, they have this fucking place called Sanderson's Farms. And Sanderson Farms chicken.
Yeah, they sell those everywhere.
Yeah, it's nothing but like Mexican guys working there. And they're not even Mexican guys anymore. They're probably Nicaraguans. They don't pay anything, though. But anyway, they tried to send... This is funny. Everybody in Mississippi laughed. They tried to get a contract to send a bunch of these chickens. They got a contract in Russia. They sent all these chickens to Russia. And Russia saw them and kicked them all back. They said, that's not a chicken. That's too big. But we were kind of saying
this. Is that monstrosity?
Yeah, because they were like, there's something wrong there. And the thing is, we were saying the same thing, man, at that time. This is back in the fucking 90s. The chicken was big, man, but it wasn't good. It had kind of a fucking weird, stringy texture to it. It wasn't a succulent, juicy chicken breast, you know. It was stringy and kind of like you could like kind of like the what do you call it? The layers of meat. No, what do you call it? Like the marbling of the meat. I guess you could say you could feel pieces of meat sliding against one another when you were chewing, like it was made out of plastic or something. Fucking weird. It's because of all those fucking hormones. They were giving them, I think, growth hormone. The rumor is that the people that worked at fucking Sanderson's Farms who left said that from the time that the fucking chicken hatched and the time they slaughtered it and made the chicken was only 2 weeks. And that thing was huge. I can't imagine that. I think it was 2 weeks. I remember. Might have been, it was under a month. Maybe 3. So that thing was growing. And they said that they would grow so fast that the legs would break on them.
Yeah, I've heard that.
So they started to contain them in smaller cages so they couldn't run. Because if they would run, they'd fucking break their legs. Because their legs, their bones couldn't form and harden enough. They were made just to be eaten as quickly as possible. Fucking. So what do we got? Go ahead.
Yeah, that's what. Tammy's talking about sheets. Yeah, we don't have any of those, but I've heard of those. Like I've heard that we just got Wawa like a few years ago, which I know everybody was talking about. I don't think I've ever.
That's not a few years ago. That was here when I got here in 2008.
Okay, well to me that's a few years ago.
Yeah.
I mean, because I grew up here, you know what I mean? And we didn't have them for a long time when I grew up here. But they're talking about one called Bill Miller Barbecue, fast food chain in Texas, is a godsend, best fast food barbecue ever. Yeah, we don't have those here. What do we have for barbecue here? Sonny's.
A lot of mom and pop
places. A lot of local places have barbecue.
I like Sonny's.
I do too, actually.
Yeah.
They have decent food. Like I really like their they have like a brisket grilled cheese that I really like.
For 20 something, maybe like $22, so you can just eat your fill. You're too full to eat anymore. you know.
I mean, I can't eat that much in one sitting anyway, so it's just kind of like the amount of food they give you. I usually get the brisket, grilled cheese, and like a baked potato with just butter and maybe sour cream on it, and that's like almost more than I can eat. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And we don't get appetizers or nothing like that because I can't handle it. Let me see. Misty says, I'll send you some iced coffee. I'm a barista at a local coffee shop. Single origin, organic, best damn coffee. Guaranteed to make you gay.
Ooh. Damn.
I kind of want some of that. Xana said the same fried chicken meal is $23 where I live. Food's getting so expensive here. I mean, that's not even that bad for something that will feed. I feel like it'll feed 4 people.
Yeah.
Easily.
Now,
so that's not bad at all for feeding 4 people.
Tammy said it's why you keep extra gas on hand. But the thing is, Tammy, is I still got you beat. I had a backup plan. That generator that I have also burns propane. And I have 4 bottles of fucking propane. So I could have gone for a long time. But, so I wasn't too worried about it.
I mean, like I said, at least it was miserable, but at least the power was only out for like less than 24 hours. And it didn't get too hot in here because it didn't get that hot outside because after the storm went, it was still like really cloudy. So it only got into the 70s. And so it was a little bit muggy like in the house, but it wasn't too bad. Yeah, Oracle knew what I was talking about, chicken of tomorrow. And then she said, ha, I typed it just as Jenny said it.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite shorts. They did a lot of really great classic shorts, but for some reason I really like that one. I find the whole chicken and egg farming thing kind of fascinating.
The thing is, though, that's not a new concept. I remember seeing woodcuts from the 1600s of scientists of the 1600s saying that through breeding that they would have better cattle and better chickens in the future. And they showed, I guess, might have not have been a chicken. It might have been a pheasant. But they showed it that they would eventually get it to be the size of a cow. So they were yes, it didn't get that big, but that was kind of cool. But they were all woodcuts of it.
It's like, wouldn't it be cool if we had a chicken?
Chicken was the size of a cow. I could feed all these people.
Just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. Didn't they learn anything from Frankenstein or anything? Oracle says, our Sunday supper lately has been an Instant Pot recipe called crack chicken. Ooh, I've heard of that, actually. Cream cheese sauce, seasoned with basically Hidden Valley Ranch seasoning, with bits of bacon scattered throughout. Man, that sounds good, doesn't it? That sounds really good.
Yeah, Xanada mentions that all our chicken would be banned in Europe because we use chlorine baths. That is kind of ridiculous, though. Chlorine bleach. It's pretty safe. You just don't want to fucking eat any of it. But once you eat your chicken,
don't drink it. You guys.
Don't drink it. But I've drunk a lot of it in swimming pools accidentally as a kid. You know, fucking.
I probably drunk my fair share because I used to swim a lot when I was a little kid.
But it's better to have that fucking chlorine rinse all that chicken shit away off because that's what all coming out of all the guts during the processing plant. You got to fucking clean that chicken off. But when we get chicken, we wash the shit out of it before we do anything with it. You don't just pull chicken out of a package and cook it.
Because, bro, I've had salmonella before. That shit is no joke.
Chicken's risky.
So, yeah, you wash everything.
You wash it, yeah.
Multiple times.
Now, usually,
hands, counter,
usually when I get chicken, I wash it in vinegar. Just pour vinegar on it. Just kind of rub it. And then just rinse it off with water. And then you then start whatever process it is. But I think the whole Europeans not like banning the chlorine bath is because they didn't want to compete against American chicken prices. Americans can make unlimited chicken. We got the place for it. We have all the technology to do it. And fucking we could feed the whole fucking world when this bitch is really banging. Used to be that California could feed a significant part of the world, but they fucking got rid of all the irrigation there for stupid reasons. They don't want abundance. They want, because abundance they're afraid that the population will rise on the world. They actually want artificial scarcity to keep the numbers of people low. They're going to say, well, it's because of global warming, but that's not really what it is they don't want your children competing with their children. That's all it is. The ruling class wants to maintain control. And if there's too many of y'all, they can't control you. That's all it is. Let me go ahead and get us another thing.
Yeah, Xander said it was just something I saw on the Weird Food YouTube channel. I love that fucking channel. The Weird Food. I watch that all the time. I love, like, food history. Like, anything about food history, I'm, like, super into it. Let's see. Yeah, or says you dice up bacon, render it out in the pot, then season chicken breast with smoked paprika and pepper. Cook it in the bacon grease for about 3 minutes on the side. Ooh, I'm already liking this. I think Tom got some chicken out to thaw earlier. He's going to make butter chicken either tomorrow or Sunday. I'm not really sure. We might go out to eat tomorrow, but Saturday we usually go out, so we don't gotta cook. But haven't really been doing much cooking, like I said, because the power was out. But he did. He made like mini tacos today, but that's about it. Hey, you guys are making me hungry. I mean, I had tacos, but that was a long time ago. I had tacos, and I think when we went to Dollar General to get coffee, they had like a little thing of like pumpkin spice donuts, like for $1 or something, like little bitty ones. And I was just kind of, ooh, I'm gonna get some of those. So I had some of those a couple hours ago, but that's all I've eaten today. Yeah, that does sound really, really good. Yeah, everybody's here. Yeah, Hugo said, I'm glad you guys are okay. Yeah, us too. It was not fun, but you know what I mean. Like I said, a lot of people got it way worse than us, so I can't complain too much. But it was like pretty fucking horrifying. We stayed up late, like, because we had power until like 2:30 in the morning. So we put on like a live YouTube channel of like weather, you know what I mean? Like, so we could see what was going on. But after a while, power went out, so. And then after that, it was just kind of, like I said, Tom fell asleep. He didn't give a shit. But I just laid there awake all night listening to this horrible fucking noise outside. It sounded like the fucking apocalypse was happening out there. And then I was just kind of like, the whole time I was just like picturing like shit flying around, like shit flying into the house or through the windows or into the car or whatever. But thankfully, nothing like that happened. We went kind of driving around the next afternoon. And there were some, like, big, like, some places where the road was flooded, but it wasn't too bad. There were some trees down. Our neighborhood looks like it did pretty good, at least from what I could see. Like, a lot of people had just branches down, like, you know, shit like that, just minor stuff. But it looks like everybody did pretty good, like, in our neighborhood. Sabrina said Pookie wasn't scared of the storm. You know what? When it was, like, before it got too bad, she was sitting on the little bench. Like, we have a little bench at the foot of the bed. And she was just kind of sitting there looking out the window going, huh. You know? Like, just kind of watching it. And then she stayed there, and like, for a long time. Because I think I woke up a couple times and she was just kind of sitting there chilling out. And then when I woke up at, like, 2:30 or 3, like, when the power went out, she wasn't there anymore. But I don't know where she was. So her and Bambi might have been hiding someplace. Oracle said Pookie is a brave kitty and would never admit to fear. Even if she were hiding under the bed. Yeah, she's a little badass. She does get freaked out when somebody comes to the house. You know what I mean? Like if somebody comes over. Yeah, like if somebody comes over to visit, or if like workmen come over or something like that.
Stacy came over and she was like, who the fuck is this?
Yeah, who is this person? I don't like this. Because like usually we don't have people over here. So she's like, who is this new person? I don't like it. But then like after a while she'll come out and be like, let's see what this is about.
Yeah, she's not that bad.
Yeah. Because I think even after, although when the guys were here replacing the air conditioners, I think Pookie hid the whole time. But Bambi came out and was like, what are you guys doing? Which I thought was kind of funny.
Those new air conditioners are working out. Got the bill back. And the bill was $200 cheaper. It was cheaper than our wintertime bill.
So I guess that guy wasn't lying.
He wasn't lying.
Because he said, your bill's going to go down.
Go way down. It did go way down.
It
went way down.
It did, though. It went down $200.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was cheaper than our winter bill was last year.
Probably only takes 6 years to pay them off at that rate.
Yeah. That's depressing, yeah.
Things are fucking expensive.
They are. But I mean, we have two air conditioning units, one for upstairs and one for downstairs, and they've replaced both of them, like, completely.
Value of the house goes up, though.
That's true. So, you know, you get it in the end.
Yeah.
Phantom asks, what was my favorite story from VHS Beyond? Trying to think. Probably the first one, with the babies, but I don't know. They were all pretty good. Maybe not. Maybe the one with like the weird woman like turning people into dogs. That one was kind of funny. Although not really sci-fi. Like I felt like it didn't really fit with the theme of the rest of them, but it was still like a pretty good story. Because that woman was giving me serious like Kathy Bates in Misery vibes. So you know what I mean? Which I'm sure she probably did on purpose. Oh, somebody... Yeah, has anybody seen Terrifier 3? Is it, like, really as gory as they're saying, or is that just all fucking hype? Because I saw Terrifier 2, which was good.
I laughed my ass off on all those movies.
Well, they are funny.
Terrified, yeah.
But, I mean, they are... I thought Terrifier 2 was slightly long, but otherwise I thought it was, like, a good movie. But I don't know. I'm jaded, I guess. It's pretty gory, but I was just like, eh.
I liked both of them. I thought they were good.
They are good. Yeah, I like those movies.
There was one.
They're pretty entertaining.
There was one that was kind of like that they never made a sequel to, as far as I know. It's called Clown, but it was spelled with like a V, right?
No.
Clown. You remember it had a foreign spelling for clown?
No, it didn't. It was just called Clown.
Clown. Yeah. Was it? Okay.
It's just that in the context of the movie...
That's right. It comes out that there's a different spelling.
Yeah, like that the word clown comes from like a demon called a cloyne or something like that. Cloyne, like it's Gaelic or I don't know what it was.
Yeah.
But if you haven't seen it... Well, here's the thing.
Too.
There's a bajillion movies that are called Clown or Clown this or Clown that or whatever. But it's like this one, I think we just picked it at random like a while back. Yeah. And it actually ended up being really good.
Good.
It's the one about... I can't remember what year it came out. It was maybe 2015, 2016, something like that. But it was about a dude that
he gets a clown suit.
Well, it's his son's birthday party, and his son is inexplicably like super into clowns, which didn't seem super believable, but okay. And he wanted a clown for his birthday party, and the clown that he hired couldn't come. Yeah. So then he finds this clown suit, and he's like, "Oh well, I'll dress up as a clown, at my son's birthday party." And
it's
then
kind of this janky looking clown costume.
And then he finds out that he can't get the can't get it off.
Puts it on, he can't get it off. Can't get the fake nose off.
I love that this movie, because the clown eats children. Yeah. And I was just like, all right.
He was eating children the whole time, yeah.
And it's like super gory. It was super funny. Yeah. It was just, I thought it was delightful.
Turns out the suit is kind of like the Venom or something. It fucking, the suit was alive and it takes over. And you kind of turn into something that looks just like a clown, the makeup and everything. But that's just like your new natural coloring. And you got all these fucking fangs and shit. And you just become this demon. In this silly suit.
Yeah.
But it looks evil as shit. It looks dirty, too.
That was a fun-ass movie.
It's real, it was real good. I want to see that one again.
And like I said, I like that it was ballsy enough to just be like, yeah, we're going to eat the kids.
Eating children, yeah.
And it was like super bloody, and so I was like, yeah, I can get into that.
Yeah, but that movie there was legit.
Yeah, I liked it a lot.
And never heard anything of it again.
Yeah, you don't really hear many people talking about it. Well, like I said, I guess because there's so many like killer clown movies that it gets kind of lost in the shuffle, maybe, and because it has such a generic title, because it's just called Clown.
That's right. And then later on, you find out the guy finds an old book and he goes, "It's called a clown,
or something like that. Yeah, like it's some kind of
some Swedish fucking, some Norwegian demon.
Yeah, maybe it was Norwegian. I can't remember what it was.
Norwegian demon.
Yeah. Phantom said he thinks we reviewed it. We probably did.
Yeah.
Jeff Yard says, today I went to reheat my lunch in the faculty lounge, and a cockroach scurried out of the microwave.
Oh, damn.
Thankfully, there was a taco truck on campus. I took
How did it get in there?
They can get in anywhere, man. They can, squish themselves down flat. That's what's so horrifying about them. They can get in anywhere. Let's see. Yeah, Phantom said we reviewed that one. CB said Terrifier 1 had the best death, the woman upside down being sawn right down the middle. Yeah, I mean, I remember we watched that at the old house in Sanford with Shauna and Eric. Remember they came over and we watched the first Terrifier? And we just busted up laughing at that. I was just like, oh man, that's awesome.
The funny thing is,
sawed her in fucking half.
About people getting sawn in half and all this weird shit. We see that on horror movies. In medieval Europe, they did that for real.
Well, yeah.
There's woodcuts of it. Like punishments for breaking some rules or some crimes.
Because they were some messed up ass people
back then. They were fucking psychos, bro. They had one where they got a woodcut of a dude with his fucking... He's got his clothes on and his fucking legs are splayed out and they're fucking... connected to the ground, a stage, and everybody's watching. And I think he's tied up so he can't move. And it's got two dudes on either side of him with a big old long wood saw with a big fucking teeth on it. And they're fucking sawing that dude from the bottom up while he's alive.
Like, why would you even think of that? Jesus Christ.
They were mean, boy. They were fucking psychos, man. They were fucking psychos.
It's like every single one of them was serial killers. Like, nowadays, if you even thought of that, people would be like, bro, what the fuck is wrong with you? But back then, they were all like, oh, okay.
Well, it was the kind of situation where pure Darwinism, where the most violent, evil, and frightening motherfuckers rose to the top. And there weren't any rules, you know, in the area that he controlled. What he said went. So basically, imagine if like cartels took over. Be like that. And but what was weird is that like they were in with the church. So if you said something against the church, then maybe they'd go after you. You know.
Yeah, screw that turn the other cheek crap.
Yeah.
We're gonna saw you in half.
Yeah. Well, the Christianity in the church evolved a lot over fucking 2,000 years.
Not much.
It wasn't. No, a lot. What are you talking about? I actually saw some commentary that in most of Europe during the Middle Ages, the church was fun. They even they had parties. They gave a lot of days off. It was most of the days off involved dancing and drinking. So it was just like regular holidays. There was no expectation of privacy, so people had sex in public, and then. Nothing that they did is they didn't really they weren't people think that the medieval period was like, you know, fucking like chaste or something. No, you're basing that on fucking movies from Hollywood. They were, according to the church, they were fucking crazy. They were having sex everywhere and pretty dirty. You know, they didn't clean. You know,
obviously
there's no running water. Education was bad. There was no education, really. They just learned.
Probably shit in their hands and threw each other like apes.
Well, there's a lot of stuff that, you know, have survived. You know, like they'd pick up something dead and have you smell it and go smell it. They smell that? You know, they're fucking crazy.
Although I know some people now.
Fucking crazy. But
it's kind of like a slightly worse version of that thing where it's like where you eat something gross and you're like, this is so gross, eat this. Yeah. You taste it. No.
But there was a historian that was talking about that. I heard it just like a couple of months back. He was saying that at certain times in certain places, we're talking about, you know, fucking 1200s, 1300s, 1400s even, that the churches were fun. Because that was a better way to control people, really. You know, they couldn't really use the rod. The education wasn't there, you know. So, but then eventually, they also said something that had to do with like the classes, that rich people in those times weren't very religious. They just kind of faked that they were. But the poor people really were. So the church was kind of like catering to poor people. That was the source of their power. But evidently at certain times in history it's swapped, where rich people in the upper class and the nobility, they found it more in their advantage to give money to the church and fucking try to control the church that way. The church could give them authority to do things to people. And then eventually it got to the point where it was actually in the interest of the rich people to get rid of the church altogether. Which that's what happened later. But yeah, I don't know if you heard what I was talking about.
No, because I was in the bathroom.
Okay. I was saying that it started off that the church was the church's power came from being able to fucking give shit to the poor people. And that's where the church's power came from. And that the ruling class was kind of afraid of the church, they'd obey it because they could cause revolts whenever they wanted to, basically. But then eventually the rich people realized, well, the best way to ameliorate this threat is to fucking suck up to the church. And then the church became a tool of the rich people. And then eventually the rich people got rid of the church altogether. It was like an evolution over 2,000 years.
Yeah, Kenny says Spanish Inquisition certainly wasn't any fun. No, it absolutely wasn't.
Although that wasn't as bad as people would lead you to believe. That didn't affect very many people. and it was only in one area. That wasn't all over Europe. It was just in a part of Spain. And most of it was just to try to get Jews to convert. And most of them did, or they at least pretended to convert. That's all you had to do. There evidently weren't that many people hurt in that. Some were, but not as many as you think. It wasn't like the Holocaust or anything.
No, but still not great. Okay,
well, they thought, the thinking of the time. First of all, you're dealing with fucking basically people who, they're intelligent people, but they're using faulty information, you know?
Yeah.
They think they're saving people's souls. You know? We're going to have to bring you to Christ to keep you from burning in hell. Yeah, that's the thinking.
Sometimes
so we're trying to help you.
Sometimes I wonder though, like I'm sure some people probably genuinely do believe that. But in a lot of ways, I kind of feel like they were just doing it because they were sadistic fucks, too. I think both of those things could be true.
Well, here's the deal. You might have an intellectual that is, as I described, he thinks he's saving your soul. But he's not the kind of guy, he's a paper pusher. You know, he's a pencil pusher. He's not the kind of guy to do fucking interrogations or fucking any kind of torture. They're going to hire somebody else to do it, a subcontractor. That dude's probably sadistic. Who would volunteer for that?
Yeah, who probably doesn't give a fuck. It's just like, are you going to let me rip people's tongues out?
Yeah. You're right.
And you're going to pay me to do it? All right.
Yeah, and that wasn't anything.
Best job ever.
And that wasn't anything new.
No, of course not.
That had been around for fucking nearly 1,000 years before that. You had executioners. And executioners killed people for a living. You know, on a stage for all to see. And they also tortured people on stages for all to see.
Because they thought it was a deterrent, which it wasn't, because people still did
it depends on how you look at it. People did what they wanted to do anyway in those days because they were fucking dumb. All right? Dumb people, you can't be nice to them. They just see that as weakness. So what they would do is they would just be as horrible as they possibly could. And most of the fucking people enjoyed it. They'd go there to watch it and they'd eat fucking snacks. They thought the shit was hilarious, you know. that was the society at that time, you know.
Yeah, that was like a big party. They would
they thought
watch
it was a party.
There's little vendors would set up.
Yeah. So you know, and you know they're watching this shit and they're watching people being burnt at the stake and disemboweled and sawed in half and they're thinking these people deserve it. And by the standards of those days, they did because there was rules. The problem was that sometimes all it took was an accusation. They didn't need any evidence. That was the problem. They didn't need any evidence of you actually breaking that rule. Somebody just had to say that you broke the rule.
Yeah, it really never occurred to them that somebody that didn't like you that
could
much
lie.
Could just like make some shit.
That's where the witch stuff came later on. Witches and shit. You say, yeah, she put a spell on me.
If you saw my review of the movie The Devil's Bath, it kind of goes a little bit into that because it's there's a woman who it kind of goes into like a real thing that happened, which was they called it suicide by proxy.
Yeah.
They said during this time it happened in it was Germany, Austria, something like that. It was German speaking countries. And because suicide was seen as a worse sin than murder, a lot of mostly women, like some men too, but mostly women that wanted to kill themselves, instead of killing themselves and going to hell, they would murder someone, usually a child, and then they would confess to it because they knew that they would get
the death penalty. Yeah.
The death penalty, and then they would be absolved before they were executed. So the weird thing about it was that, and they show this in the movie, is that this one woman, you know, they cut her head off and then they leave the body on this like stone altar thing, like in the woods, and they leave her head in a cage. And people would come, like when the head was taken off, everybody would gather the blood in buckets and drink it. Yeah. And they would cut off the fingers and toes, like as good luck tokens and stuff like that. So, and that was based on like real shit.
Yeah.
So,
well, it was different times, you know. You're dealing with people that probably, by today's standards, had 60 IQ, 70 IQ. You know, they're pretty dumb. I don't think the elites were that dumb. The elites knew what was going on, but they weren't that smarter either. Well, I gotta watch what I say though, Because they had individuals throughout history that were fucking geniuses. But they're dealing with the fucking world that they know and the information that they have at the time. Not everyone could be Archimedes. Not everyone could be Einstein. Because a lot of that depended on what time frame and what kind of civilization you were in at the time. So it's going to be different, you know what I mean? Like, Greco-Roman civilization allowed an Archimedes. You know what I mean? Fucking Western civilization allowed a fucking Einstein.
Yeah, I mean, shit that's too authoritarian, that's too oppressive, that you're not going to, like, allow that to happen.
I wouldn't call them authoritarian and oppressive in the way that, in the modern way. I would call them more like superstitious. Very superstitious. Very paranoid.
But sometimes one thing leads to the other.
Yeah,
is what I mean.
They mostly killed people over moral panics, that dancing diseases, shit that people that
don't want to do a show about that for a while.
Yeah, so medieval period, a lot of fucking moral panics, witch panics, dancing diseases, fears. They're kind of primal fears, and it was all about being good. And are you going to go to heaven? And is the devil watching you? And
that's what I mean. That kind of superstitious mindset, it leads to like a lot of
problems,
evils. Like, you know what I mean? Even if that's not the intention.
Yeah.
So any society that's like superstitious like that is, you're gonna have a bad time. Phantom. I did write down the Cage Witch prison thing because I've actually never heard of that. But that sounds like it might make a good show. So I'll put that in an upcoming poll. And we'll see how that does. You guys are talking about Paul Naschy. I need to do some more like fucking Paul Nasch. I feel like I don't do enough Spanish horror. Like I did. I don't know. I try to do like a wide swath of stuff. Old stuff, new stuff. Like stuff from different countries and everything like that. But really, I think the only Spanish horror I've done recently was Tombs of the Blind Dead. But I feel like I need to do more than that, you know what I mean? Leslie brings up Mark of the Devil. Yeah, I did review that not that long ago. I really like that movie. I even have like a t-shirt. I don't know what happened to it, but I had a t-shirt with the very famous poster on it. That was the one that they gave you barf bags when you go to see the movie. It's not that bad by today's standards. But, I mean, in the movie, they did use like an actual castle that actually had been used for that stuff. And like all the torture equipment that was used in there, as far as I'm aware, was actual torture equipment that was used on actual people back then. So I do think that the tongue ripping out effect is still pretty fucking good for 1970. It's like I said, it's nothing like you'd see nowadays, but for 1970 it was pretty good. Witchfinder General, also great. I think we reviewed that. I don't remember when we did Witchfinder General. It was either I did it or we both did it. I don't remember. And The Devils, we reviewed that one too, like not too long ago. Yeah, Vincent Price was fucking great. I love Vincent Price. I'll watch him in anything. Women in Love. Man, I haven't seen that in a long time. I should make Tom watch that.
What's that?
Women in Love.
Women
in Love. It's got Oliver Reed in it.
Yeah. I was just thinking of Oliver Reed.
Yeah.
Because remember, we watched that movie, that Oliver Reed movie where he was a priest, and they had that...
The Devils, that's what we were talking about.
What was it called?
The Devils.
The Devils, yeah.
The Ken Russell movie.
That movie there actually lines up.
That was based on a true story.
Yeah, it lines up with what a lot of guys that know that period of history, what they're saying. Okay. I really like that scene where the religious people and all the fucking rabble are doing all this fucking weird-ass shit. It's basically witch hunting. And the king shows up and just thinks the shit's hilarious. He shows up with a whole fucking harem of women and stuff. He's, what are you guys doing? Oh, witch hunting? Okay, yeah, have fun. All right, fuck y'all. Fucking, but it's just because the rich people didn't care what happened to fucking, poor people. The poor people were garbage.
Well, yeah, they weren't.
They didn't give a shit about that. They just came and went. They were born out of wedlock, a lot of them. And the thinking of the time was like, well, fuck them. They're just peasants, And they believe all these superstitions and just let them kill each other. So what? And then he goes back to his palace with all his fucking harem of hotties. That's the way it really was. Well, they didn't give a fuck.
Mark of the Devil kind of had the same kind of thing going on, even though it's fairly fictional. It's kind of loosely based on a few real cases. But there was a thing where there was a guy who was the witch finder in town, who's played by Reggie Nalder, actually the same guy that played Barlow in the original Salem's Lot. And he's he's like a super bad guy in this one. And basically that dude was just kind of like, well, if I try to rape a woman and she, fends off my advances, I'm gonna go witch and burn her alive. You know what I mean? So I kind of feel like that's.
Oh, I'm sure I'll kind of opportunities.
And then when some higher up dude is like, I'm gonna come into this town because you guys seem to have a lot of witches. And then he's like, shit, now we gotta fake some paperwork to make it look all legal and official that I burned these people at the stake.
Well, I'm sure there was a lot of that.
You know what I mean?
I'm sure there was a lot of that.
So I think that's why. So even back in 1970 when that movie was made, people were very aware that...
Modern people look at life, especially Westerners, look at life through a modern prism of the concept of human rights. That shit didn't exist back then. You know what I mean? Not everybody was the same. They didn't even fucking... Their civilizations actually were anti-equality. And equality was... They would laugh at that concept. Because there was nobility and royalty and peasantry. Okay? They were very different. It was a class-based society. You know what I mean? A fucking peasant was nowhere near equal to a royal. You crazy? The royal had the power of life and death over them. And in that movie that had Oliver Reed, they showed it. I just thought it was a great way to fucking kind of show it to the audience the way it was.
Well, like I said, that was based on a true story.
It's based on a true story.
There was more than one movie made about that.
You have peasants in a witch paddock with the church fucking helping the witch paddock go, basically. They're trying to get... And the royals just show up and go, look at these dumb motherfuckers. Okay, have fun. Because they were totally immune to it. You couldn't accuse the king of being a witch. He'd kill you. So they didn't really care. They were just like, yeah, fuck them. They're just peasants. Okay, I'm going back to the palace. You guys have fun. Go, yeah, find witches, whatever. Well, they didn't believe in that shit.
The thing about it, too, was that the church would, depending on the location, if they killed someone for witchcraft, they would get all their shit.
Yeah, so there's incentive to do it.
So there was incentive to
do
it.
But what I was saying is you were saying it was an oppressive system. From the point of view of the peasant, it was an oppressive system. But... From if you look at it objectively, the kings and the royalty usually weren't doing the oppression. It was more like their version of the middle class. The kings were kind of like above, the royalty was above all that. So it wasn't coming from them. The way the royalty looked at it is like, well, these dumb motherfuckers are killing each other. But fuck them, we got lots of them. And we don't want to cause any trouble. Because we would tell them to stop, they might fucking revolt against us or accuse us. So it was like that.
Then you got the French Revolution on your hands.
Although that was much later.
Well, I know that.
And the French Revolution, of course, was very secular. You would have the French Revolution. But I think back in the time that I was just talking about, there would be a revolt because they would say the king is a witch. And you might have all the dumb motherfuckers thinking that was true. So, yeah, the king would just go, yeah, okay, yeah, hunt witches, fine. Call me when you're done. Yeah, they didn't care about that shit.
Well, their lives were so removed.
Oh, yeah, they were very removed from that.
just like really rich people nowadays.
Yeah.
Their lives are just removed
Although,
from other people's lives.
From what I've been able to glean, the royals of Europe were actually the closest thing to a modern Westerner of today. They were probably closer to me and you than the peasants would be in terms of thinking. They were pretty advanced,
Well, they had the luxury.
They had luxuries and they had educations.
That's what I mean. They had the luxury to be because they had money.
Yeah, but there was nothing they could do for the peasantry. I think that culture that culture was already set. They couldn't change anything. I don't think that was the problem. You see, people think that there's progress, that there's social progress in the way that they tell you in school. No, fuck no. You crazy? Usually it's fucking the mean. It's the whatever's normal continues. The only reason why that shit ended was the fucking plague. That's why it ended. They all died. And then after that, you couldn't control plague. You couldn't control peasants. You now had to pay people for labor because the population had diminished. So that system went away because it was forced to go away. The rulers couldn't change it. Other rich people would kill them if they tried.
Oracle asked me if I've watched Chaos on Netflix. I have not, but if it's good, I will. Has anybody watched the series From? Because everybody is telling me to watch that, and apparently that's really good.
I never heard that one.
But
what's that about?
I'm not sure, but it's like everybody keeps telling me about it, and I keep seeing it.
Give
like
us some more
popping
information.
Up,
Give us some more information in the comment section.
Yeah, but like I said, and if Chaos is good, then I will watch that too. But like I said, because I'm always looking for like good shit to watch. Zach says we should review Women in Love. We totally should. That's an awesome movie, honestly.
Man, if it's got my boy in it.
Oliver Reed's in it.
That's what I'm saying.
It's based on the D.H. Lawrence novel, which I know you don't care about, but it's just like...
I got a huge man crush on Reeve. Oliver Reed.
I'm pretty sure this is the one where he naked wrestles.
I gotta see that bitch.
That's why I told you before. You have to see this one because this is the naked wrestling.
If you guys are not normal listeners of the show... Me and fucking Oliver go back to when I was like 7 or 8, seeing Oliver Reed on fucking television on all these movies, and he scared the shit out of me.
I can see
motherfucker
that.
Scared me. He always seemed like him and fucking the dude that from the island and stuff, and what was his name? Michael Caine. Michael Caine scared me too. From some about British dudes of that era when they were drinking. I always felt that Oliver Reed was like a few seconds away of beating your ass. Yeah. Slapping you. He seemed like he was an abusive dude in a way. There was something about it. Depends on what role he was in, you know. But no, I liked him because he scared me, you know. But so did Michael Caine too.
Yeah, because they seem like just slightly unhinged.
Yeah.
Both of them.
Yeah.
Which is kind of interesting.
So I kind of became kind of like fascinated about Michael Caine and fucking Oliver Reed. Whenever his movies came on when I was a kid, you know, early teens, I had to see that shit. One of my favorite movies is The Island with Michael Caine about the pirates. That was a fucking
David Warner's in that.
David Warner's in it. That's a good flick.
David Warner, one of the great unseen, like uncelebrated fucking character actors. Yeah. That bitch was in fucking everything, man. He was in The Omen. He was just like in so much stuff. That's Time Bandits.
Yeah.
Shit.
I got it on Blu-ray, man. That's a great movie. A great forgotten classic.
Yeah, nobody talks about The Island. I don't know.
No, man, The Island was great.
It's really
good.
They
say the book was even better.
Well, that's usually the case. 99% of the time.
But I fucking love the movie. And I think the reason why I liked that movie is there was something about that movie that reminded me of another movie I saw when I was even younger called Shockwaves. That had fucking Peter Cushing in it. That was a Florida movie.
We reviewed that, didn't we?
So yeah, it was another Florida. Both of those movies are taking place in Florida.
Yeah.
Yeah. And a British dude fucking experienced in Florida. The Keys. And fucking finds pirates. Real pirates. Dudes that have been out there since the fucking 1600s.
Florida's weird, y'all.
Yeah. What's that? Yeah.
Florida's weird, y'all.
Yeah.
They've been there's a huge pirate culture. Especially over on the West Coast around Tampa and stuff like that. It was like, there was a bunch of fucking pirate shit over there. But on the East Coast too. There's still like a lot of pirate ships sunk around Florida that they haven't found yet.
In the movie, Michael Caine plays a guy, I think he's in some kind of a lawyer, I think. Wasn't he a lawyer?
I don't remember now.
And he's British. And he's going in to visit his son, who's American. Because the mom's American. He's visiting him in Florida. And they show him, he goes through Orlando and everything. Fucking old Orlando, back in the late 70s. And he's taking his son fishing out on the Keys. And he ends up getting fucking captured by pirates. But they're not modern pirates, man. They're pirates from the 1600s. It turns out it's a cult of them that had been out there.
Yeah, they didn't get the memo.
But
it was the modern era.
Yeah, they were living on an island. They were starting to get inbred because they had a limited amount of women, and they were trying to capture more women and get more stuff. They knew about guns. Some of them had M16s. Some of them still had muzzle-loading fucking... what was it? La Terrible was the fucking one of the fucking guns that they had, like from the 1600s. A big old fucking like 67 caliber fucking muzzle.
Were they trying to be French?
Yeah.
That'd be La Terrible.
Yeah, La Terrible was the name. It was the name of the fucking gun, and it was just a fucking epic fucking flick.
On the nose.
And it ends up with the pirates versus the fucking U.S. Coast Guard. Yeah, and then Michael Caine proves his worthiness as a modern man against these pirates, because he wasn't just some wimpy lawyer. He was also a Korean War vet, so you got that down 50 cal.
Like, don't fuck with Michael Caine.
Don't fuck with Michael Caine, bro.
That's the lesson of that movie.
No, you know.
The shark also learned that in Jaws 4.
Yeah, don't fuck with Michael Caine.
Which is a terrible fucking movie.
And he's gonna end up being fucking Batman's butler. Okay.
That's how cool he is. Mm-hmm. And he was in The Prestige, which movie we just did not too long ago. They're talking about
Michael Caine's a legend.
Well, yeah,
fucking legend.
Talking about David Warner, and I just said, yeah, he was in The Omen. He got beheaded in that, which I think was the first thing I saw him in, and that fucking traumatized the shit out of me. And he was also in Time Bandits, but I forgot to mention, I think the second thing I saw him in after The Omen was Time After Time. He played Jack the Ripper. Yeah. And he was so fucking good in that. I love that fucking movie. If you haven't seen Time After Time from 1979, David Warner, Malcolm McDowell, Mary Steenburgen, it's so fucking good. It's about H.G. Wells. He invented a time machine for real, and he's also a friend of Jack the Ripper, although he doesn't know that at the time. Like, it's just a friend of his that turns out to be Jack the Ripper. Yeah. And Jack the Ripper escapes into 1979 in H.G. Wells' time machine. Yeah. And H.G. Wells feels obligated to go to 1979 and capture him.
We got to watch that shit today.
So that he said,
we're going to watch that shit again.
Good. We're that movie, it's just like, I feel like nobody really talks about it anymore.
Yeah.
Forgot. That movie was like on HBO or Cinemax or whatever every 5 minutes on back in the early 80s.
Yeah.
And I watched it 4,000 times. I think I have it memorized.
So was The Island.
You know what? I never caught it though.
That's funny.
I saw Time After Time a bajillion times. I saw Time Bandits a bajillion times. I saw Grease 2 a bajillion times. The Pirate movie, which is kind of terrible, but I still kind of love it. Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. Like, I saw those like a bajillion times. They were always on.
Tom Baker mentions fucking Tron. Yeah, he was good in Tron too.
Yeah. He's great. And I mean, and the thing about it, I'm going to say too, he was also in... I mean, he was in like some shitty movies too, but like I said, dude needs a paycheck, okay? I'm not going to shit on people for that. Yeah. They need to get paid just like everybody else does. They need to eat, pay their rent. But he was also in this terrible, terrible movie.
Wait, who you talking about?
That was David Warner.
Okay.
That was on MST. Mm-hmm. What the fuck was the name of that thing? It was, now I can't remember the name of it.
Well,
I'll think of it in a second, but it was just like an old, like a Renaissance era, like he played a wizard.
Okay, all right.
Who befriended like a kid named T and like Leonardo da Vinci. It was made in the 80s.
Yeah, I think we saw that on.
I showed it to you. What the fuck was the name of that movie?
I don't remember.
Yeah, he was in Waxwork too. That's right. I love David Warner. I'll watch anything he's in.
But did he phone it in, or did he?
No.
Went full on Warner, huh? He went full.
That's what I mean. That's what I thought was cool about David Warner, because it's like, even when he was in a movie as shitty as that one was, and that was a very shitty movie, hilariously shitty, but still shitty. He did not phone it in. He took it seriously. He played like a good wizard that throws his pee on someone at some point.
Yeah.
So he really does. David Warner throws pee on someone in this movie.
Michael Caine.
So if that's your fetish,
I'm gonna go to bat for Michael Caine. Caine did fucking The Hand, The Island. Fucking what else he did, man? He did so many fucking cool flicks from that era. But then you had fucking what's his name did fucking with Karen Black, fucking shit.
Burnt Offerings.
Burnt Offerings, yeah.
That was Oliver Reed.
Oliver Reed, as I was saying. He got Oliver Reed with Burnt Offerings. And
that's one of my favorite.
That's quite a good response to Michael Caine.
That's one of my favorite horror movies of the 70s. Is Burnt Offerings. The book is great too, but like the movie is really, really good. The movie and the book are actually pretty similar.
Another British dude that would scare me when I was a kid was Richard Burton. That's another dude that was fucking on the edge of fucking falling over drunk. But fucking he came up with that album with Thin Lizzy, The War of the Worlds, so he did all the narration in it. It was fucking awesome. But he did some horror movies though that I remember from the early 80s. But I can't fucking remember the names of them. Remember those? Do you never say Richard Burton horror movies? There was like one.
Richard Burton.
It was a Richard Burton movie. And
I'm trying to think.
He played a murderer, I think. He was a psychopathic murderer.
Quest of the Delta Knights. Thank you. That was the name of that fucking movie with David Warner as a wizard in it.
Okay.
Where he threw pee on somebody. I don't know why I couldn't come up with that. That's one of my favorite episodes, actually.
Remember that one? What was it called? Night Riders?
What, the one with Tom Savini?
The one with Tom Savini?
George Romero directed that.
Yeah, George. Yeah. It's like a Renaissance festival. Dudes on motorcycles.
On motorcycles, yeah. They were all dressed up as knights. When what's his fucking name was in that too? Shit. No, I can't remember his name either. Chaparita has arrived. Hey, how are you? Hi, Tom and Jenny. Happy to see you made it through the hurricane okay. Yeah, we went through a whole thing. It's just like, thankfully, like I said, the storm turned a little bit south of us, so we didn't get the worst of it. It was pretty bad, but we didn't get the worst of it. Like, we lost power, and we didn't have any water for a while. We only got internet back today, like this afternoon. We got power back last night, and then water back like in the middle of the night last night. But yeah, a lot of people got it worse than we did. We didn't have any damage to the house, thankfully. I thought there was going to be some, like from the fucking noises, but everything turned out okay. Our neighborhood did pretty good, it seems like, other than power outages. Let me see. Shepard, he said, I watched the new Salem's Lot the other day. It wasn't half bad. Thanks for suggesting it. Yeah, it was pretty good, but you know what? Last night, we didn't have internet, so we couldn't stream. But we did have power, so I was kind of like, well, we could watch a Blu-ray, you know? So I was like, you know what? Let's watch the original Salem's Lot, like the Tobe Hooper one. Because we had just watched the new one, and I was like, I remember this, like, that's pretty good. But we watched the old one again. I dozed off a couple times because, shit, man, when the hurricane came through, I got maybe an hour of sleep, so I was, like, exhausted. And we hadn't had any power all day. It was hot. I was just like, I wasn't feeling it. So, but I was watching it, and I think watching the original again, okay, I don't know if I want to say this, because the new one's okay. But watching the original one again, I was like, man, this one is so much fucking better. It's so much better. Well, I guess because it had the luxury of being, it was a mini-series. It wasn't just like a, 2-hour movie.
Talking about
so, yeah. So, because Chaparita mentioned it. So, they had a lot more time to establish the characters and the subplots, so you kind of really got involved in, like, this town and these people's lives and stuff like that before any of the vampire shit happened. And I think that really helped, like, at least with you getting invested with the characters and everything like that. And the characters were all interesting, and, like, all the subplots were interesting, and it kind of built up, like, really slowly. Honestly, I think the dude that played Straker in the new one was good, but James Mason in the original, you can't fucking beat that. He was just so fucking... He was so, like, genteel, but he was also, like, really menacing, like, at the same time. Like, I think he did, like, a really good job. And honestly, the makeup on Barlow, and that was, like I said, Reggie Nalder, it still looks good. I think it still looks good. And he's only in, like, 2 scenes. Really.
Yeah.
Maybe 3. They don't show him a lot, but I think that works to its favor.
Got people in there talking about the Richard Burton movies, horror movies.
Oh, the Medusa Touch.
And then Villain. And then somebody mentioned another one, too, in there. The one that I saw must have been around...
Ed Harris. He was the guy in Night Riders. Thank you. He was also in Creepshow.
I think it must have been 81, 82. It might have been Villain. I saw it in Brazil.
Maybe we should do that movie.
What's that?
The Medusa Touch. I haven't seen that in a million years with Richard Burton.
I remember what it was called, yeah.
The Medusa Touch. I just said.
No, I'm talking about the ones in 81 and 82 that I saw.
Yeah, Phantom said OG Straker got to demonstrate his strength when 2024's didn't demonstrate. Yeah, I liked the guy that played Straker in the new one, but you got a lot more of him in the earlier one, and James Mason was just, like, such a great fucking actor. He had that great voice, and he just came across as, like, so creepy to me.
I think the new one has a more modern edit.
It does. And it, like I said, they had to cram it into one movie, and it's a long-ass book, you know what I mean? So they had to, like, take out all the shit about, Boom Boom Bonnie and all that kind of, like, all the side plots. Yeah. But I liked those, you know what I mean?
That's what made that movie cool.
Yeah. You got a sense of, like, everybody in the town, like, all their interconnections and everything. Yeah.
But I would think that, a younger audience, they don't quite have the attention span for shit. They can't sit for 2.5 hours to watch a movie that's intricate like that. But it made more sense in the time because it was a made-for-television series. I think it was on either 2 or 3 nights.
Yeah.
Remember? It was 2 or 3.
Because it's like 3 or 4 hours long. Yeah. So it's like twice as long as the new one.
It was like a mini-series, basically.
So they go, so they go a lot more in depth. Yeah. It takes like a lot longer for the vampire shit to happen because they're building up the town, they're building up the characters, they're building up the relationships, and it's like there's little hints that like something is weird. But
another thing that's different is that younger people grew up in a time when imagery was unlimited. You could see an image of anything. I can go on the internet now and look at an AI image of a fucking like AI's take on Star Wars. I'll just be amazed by it. But a young person wouldn't give it. You know, now I've been inundated by images, so they're not as effective on me as they used to be. When you look at the old movies, there isn't going to be much imagery there. All right, so it's not going to be as visually stimulating. The special effects aren't as good as the you could do now. So I think it would throw a lot of younger people out of it. And because the social skills factor is not quite the same, they don't seem to be able to fucking really go through a long movie that has a bunch of characters in it. They like shorter stuff, more impact, more something like a TikTok video, like a really big TikTok video.
I don't know though, because
seems like that
people are willing to watch like a lot more intricate like series, and they'll like sit there and binge
there's something
like
about
6,
it being
8 hours.
In bites though. There's something about it being in bites. You know, they're like, okay, now here's the next episode, and here's the next episode, and here's they'll do that. But if it's one movie that's 3 hours long, it just doesn't seem to have the same impact on it. Especially if they already know what a vampire is, too.
Yeah.
And I think that they know when they see the vampire, they're not going to be impressed. So there isn't, you know what I mean? Because I remember watching these things when they were new. I wasn't quite sure what it was they could show me. You know what I mean? I thought that maybe some of this imagery might be too much for me to handle. It never was, but I was always fucking afraid that they would show me something that would fucking send me over the edge. That would scare me too much, you know. But they couldn't. They didn't have the technology back then. These kids are growing up with unlimited technology. It doesn't scare them at all. Doesn't seem to be.
Well, it takes a lot more.
It takes a lot more, yeah.
Nowadays.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I have noticed, at least in the horror fandom, that even people much younger than me, like that are young enough to be my kids, like are still into the old shit.
Yeah.
Like they still watch that and they still like it and they still think it's scary.
Especially old music.
That too, but like, you know, like I'm talking like specifically about horror movies. Yeah. So I don't think it's just a case of like, oh, young people, they didn't grow up with it or anything. Because look, it's like I was a horror fan all my life. I didn't grow up with the Universal monsters, for example, or like silent movies or anything like that, but I still love those.
I didn't grow up in the 30s.
Yeah.
And so Black Cat, the Black Cat movie with Boris Karloff, Bela Lugosi, that was from another time. But I recommended that movie and talked about it and had a viewer contact me on Facebook saying, yeah, that was a fucking wild ass flick. It does stand the test of time.
That movie. For the fucking 30s. Holy crap.
It's from the 30s.
Boris Karloff was like so fucking hot.
But part of it is the fact that we're looking at it in a later age where concepts like necrophilia, okay, and fucking white slavery and fucking weird fucking concepts like that, that we know about those concepts. In the 30s, I don't think the average person watching it actually understood the 100. Maybe they did. I think half of them it went over their heads.
It might have, yeah.
That, yeah, he had all those women in those glass coffins, but he was having sex with them.
Yeah, what do you think he was doing with those?
Right, yeah. He was a Satanist.
I mean, that was the implication.
Yeah, he was having sex with all those
things. Nowadays, everybody would be like, oh.
Yeah.
But like back then, people would be like,
back then, they were like, oh, well, he's just appreciating their beauty. Because that's what they told you. I just keep her like this because she's just so beautiful.
Well, they weren't allowed.
They weren't allowed to say, I've been fucking this thing. But a modern person would go like, this motherfucker's a necrophile.
Yeah. And that was the implication. I mean, pretty clearly. To modern audiences, it's very clear that that's what the implication was.
Yeah.
But because they couldn't say it, everything had to be couched in euphemism.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And he stole Venus's daughter. Yeah. After he fucked the daughter's mom, and she died. And he killed her and turned her into a corpse they had sex with. So he had a mother-daughter team going on. Yeah. And the daughter was in slavery. Basically.
Yeah.
They didn't make it, she wasn't in chains or anything. But I don't think she knew what the hell was going on. I think she was in white slavery.
Yeah,
that's how I interpreted it.
Right. So that's what I mean. So they had all those concepts in those movies. They just couldn't talk about them overtly. So they had to refer to everything really obliquely.
Yeah. And this whole idea that he had this high-tech fucking Art Deco fucking palace made for himself.
I fucking love that.
Over the ground where his military unit was wiped out because he sacrificed them to consecrate the ground during the fucking... I don't remember what war it was. It was pre-World War I.
Wasn't it?
Was it Crimean? No, it wasn't Crimean War.
I thought it was a Crimean War.
I think it was pre-World War I, but not by much. And then he sacrificed his own military unit. He was like a commander of a fucking battalion, or I think it was a battalion or a regiment. And he sent him into a place where the enemy would kill them all. So after the war, he could build his fucking palace there.
Ben said, was it the Boer War? Oh, yeah, maybe it was. Or Franco-Prussian.
Franco-Prussian.
I was thinking maybe it was Franco-Prussian.
Franco-Prussian, I think it sounds...
That was the next thing I was going to say when you stopped talking. That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, Franco... So he sacrificed his own units to consecrate the ground to build his palace, and it's this fucking badass fucking Art Deco palace with sliding doors and intercom, which was that was some shit back in the 30s.
I mean, that's some high-tech shit for this.
And and he's this satanic overlord priest and shit. He's got these blonde fucking hotties walking around like Lily Munster and shit, fucking these fucking see-through robes and everything, And then he's having parties with fucking international Satanists showing up. And he's fucking, that was some badass shit, man. Best for the 1930s? Yeah, they're showing up to his parties, and he's even fucking reading out of a satanic Bible to him. I don't remember exactly everything. I gotta see that one again. I've seen it about 5 times, 6 times.
That's probably one of my favorite films of that era. Mm-hmm. And I'm super into, I love all the Universal monster movies. Probably, I don't know, Frankenstein, Bride of Frankenstein, but I love The Mummy also.
Yeah.
Dracula's good. They're all good.
Eventually, Vetus goes fucking nuts. Once he gets his revenge, he skins that motherfucker alive.
Yeah.
And they kind of show you, but they only show you the shadow.
Because they can't show it. Nowadays, they would show it.
Fucking ripping the skin off of him and shit. Fucking for what he did to his wife and what he did to his wife and his daughter. It's a wild flick, man. And because of that movie, that's why they started the Hays Code.
Yeah.
That was my understanding of it. They said, this shit's getting too wild.
Yeah, we can't have it.
We can't have this. And we can't have it where the bad guys win.
Yeah, and that was in place until, I think, 1968. Yeah. Where you had, basically, if somebody did something bad in a movie, they had to get punished. You couldn't let the bad guy win, or it couldn't be an ambiguous ending. They had to be...
Right. Yeah, and in that one, the ending was kind of ambiguous because it was... Vetus was not a bad guy. He just went fucking nuts. He was a good guy. But he skinned fucking Shalmar, fucking Perelzig. He skinned him alive. Which that wouldn't have been... I don't think that would have flown in the 1930s. It's gone too far. Nowadays, people are like, yeah, skin that bitch alive, man. Fucking fuck that too. Hell.
Have you guys seen Martyrs?
Yeah.
They skin a chick alive in that. Just leave her face.
Yeah.
You haven't seen that fucking movie. Holy crap. That's one of the most fucked up things I've ever seen. The French, man. I don't know what it is about the French, but they make some fucked up movies.
Xana's never seen The Black Cat. No, bitch, you got to see The Black Cat.
What is it? It's 1934?
34, something.
34, 35, something like that.
I think I got it on Blu-ray, don't I?
We might. I'm not sure. I don't remember where we watched it when we were...
No. I had it on VHS tape. It was The Black Cat and that other Boris Karloff movie.
It doesn't really have anything to do with the Edgar Allan Poe story.
Nothing to do with Edgar Allan Poe.
Even though they were trying
to say... They shoehorned the cat element in there. It's only...
But it doesn't... because the whole story of The Black Cat was about the cat being walled up alive and all that other kind of stuff. But it doesn't have anything to do with that.
Yeah.
Tetsuo said Hays came about after the Roscoe Arbuckle controversy. Oh, yeah, that's right. Where he killed that... what was her name? Virginia Rapp?
Yeah.
Where he supposedly, accidentally killed her... he didn't rape her, I don't think. I think it was consensual, but I think he burst her bladder.
Did something with a bottle.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Ben's asking if they had Art Deco then. Yeah, I think they had it then. You'll see it. Watch the Black Cat. The inside of his, it might have been, I don't know, I think it might have been a prototype of Art Deco, but you'll see it. It's real futuristic, straight lines, kind of Bauhaus looking.
Chaparita said, I have loved horror movies my whole life too. I got to watch on weekends at my dad's house. I was born in 81. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I was born in 1972. But honestly, as far back as I can remember, as soon as I learned to read, as soon as I was kind of like cognizant of anything, like all I wanted to do was like just read ghost stories and like shit about witches and stuff like that. It's just like I just loved creepy shit. I don't know, like my parents didn't really get it, I guess, because they're like, where the fuck did this come from? Because neither of them are into that kind of stuff. But to their credit, they were just kind of like, okay, whatever, like she just likes that. So they didn't like get on my case about it or anything like that. They're just like, okay, we have a weird child, it's kind of like that. And you know, I have like 3 younger siblings and they all are kind of into the same shit, so you know what I mean. I don't think they're as horror nerdy as I am, but they're into like the same kind of music. All of them were like into punk rock and all that kind of stuff too. So I'm sure my parents were just kind of like, we don't know what happened. We don't know what happened. But you know, what are you gonna do? But yeah, like honestly, like as early as I can remember, and when I was a really little kid, like before I got like all jaded and stuff, like I always wanted to watch creepy shit, but then like it would give me like really bad nightmares. And I'd be like, why am I watching this? Like, but I would watch it anyway. And then I'd be like, oh man, I would get so scared and I'd get like so freaked out. But then I just wanted to watch more of it. You know what I mean? It was like addictive kind of. And I'm still kind of like that. I mean, I said, because I did a video a while back, my history of horror movies video, which like I said, if you haven't watched it, please watch it. I'm very proud of it. And it took me a really long time to do. But, and I kind of did a lot of research for it. But I think I said in the introduction of that, it's just like, look, if somebody just wanted to pay me to like watch horror movies like all day, every day, I would totally do that. And I would never get tired of them, ever. You know? I think I thought that, well, I think my parents thought she'll grow out of it, I think is what they thought. Just like the goth thing. They thought I would just grow out of like, oh, she likes this creepy shit now, but when she's older and married or whatever, like she'll be normal. But that never happened. That never happened. I will still watch horror movies and true crime like all fucking day long.
Yeah, Saturday. You'd like Black Cat. All right, it's about this guy played by Boris Karloff. Bela
Lugosi.
Bela Lugosi. She knew what I was talking about. Bela Lugosi plays this guy named Vitus Veltegast, and he's coming out of a prison called the Cool Gall. He got captured there during the war, and he's going to go see his old commander, who's got a palace on where his unit got defeated, where he got captured. And he thinks his old commander's got his wife. All right? His old commander's played by fucking Boris Karloff. His name is Shalmar Perelzig, was his name. And when he confronts him, he's like, you got my wife, Karen. And he goes, no, she's, turns out she died. Okay. But he's got his daughter. And daughter took his place. It's a badass flick. And he's a satanic over-priest, kind of like a cardinal or something. He's a bad bitch, bro. And they do all kinds of weird shit. Now, they got an American couple with them. All right? They just got caught up in it. Vitus meets them on the train. And those are the normies. Okay? They got normies in the story. And they're kind of like stand-ins for the audience. They're just making comments.
What is all this going on?
What is all this going on here? Who are these crazy guys? It's that kind of shit. You know what I mean? Yeah. That's the only thing wrong with them.
They're kind of like the Brad and Janet of this movie.
Yeah. It's a young couple, like they're in their 20s. And they're just fucking American as hell and fucking real fucking, they got the transatlantic style fucking accent, and they're just fucking super, super normie. Well, this is strange, fucking.
I guess they felt like they needed that, so audience had somebody to like relate to.
Yeah, and they had to have some kind of narration,
right,
where somebody would comment,
like an outsider would come in and be like, "Oh my gosh, what is this?"
It would have been much more hardcore if it was just Boris Karloff, Bela Lugosi, just those two.
See, now I kind of want to see Karen's daughter. Version.
Yeah, and
Karen's like there aren't even any weird normies in there being like, "Oh, what's all this going on?"
And they show you Karen. Karen's dead perfectly preserved up in a damn glass coffin with a bunch of other ones that he's got. He got a whole fucking harem of fucking sex dolls, real sex dolls. He's got them.
Yeah, they're like real dead women.
Yeah. And you know, he tries to soften the blow. He's just, she's beautiful. Shit. I'm going to keep her like this. Just, you know, that kind of shit. He said, what are you doing with her? You know, that kind of shit. You know, it's okay. You know, he's trying to
He's probably got a nipple belt and like a bag of vulvas somewhere.
And they're all hotties. Everybody, all the women in the movie are all hotties. Fucking.
Well, nobody wants uggos, even if you're a necro.
Think about it. If you're fucking a satanic overlord, you're going to have nothing but hotties. And that's what he's got. Fucking, and they're trying to save Karen's daughter. What was Karen's daughter's name? Vitus's fucking daughter?
I don't remember.
Oh, I forgot her name. It was Karen was the wife. I don't remember what the daughter's name was. She's in there. She's probably about 18, 19 maybe. Looked like Lily Munster, like a blonde Lily Munster. He's got her all Sataned out.
All Sataned out. Mm-hmm. Okay, Hugo says, I'm a big fan of Lon Chaney Sr. He's Jaws makeup himself. Yeah, he was fucking great. And honestly, the makeup that he did on himself still looks fucking great today. And that was fucking 100 years ago, just about. Tetsuo said, have you seen Beetlejuice? Yes, we did a live stream review of it. It was actually like much better than I was expecting. What happened to Virginia Rapp? This is what, I knew that it was something like this. Ben says she was waiting to use the toilet at a party. Fatty Arbuckle found her lying on a bed and jumped on her. Maybe a joke or maybe a rape attempt, who knows. And her bladder ruptured and she died. Yeah, I knew it was something to do with her bladder. But I didn't know if they were having sex or if he just like jumped on her or something like that. Like I couldn't remember. Hugo said, my favorite movie is Nosferatu, the 1922 one. I mean, that is a great fucking creepy movie. I like a lot of silent films, honestly. Probably my favorite films from the silent era. Nosferatu is great. Cabinet of Dr. Caligari is great. I really like one, like a Swedish one that was called The Phantom Carriage. I really like that one a lot. Hands of Orlac, that was 1924. I really like that one too. I think they made an earlier version of that was called something else because I think it was based on a novel. But I really like that one. It's like super creepy. But I really like silent films. They, I recently did a review of not exactly a silent film. It's called Vampire with a Y, Y-R. And that one was like fucking weird, like kind of surrealist. Oh, there was also like a really good one. I think it was from 1928. And it was an adaptation of The Fall of the House of Usher. But it was a silent version, but it was kind of surrealist. And it's really cool. You know what I mean? Like it's like the visuals are like really cool, and they used like a lot of special effects for 1928, and it's really cool looking. I really, really like it. I think it's on YouTube. I think that's where I watched it, or it was like years ago when I saw it. And let me see. Oops. CB says, my mom found my vampire porn, and she asked my uncle to have a talk with me. Yeah, see, I don't really understand, and I know that there's maybe still some of this, but thankfully this seems like it's mostly going by the wayside. But it does kind of seem like, because I had a lot of this in the 80s and 90s. If you were into like horror shit, people thought there was like something wrong with you.
Vampire porn.
I got reported to the guidance counselor at my high school because one of my teachers saw me reading, it was either Pet Sematary or Books of Blood, like the Clive Barker book. I don't know. Like before class. I wasn't reading it in class or anything like that.
And it was just regular vampire porn. It wasn't like vampire beast porn with vampires and werewolves, right?
Even so.
Yeah.
That's okay too.
Yeah. Although there's some might think of that it's a real girl with a real dog.
Yeah, that's a little problematic. But we'll see.
It's not really legal in this country.
It's not legal now.
You can see it, but
it's legal in... Well, I'm not sure about, like, some European countries, like, bestiality porn is still legal.
It's legal, yeah. In most countries it is, I think.
I'm not really sure how I feel about that, because it really does seem like, I mean, the animals can't really consent, can they? So it's just kind of like...
Well, look at that male dog fucking is not running away.
Although sometimes when you see some of that, because I have seen some of that stuff, it does seem like the dog is real enthusiastic.
Oh yeah, that dog jumping.
The dog is not being forced into anything,
taking an active role.
So I'm just kind of like, well, I don't know.
It's out there.
I don't know if I can really, it's kind of a gray area.
There's one I was thinking of, is a fucking chick named Vixen. She's a goth chick. She's fucking got her mask on. She never really shows her eyes. She's got a mask on. She's hot. Vampire fangs. She's going through the whole vampire thing and fucking having sex with a werewolf. But the werewolf is like looks like a wolf. I don't know what kind of dog it is, but whole 9 yards. But that's all she does though. That. Not that dog, but just dogs.
Yeah, SideQuest here said it's more like it's not illegal. Not legal, but not illegal either.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, it's kind of a gray area. It's kind of a gray area.
Some states in the U.S. don't have any laws against it. Other
yeah, it's state to state.
Yeah,
I think.
state to state.
Honestly, if
Bible Belt states that shit's illegal. Yeah.
Well, some Bible Belt states,
porn is illegal.
They won't even let you like buy dildos.
Yeah, yeah.
I think in Alabama, you're not technically supposed to buy dildos.
Probably that in Mississippi too. I don't know if it's still like that, but it used to be that in Mississippi porn was illegal. Couldn't buy it.
Yeah, I don't know about now.
You can get it.
But... I mean, well, yeah, obviously nowadays it's a lot easier. But yeah, I think Alabama was like that too.
Yeah.
Where they try to like not, which.
And they couldn't control that now.
No, there's no way.
It was just back in the day.
There's no way. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. I mean, honestly, like shit like that, I kind of like. I've seen the real shit, but I kind of like the more fantasy kind of stuff. Because, like we said, the ones like animated.
Yeah.
There's like an animated
World of Warcraft,
like porn. World of Warcraft stuff, or like women being fucked by werewolves or something like that. But it's animated. Yeah. So it's just I kind of like that. I kind of like that better.
Yeah.
Because it's like. It's just the animator is just putting their vision on screen. It's like no one's really getting harmed. No one's really getting exploited. No one's. It's it's animated.
Although I don't think the exploitation is there. That factor, I don't think that's really there anymore. Not in the modern market, because a lot of these people that make this stuff, it's self-generated product that they're making.
Well, yeah, and
it's not like it was back in the 70s.
I mean, there's still a problematic element to it. But I think it's better now because now like creators like have a lot more control over their own content.
Yeah. Well, the market's flooded. You're not gonna be able to grab some chick and get her on heroin and make money with her on porn. It's just people will see right through with that. But that used to happen in the 70s out in California.
Well, because it was a much more limited market. I said, now anybody with an internet connection, if you want to make your own porn, you totally can. There's tons of platforms. You can put it up there. You can sell it.
Trafficking today, and you'll see some shit on people doing fucking social commentary on it on fucking Instagram and shit. One of the channels that I follow on Instagram is called Tales from the Streets, and they'll fucking have a guy. All he does is he goes out and he interviews fucking homeless people out in California and around. I think it's California and around Las Vegas, around that area. Nevada. And they still have girls that just streetwalkers. Walking around fucking in fucking underwear and high heels in traffic with cars going by. They still have that here in the United States. It's fucking unbelievable. And they're young, 20s. And they look good, cute. The ones that show up. And you're like, how the hell did that girl end up out there on the streets just walking around getting into random motherfuckers' cars in 2024? That's some wild shit in America. It's like, you think, why isn't she just on the internet? Maybe that makes more money. I don't fucking know. And then you ask yourself, I'm asking myself, how did she end up there? Who got her out there? Weird. You look at them, they look healthy. But mentally, man, I don't understand fucking... I wouldn't be comfortable fucking walking around as a fucking 22-year-old chick in underwear, in fucking my high heel shoes, walking around in traffic with fucking cars going all night, and then getting in cars with dudes that you don't fucking know. That's fucking fuck that. Making money sucking dick from these. You don't even know these fucking dudes. And then there's no telling how much of that money she's actually keeping. I got a feeling that fucking whoever's got her out there doing that is probably taking most of that money. So I don't even know what she's getting out of it. And you're like, man, in this day and age with all the fucking apps and shit, like fucking Trist, why isn't she on Trist? Why is she, it just doesn't make economic sense to me, but I haven't seen the numbers, I could ask around though. I know some guys that know that end of it.
I mean, the thing about it though
I'd be like,
is
why
that
the fuck are you just walking through the traffic light, through headlights in your fucking underwear and shit?
but there's still
getting in random cars.
But the thing about it is that you have to think that for people that are at least middle class and above, it's much easier to sell sex if they want to.
Yeah.
But it's like if you're super poor and you don't really have any options, then you're much more like ripe for exploitation. You know what I mean?
So you got to start at the ground level, which is walking down the street in the headlights.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of because they don't really have any other. Maybe they don't. They don't have.
But you would think
a fucking computer. They don't have.
Well, real quick, you'd think you'd be able to make enough money to fucking get a cell phone and open up an account.
Not if you got a fucking pimp or you're like addicted to drugs or somebody else got you on drugs or groomed you or something.
Looking at them, they didn't look like they were addicted.
Right, but like I said, you can't tell a lot from looking at people. So there's still a lot of that going on. There's a lot of that going on.
Yeah, a lot of
so it's just kind of like I'm like, you can't really tell what someone's situation is just by looking at them. Sidequest here said in the same vein, I remember reading about a case, I'm not sure what country it was, where a guy molested a corpse and they realized it wasn't technically illegal. And then after that they were like, oops, our bad. Maybe we should make that illegal. We didn't even think about it. Yeah, so Xana said you need a VPN in Utah to access online porn. Oh my god. I mean, I knew that some states, and I knew that Utah, because of the Mormon thing, that they had that, but that's fucking crazy to me. Like, in this day and age, that you would have to jump through fucking hoops. You know what I mean? Because it's like, man, it's like, it's everywhere. You just can't, I'm not saying that it's just kind of like, oh, just because something's everywhere, it's like, oh, why bother fighting against it? You know what I mean? Because, like, some shit that's obviously, like, really bad or, like, problematic or something, it's like, yeah, you should obviously try to do something about that, even though it's, ubiquitous. But porn in general, like I said, if it's not exploitative, I don't really have a problem with it, and I don't really have a problem with people watching it. So, and to me, it just seems like a futile exercise to ban it, especially from state to state in the United States in 2024, because it's just got, it's everywhere online. And like you said, all you have to do is just get fucking NordVPN or some shit like that and, like, work around it. Same thing with, and I don't know if the laws have changed. I just remember hearing a couple years back that in Alabama, like, they obviously, they wouldn't have any, like, sex shops. So, like, you're technically not really allowed to even buy dildos. I don't even know if you could, like, buy sex toys, like, on Amazon or whatever. Like, I thought that maybe that was illegal, too. Because I remember a couple years back, I used to have, like, an Amazon store that sold sex toys. And I remember there was some kind of thing about, like, they wouldn't ship to some states because technically it was illegal there and they didn't want to get in trouble. And I think Alabama was one of those. It was probably all, like, southern states, you know what I mean? It's fucking backwards. But yeah. So, I mean, I don't know how you could prevent it. Like, Florida is kind of weird because, like I said, there's, like, a lot of backwards shit too, but we've never had, I mean, honestly, in Orlando, there's fucking strip clubs, there's sex shops, there's all kind of shit. You know what I mean? So it's really nothing, like, people, like, cry about it, but, what are you gonna fucking do? So it just seems to me that you're just kind of pissing in the wind.
What you talking about?
Trying to, like, ban buying dildos and stuff like that, which I think Alabama was trying to do.
Yeah, that's all a joke, though.
Well, because, like I said, when I was selling sex toys on Amazon.
Yeah.
And they had some things where you couldn't technically, like, ship them to certain places.
Yeah, it was weird.
Like, if people bought them there. And I think Alabama was one of those states.
It's funny, man. Like I said, I'm from those areas. Those areas were practicing lawfare, where you make laws to drive political enemies out. And when I was a kid, all the old people would pretend to be super religious. All right. So they would try to ban alcohol, ban any kind of sex or anything. They tried to make the place as boring as fucking possible.
So everyone would run to leave.
So they would all leave. Yeah, they're trying to fucking get their ideological enemies out of the area. But the people that were doing it were fucking poon hounds fucking drinkers. All right.
Well,
they were fucking partying.
If you even suggest those types of laws, I'm gonna check your fucking shit for kitty prawns.
Yeah, none of it mattered
because a normal person would not care that much.
No,
and wouldn't fucking cry about it as much.
Every
as you cry
summer
about
I went down there as a kid, man. We fucking got wild, man. We fucking drank. We drank Everclear. We shot shotguns out and behind people's houses, out in the woods. Set fire to shit. Would have sex. We did everything. We were doing that shit from an early age. The South is actually, it's the Bible Belt, but it's compensating for what it really is. That's just the surface. What it really is it's sex, violence, and fucking alcohol. Fun. They're very fun.
But it's very unhealthy to have this stupid veneer of propriety on top of it. Just be fucking normal. I don't get it. I don't get this. I don't get it's disingenuous to me, and I don't like that.
Well, there's a duplicity.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
To the South.
I don't very much so. I don't like that. I think that's what's always irritated me about this region. Yeah,
well, see two of my favorite movies. You'll understand it. It was the South. Fucking, I grew up in as a little kid. See White Lightning, Burt Reynolds, and see Gator with Burt Reynolds, the sequel, and that's the way it was like in Mississippi. I loved it. I had a good childhood growing up there. I grew up half the time, or fucking most of the time, I'd be in California, but then all the summers I'd go to my dad's house because my parents were divorced, and I'd be in Mississippi until my mom moved to Brazil. I went with her in '81. But then I kept going back. And then I went back to the South. I like the South. But I've been all over the U.S. too. California, New England area, Boston, New York, Michigan. I lived in Michigan and Detroit for a few years. Lived in Brazil, Egypt, Korea. Every place has its own thing to offer, you know. But there's just something about the South. The South's hot. It's muggy.
Yeah, I don't like it.
It's rough. It's fun though, you know. It just depends on you, you know, how you interpret it.
Yeah, Xanadu was saying, I said this, but you were gone. That you need a VPN in Utah to access online porn.
In Utah?
Yeah.
Well, that's good. That's because the Mormons took over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
for you people who don't live in the
don't let religion take over anything. Really, I mean that's my.
For those of you who live outside the United States, each one of these states is its own country, and Utah. That's where the Church of Jesus Christ and the Latter-day Saints came from. And they were kind of like the Muslims of America. It was a totally American religion. And they basically took that state over, you know. And, yeah, if you're not Mormon, they don't really want you there. That's their holy land. All right? Now, I have a good experience with the Mormons. I knew a lot of Mormons, not outside of I never went to Utah. The Mormons were good people. They tend to be good looking. They're smart. They're friendly. They have their ways. You know what I mean. You there's only certain things they're going to do. You know, they don't drink caffeine. They don't drink alcohol. They don't smoke.
Sorry, I can't hang with people like that. All right.
Yeah, but if you're going to school with them, or if you're friends with them, or you're just doing business with them, they're very honest people. Okay. I wouldn't want to party with them.
No.
It's not the kind of deal.
I wouldn't be like close friends with them because you couldn't. I would always be like, I would constantly be on guard. Oh, I'm going to say something that's going to offend them, or I'm going to do something that's going to offend them, and it would just be exhausting.
It's all situational. When I was in the Army, one of my squad leaders, his name was Sergeant Back. He was Mormon, and he was a good squad leader.
Yeah, I've known a couple.
When I was in military school, military academy, Southern California Military Academy, up on Signal Hill, our favorite teacher, and I got my fucking alumni in here listening. Our favorite teacher was Colonel Shehay, and Colonel Shehay was Mormon, and he was a fucking great man. He was a Korean War vet, and he was an artillery colonel. And you know, his fucking daughter would come over for the proms and shit that we had. She was one of the girls from the prom. They're just people like anybody else. It's they just tend to have a religious way in their own little culture. That's all. I'm not religious. I'm what I would call a cultural Christian and a Christian mythicist. I don't actually believe... I like Christianity. I grew up with it. I don't actually believe it's true. But I do like it. I see it as mythology. Stories teaching a bunch of little things. Some of the shit goes back into the Old Testament too, which is the Jewish stuff. So I don't take it as seriously as Jen does. It doesn't bother me because I've always been able to navigate around it. And I always made sure I'm big into fucking power dynamics. I make sure that people don't have any power over me. So I never join any kind of institution that's going to be dictating certain ideologies to me that I don't agree with. So I never put myself into a beta position or a bottom position where I got some fucking, top fucking putting a dick in me. I never do that, even if it costs me money, I don't do that. So I've never been bothered by religion. Now,
well, I don't do that either.
Yeah. Well, so I don't worry about them. I really only see life from my point of view. I can't see it from other people's point of view because that shit's infinite and it's exhausting because everybody's got their own point of view, and that goes on for trillions of people. But I never really let religion bother me, even though it's just crazy, but it's sometimes funny,
Well, it wouldn't bother me if they didn't try to fucking encroach and pass laws that actually directly affect me.
Thing is that I never let laws infect me one way or the other because I do whatever I want to do. I do illegal shit all the time. I don't care. Because I grew up moving through different countries and the laws were different in every country, so I never really respected any of them. I had no problem breaking laws. To me, I don't give a shit. I don't care. And I got a bunch of shit to prove what I'm saying. I'm not just making it up. I don't give a fuck. But so I kind of proud of the fact that I can live in a society and be opposed to it. We're Gothic too. We're in the Gothic subculture. We're not normies. We do what we want to do. And I live not by a legal system. I live by a code. A code of honor that I go by. I come from an honor culture, military in the South. I'm going to do whatever I want to do, whether it's illegal or not. I'm not going to get caught either. I've been caught before, but basically I won't be caught. If I do get caught, it ain't going to be that bad.
Well, I've also never been caught. So,
here's something that's funny. We were doing the show one time, and somebody out in California said I would never move to Florida because marijuana isn't legal there, and I just laughed at him.
You know what? It's on the ballot this time.
Yeah, it'll become legal, but it's it has to be legal because there's weed everywhere. You can go to a club and smell weed here. Nobody gives a shit about that.
Everybody smokes weed anyway.
Nobody gives a shit about it.
But it's on the ballot this time to legalize it.
The cops don't give a shit about that.
Society. I mean, shit. Well, we drive through here, around here, and you can smell it. People are growing it.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of
Florida is actually pretty lenient on things that are illegal. You have to remember that Florida, the Miami skyline and most of Florida was built by the cocaine trade.
Well, and all of Florida isn't the same.
Yeah, there's 3 Floridas.
Florida is massive.
Yeah.
And it's 3 different countries.
Yeah. You got the Panhandle, which that's the South. That's like Mississippi, Alabama, where my family's from. Then you got the south of Florida, which is Central America. Okay.
Yeah.
And then you got Central Florida, where we live. It's like the DMZ. It's the neutral zone.
Which is kind of all over the place. It's not
it could be
one
anything.
thing. Yeah. It's just kind of all over
the place. It's everything. Yeah. Everybody's happy here in the neutral zone.
Well, I don't know about that, but yeah.
Well, if you're not happy in the neutral zone, you need to get the fuck out.
It's just kind of...
Neutral zone.
There's no overriding... Because Orlando, or at least the whole Central Florida area, which is the I-4 corridor, Daytona, Orlando, Tampa, Clearwater, St. Pete, it's this whole big thing. And it's just and that's Disney and everything else. So it's just kind of you have, I don't know, man, it's just such a weird fucking mixture. A lot of people that are here are not originally from here. And that goes back a long way, because when I was in high school...
It was always like that.
In the late 1980s... Yep. Me and one other girl, my best friend Christy, were the only people in our class that were born in Florida. She was born in Gainesville. I was born in Daytona.
Yeah.
Everybody else was born somewhere else and moved here.
Yeah.
Now, my parents are not from here. My dad's side of the family was from Tennessee, and my mom's side of the family was from Baltimore. But I was born here.
Yeah.
And I was one of the very few.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of like, so a lot of people move here, so everybody is from someplace else. So it's kind of just like a weird conglomeration of everybody's ideas.
Yeah.
Which sometimes clash, and it's just kind of crazy. I don't even know, there's not really an overriding, because like I said, South Florida is very Cuban.
Yeah, it's Central American. Well, it's not just Cubans now.
And,
now you got
Key West, too. Key West kind of has like a New Orleans sort of vibe to it.
And then there's a bunch of people from New York that live there.
Yeah, that too. So there's that. And then like the Panhandle is like much more like rednecky. Mm-hmm. Like there's rednecky shit here too, but it's one of like a million
of shit.
Different like subcultures going on in Central Florida. It's really weird.
Yeah. Like, okay. We could drive 15 miles, go to fucking Sanford, and go to a hip-hop club, nothing but black people. Go 2 miles here, nothing but fucking biker bars. They're fucking straight up fucking, they were born and raised here for generations. They're rednecks.
Yeah.
They're not fighting each other though. They all get along. They just kind of ignore one another.
Yeah, everyone
or
just
they'll
kind
get
of,
along. Yeah.
There's like all these weird little pockets.
Yeah.
And they all kind of stay to their own shit.
Kind of like self-segregating in a
and
way.
Don't
but
interact.
Yeah. Or when they do, even then when they do interact, it doesn't. It's because okay. Well, here's an example. It's not so much race; it's culture. Okay. At the biker bar that I go to, it's mostly white people, but you have a whole black biker gang of fucking Harley riders that go in there, and they're fucking welcome. They get along with everybody. They're friendly
because they're bikers.
Because they're bikers. It's all the same culture. And the thing is that they're kind of rednecky too. People forget that the South is where black people in the United States came from. Black culture is a Southern culture, and there's not much difference between white Southerners and black Southerners, really. It's the same thing. We eat the same food. They moved north and called it soul food, but that's just Southern food. Soul food is just Southern food. We all eat that. Grits, hog jaws, fucking greens.
I don't eat hog jaws.
I've eaten it when I was a kid. Jaws.
I have eaten
jaws.
Them,
are kind of like bacon.
I do eat grits though. I love.
Yeah, grits is fucking great. And we got a fucking southern restaurant here, Chantel's. It's
in Sanford.
It's in Sanford, and they sell it to the locals or to the tourists as soul food, but it's just Southern food. I'd go down there and fucking Chantal would make me a fucking grits, and I said, man, Chantal, man, these fucking grits are good. What'd you put in there? And he goes, coconut milk. I said, you put coconut milk in there?
She makes like the best shrimp and grits.
Yeah, coconut milk, fucking fried chicken and waffles. And she rides too. She's got and her husband got full dress Harleys, and she goes to Africa once a year. I don't remember which country in Africa she goes to, but she
she told us one time. But
she told us I forgot which one it was.
Drunk
she goes to Africa a lot. So that's another thing. All the fucking stereotypes like black people are poor. All my black friends are rich. Big Tom's got a fucking club that fucking makes a shit ton of money.
Well, along with all his other businesses.
Yeah, all his other businesses, yeah. Fucking Chantal got her own fucking restaurant. My boy, fucking Will, he works for some company down here. He makes a shit ton of money. A big old SUV, fucking. He's the whitest black dude I know, though.
Him and his kilts and all his fancy
goes to kilts, goes to the Highland Games, goes to rodeos. His fucking wife's a white doctor. So it's just not. If you don't live here in the United States or you don't live here in the South,
like I said, it's weird here.
Don't fucking buy into the stereotypes. Fucking
and I'm not saying like the stereotypes of people. Some of that is true. There are people like that here. I'm not saying that they're not, but it's like there's lots of other people that are not like that.
Yeah.
Like I said, there's a massive goth industrial scene. There's a massive
we got one of the best goth clubs in the fucking world.
Yeah, in Tampa.
The castle.
Hopefully that's still there.
You got people from Europe and Germany that go to the castle, come here just to go to the castle.
Yeah, it's famous.
Yeah.
And, we have like a huge fucking gay and drag scene. There's just like a whole thing. There's like all kind of stuff going on. So it's not all like that. it is pretty rednecky in some areas. It's kind of rednecky around here where we live, honestly. We got a super chat. Thank you very much. DVD Dragon gave us a very generous super chat. I'll wait till Tom comes back to ask him about that. But I have heard of that dude's name, though. Greg, it's Doucette, right? Yeah. Oh, you're going to get Tom off on a whole, thing about about fucking steroids and hormones and stuff like that. But yeah, I'll tell him when he comes back from the bathroom. But yeah, it is, I noticed it is on the ballot this time, legalizing marijuana, which honestly, I didn't even remember that it wasn't legal here because we know so many people that do it. And it's just kind of like, shit, man, if you go to Mannequins and go out on the back fucking patio, it just smells like fucking weed out there and no one gives a crap. So I don't remember the last time that somebody got in trouble for that. I just really don't. So it's kind of like, technically it's still illegal, but it's kind of not. I don't really think anybody gets in trouble for it anymore. Let me see. Yeah, DVD Dragon gave us a super chat.
Oh, yeah? What'd he say?
And asked you a question. Tom, have you heard of Greg Doucette?
Yeah.
He is a former bodybuilder / YouTube personality.
Yeah, no, I know
He
Greg.
recently talked about what stacks the bodybuilders at the Mr. Olympia
Yeah.
are using. Really interesting. So I said,
Yeah, Greg. I know. I listen to Doucette all the time. Not all the time, but I subscribe to him, and some of his shows are interesting. He's got that fucking Gilbert Gottfried fucking delivery, you know. But he's intelligent. I don't know what you're asking me directly. You can ask more. You can ask me more in the comment section. But he definitely knows what he's talking about. And me and Greg are about the same size, height wise. He's about 5'6" He's got a new girlfriend. That other girl left him. He's got a new one, younger, little. About his.
Oh, he traded up.
Well, I think I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened with him.
Maybe he's just a shithead, and that's why she left.
He's hilarious.
I don't know who he is. So.
He's hilarious.
I've heard that name, but I don't really know anything.
He's hilarious. Got a fucking fantastic physique.
I'm just speculating.
But his ex had a fantastic physique too. She was also a bodybuilder.
Just goes to show.
But it looks like he's got a new one.
You can look like that, and you still fucking will get replaced by another one.
Well, in that scene, they're all at a certain level anyway. You know what I'm talking about? They were all bodybuilders. The new one is a bodybuilder too.
Yeah.
I don't think it had anything to do with physicality.
No, I know. I'm just making a joke.
Yeah, it was probably just something with their relationship.
Yeah, because a lot of shit is just shit that other people can't see from the outside.
Right.
SideQuest here said, I always thought of Florida like a very diverse, highly populated Jumanji. Yeah, that's not inaccurate.
Yeah. It's wild, man. It's fun here. It's fun. It's okay. The northern Florida is the South. We're in the DMZ. It's for me. I like it a lot better because it's a mixture. You can be in the South. You can be outside the South. You can do both here. Okay, which I'm good. I'm cool with both. It's the closest thing to it. The way it feels, the vibe reminds me of San Diego, Oceanside, California, in the fucking 78, 77, 78, 79, very early 80s. So, Jen Pride fucking was like, no, really? Say, yeah. Outside,
no, I believe you.
Outside L.A., the more rural parts in California, this is how it feels. And it's fun out here. It's fun.
But like I said, I was born here.
Yeah.
I grew up in Daytona, which is very redneck. It's kind of based around. It's better now than it used to be, but it's totally based around NASCAR and biker culture. Which I like the biker shit better than the NASCAR shit. The NASCAR shit can just fuck off and die, as far as I'm concerned. Also, Spring Break, which can also fuck off and die.
What about Black Break?
But no, that was actually not too bad.
Okay.
The White Spring Break was way worse.
Yeah.
They caused all kind of trouble. But the bikers were fine. Spring Break was bad. When the NASCAR shit was there, that wasn't too bad because I didn't live near it. When I lived in Daytona, I lived literally a block back from the beach. So Spring Break was always bad because you get fucking college students peeing in your yard and shit like that. So it was kind of annoying. The traffic is always bad because it's always backed up. But there was cool shit in Daytona. Like when I was growing up, like when I was a teenager, we had like a little punk club. We had Judy's Jazzy Boutique, which was run by these two awesome like old ladies that that was where Jen from the Genitorturers like got all her clothes and stuff like that. Yeah. They ran like this old. They would open whenever the fuck they felt like it. Right. They didn't really have any hours or anything. Yeah, like you just drive by and like, oh, they're open. You know what I mean? They didn't need the money, I guess. Yeah. And they had all kind of cool shit. I bought like all kind of cool clothes in there. They had like sex toys. They had wigs. They had like stripper clothes. They had all kind of cool shit, like goth shit, hippie shit. They had all kind of stuff in there, and it was massive. And so they were always cool to hang out with. And we had like some cool record stores and stuff, but largely it was catering to people that were into NASCAR and people that were into like country music. Like the biggest club in Daytona was Rockin' Ranch. That's where everybody went Friday, Saturday night. And it was a country bar. And the other biggest club was called Razzles. And it was just like the normie meat market. Yeah. So nobody wanted to fucking go there. You know, well, nobody like me wanted to go there.
One of our regulars, Kason Lee from Sri Lanka, is here. Good to see you back. And got my buddy SideQuest Hero, my favorite lesbian army girl. And lesbian army girl is looking for a man. Did you find you a man yet? She's trying to. She go experiment with men, but these men, the one she's showing me, that last one, he was from Afghanistan, and I was like, he looked good, man, but fucking, you know, there could be problems there because he was an interpreter because she was an interpreter for the U.S. Army with the Afghan fucking army, and I was like, I don't know about that. She goes, yeah, I think she passed up on him. I wouldn't go to the Middle East to go, not that part of the Middle East.
Yeah, I
mean, the rich Middle East, man, fucking a little bit better, but Well,
like I said, I mean, anywhere like where that culture is going to be kind of problematic.
Yeah,
I would just kind of not, and I'm sure like not everyone's like that, obviously, but it's just kind of like, I don't know, I would be reluctant. Yeah. Just because you don't know like what attitudes they've grown up with that you're gonna have to like try and overcome, and that just sounds like really exhausting.
I got a friend in Saudi, his name is Saad, and the attitudes are kind of changing with the younger guys, you know what I mean, but it's only in the kind of like the high income, high education countries, like Saudi, fucking UAE, fucking Dubai, They're a little more open-minded, They're not going to be like, oh, you Western whore, fucking. Yeah, but that's going to happen a lot with those dudes.
Like I said, it's dudes in general are a lot of trouble. So it's like they have to be kind of worth it.
In general, Middle Eastern guys have the Madonna whore complex. It's called the Madonna.
I mean, a lot of Western dudes have that too still, even if they don't acknowledge it. But
it's not as bad as it was.
No, it's not as bad as it was.
Nowhere near as bad as it was.
Not as bad as it was. But some have still like kind of internalized that. So you have to really, is this dude really worth it? You know what I'm saying? Tetsuo asked me, this is kind of a personal question, but I don't mind personal questions actually.
Yeah, she said it's not worth the risk.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's like, it's really, no dick is worth that. I'm just sorry. Right. It's not. Tetsuo asked me, would you cheat on Tom if he was deployed? No.
She's so fucking loyal.
No.
I'd be having to give her permission slips. I said, look, I'm gone for a couple years. Go ahead, just get laid.
It wouldn't occur to me. It really wouldn't occur to me. Here's the funny thing. Some of you guys might have been here. We did a live stream, like I think it was a Sidetracks live stream, probably like a couple months ago now. And Tom was saying something about, I don't even remember what it was you said, but you were referring to something about like not trusting me or something like that. And I was just sitting there going, what is he talking about? Like I had no idea what you were talking about. And then like I asked you later, I'm like, what were you talking about? Because I didn't have any idea. Yeah. And you said, oh, it was that time you went to St. Augustine by yourself.
Oh, a long time ago. Yeah.
Like a couple years back and stuff like that. And you thought that maybe there was a possibility that I'd gone there to like meet some other dude. And I thought that was so funny because it's just like, dude, that literally never occurred to me. It really did not. Yeah, it just wouldn't occur to me. I just don't. Yeah. I'm not that kind of person. I just don't do that kind of shit. I don't do shit behind people's back. I think that's shitty.
Yeah, that was years ago.
Yeah.
That was back when we were at the old place. And me and Jen were kind of. This is before I was on HRT, and I really wasn't fucking up to snuff really at that time. And Jen went to. She said, "I want to go on vacation to get away from all this." I said, "Okay, fine," you know. And in a man's mind,
I was having some mental issues. I needed a break.
Yeah, she needed a break.
It wasn't just you; it was work. It was everything. I was really
she had
stressed
lost
out.
a job that kind of fucked her over. There was a bunch of stuff. I was thinking that she might be meeting a dude.
No,
you know. But the thing is, I was like, we're not. I'm not married to her though.
I mean, now you are, but
yeah, at the time I wasn't married. She said, I'm not married to her though, and maybe that might be happening, but maybe not. We'll just see what happens. If she comes back and everything's all right, then okay, fine. That
literally never occurred to me. Honestly, the whole point of it was I was like, I just want to be alone for a few days and do fun shit that I wanted to do.
See, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I mean, some people probably would judge me on superficial, in my superficial characteristics. Might think that I'm jealous. I'm not really that jealous.
He's not.
Fucking I trust her. You know, she can do what she wants to do.
What you should, because I wouldn't do that.
And, well, you know, and well, shit. That's all I'm gonna say.
No, what were you gonna say? What were you gonna say?
That's it.
No, tell me.
I have a fucking strange background anyway. Okay, since I was a teenager, I was always kind of fucking what do you call it? I was kind of not pansexual. What do you call it? Fucking.
I'm not really sure what you're getting.
Me and my best friend used to share girlfriends.
Yeah.
You know, but they weren't girlfriends. Like, we weren't married to them. We would date a whole bunch of girls, and sometimes we would date the same girl.
Yeah, it was like a casual.
So it was kind of like I never really got possessive over women. You know. If she didn't want to be with you and she wanted to screw some other dude, then okay, fine.
I mean, there's not really much you can do about
it. The only thing that I never really had any expectation of physical loyalty. And I came up in a goth scene around bad women. But I liked bad girls. They'd fuck everybody. Some of them, you could keep their attention for a while, though, you know what I mean? I never really had any expense.
But the difference was no one was expecting that. No one wasn't kind of you hadn't made any commitment to that person.
Never had any expectations of exclusivity.
So you weren't fucking around behind someone's back. No one was expecting any kind of loyalty from him.
Right. I never had an expectation of exclusivity. Now, when I only got married twice. When you get married, you kind of expect that, I would say.
Yeah.
Unless you're going to fucking say,
I mean, unless you come to
let's come to a conclusion, let's fuck this chick.
Right.
Or something like this. Or this dude, I'm going to pay this dude to fuck you. I'm going to get this shit on video. I mean, I haven't done that. You know what I mean? But I'm just saying that.
Which, like I said.
I never really had that cross my mind. It's just that I'm pretty fucking wild.
But we wouldn't say that wouldn't happen.
Yeah, I don't really have. Yeah,
we don't plan on it.
Anything's kind of possible.
It's just that in the moment,
you never something might happen. I don't.
Like I said, we've done threesomes before.
Yeah,
not with another dude, but with another chick.
Yeah,
and
Jen's bi. My first wife was bi.
Yeah, so shit happens. But like I said, we don't plan for shit to happen. No. It's just kind of in the moment. We don't plan for it or anything like that. If you plan for it, it's not fun. I don't think.
Yeah, no, it's just, and it was always people we knew.
Yeah, it wasn't
like random fucking dudes or random strangers.
Because that would be creepy.
Right. Yeah.
I don't really want to. That doesn't appeal to me.
Even back in high school, it was my best friends and the girls that we were dating. He'd be in the front seat, I'd be in the back seat. We'd be at the fucking drive-in, and we'd be fucking around, fucking in the front seat and the back seat. We're giving each other high fives and shit. The girls are passing cigarettes against each other, fucking one to the other. It was just how I grew up. You know what I mean? So, what was the fucking word I was looking for? They got a word for that now.
Phantom says trisexual. Willing to try anything?
No. Yeah. Go the rest of it.
But Phantom also said Jenny's got a 13 cams video talking about cucking out Tom though. But I made that for him.
I told her to make it. Yeah.
when he was out, because he's like, man, that would be so hot if you made a video talking to some other dude about how I was gone and you were gonna. I was like, okay. So when he was out one day, I think he was at bike night, like down at Sanford or something, like hanging out with his biker buddies, and I was like, I'm gonna make that fucking video. So I made that. And I sent it to him, and then I put it upline. So I made it for him, actually, because it's like, that's the thing, like, he kind of likes the fantasy idea of, you know, like, because sometimes we'll talk about, like, fantasy idea of, like, oh, go into the fucking, what do you call it, like, the glory hole and, like, sucking random dicks and stuff like that. Like, he thinks that's, like, the idea of it is cool, but, like, in real life, I don't think he would really be into that, but I don't know. He might not be. He might be, but he just likes the idea of it. He likes the idea of stuff that's kind of wrong, like, or is kind of bad. You know what I mean? Like, so if I like sit there and talk about stuff like I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna like go fuck all these random dudes. Like, he thinks that's like super hot. Like I said, I don't think he would want me to do that in real life, but the idea of it, like, he really likes the idea of it. You know what I mean? So it's like, so I actually made that video for him. You know what I mean?
I remember the word I was looking for.
What?
Polyamory.
Yeah.
Yes. I kind of came up poly. So me and my friend and like 4 or 5 other chicks that we were fucking just constantly dating. Sometimes at the same time on the same dates. One of them ended up being a famous actress. Yeah. Okay. There were times where we would both take her out and fucking just shake that chick's fucking tree. So, but it was just like, we were in high school.
Yeah.
It was just, for us it was normal. Well, it wasn't really normal. We knew other kids weren't doing it. But we were in a drama program.
Yeah.
So we were drama kids. It was a little bit different. We were kind of all, and a lot of these girls are goths, early goth, early punk rocker types. So they're already kind of.
We're a lot more open-minded.
Well, yeah, and kind of counterculture. So, and we were real cliquish. So it's kind of like we were with our own kind.
Yeah.
So we could get away with a lot more because we weren't going to tell on each other back in those days. Nowadays, that's no big deal.
Well, and generally, too, and I think this still applies now, probably not as much as back then, because it's, you know, there's a lot more people involved now, but back in the day, like, there weren't as many people that were into goth or punk or whatever.
Yeah.
So it's like you kind of stuck together. So all of those people tended to date one another.
Yeah. Yeah.
And like sometimes shit would happen, you know what I mean? Well, because the scene was small, so it's like everybody
all dated each other,
knew each other. And even nowadays, like it's a lot
still
larger.
Like that in the
it's still kind of like that.
For
like
us,
we've had like a large infusion of like younger people that we don't know as well, but everybody that's our age, we know pretty much all of them.
Yeah.
And a lot of them have dated one another, broken up with one another, had sex with one another, and it's just kind of like you just kind of know.
Like my ex wants to have my ex loves Jen. She wants to fucking get in this fucking sandwich, but she's married.
Yeah.
But she agreed to do it. They're swingers.
Yeah, they're real swingers. They're textbook swingers.
They're textbook swingers, yeah.
They will go to secrets in Orlando and just have sex
clubs
with random ass people that show up there.
I don't think they're random. They're friends.
But yeah,
they're
they
regulars.
Know them. Like they're regulars.
They go to
and they'll film it and shit like that and send it to us usually.
Mm-hmm.
But
I got all kinds of video of the shit they were trying to get us to go down there.
Which, like I said, I like the idea of it, but I don't know if I would like it in practice because I don't think it would be as fun.
You have to go check it out
in practice.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. And well, because like SideQuest here is saying, and I was saying while you were in the bathroom, is that sometimes like shit you fantasize about,
it's not quite as good when you do.
Like when you do it in person, it's like not. So probably it's better to just like leave it as a fantasy. But the thing about it is that. When Tetsuo asked me, like, if you were deployed, like, would I cheat on you? I'm like, no, I would never do that. But it's just because, I mean, I take shit seriously. Even if you told me it was okay.
Yeah.
Like, oh, yeah, I'll be gone for a long time. Like, just go have fun, which you probably would do. But it's just kind of like, I still don't know if I still wouldn't feel right.
The kind of dude I am.
I take it seriously.
I was like, look, man, go get this dude right there. Fucking shoot that shit with your phone and fucking send it to me. That's the kind of dude I am. It's not like I don't love her or anything. It's just that my sexuality is fucking kind of like is disconnected from things like possession. I don't really have the feeling or the need to possess Jen or anything. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, he's not super.
I'm not real possessive or controlling in that way. She can do what she wants, and if I like it, then she can do it. You know what I mean? Fucking. So I just. But that's not her thing.
Yeah, I'm not, like I said, I generally take, if I'm in a relationship with somebody, I take that very seriously. I don't, it doesn't usually even occur to me to like fuck around like behind their back. Now it's different if like we agree on something or if like we bring in another, like a third or another couple or something like that, and then we're all on board. That's different because it's like I'm not doing anything behind your back. I would never do anything behind your back.
Yeah, well that's the thing. That's the thing. And any of this kind of bullshit we're talking about, you don't want your significant other to feel left out. Yeah. That's the thing. See, there was some weird shit, though. Like, some of the people we know, the dudes want to feel left out. They say, go out with that dude and go fuck him and shit. Tell me about it. And then tell me about it when he comes back. Yeah, and there's something about him being upset about it. He likes it in a weird way. I'm not really like that. I don't really get that. I'm more of an inclusive type person. You know what I mean? Where like fucking I would never fucking say, for instance, me and Jed hooked up with some chick and we did some shit together and we were all friends. And then that girl says, Tom, come to the club with me on a Friday or Saturday. Just me and you. I'm like, I ain't going nowhere without Jen. What are you talking about? It ain't gonna happen. Yeah. It ain't gonna happen. No.
Yeah, we kind of come as like a package deal. Yeah. Whether you like it or not.
Right. And here's the thing. Jen knows exactly what I'm talking about. There are girls that have asked me just to go see them. Now, it wasn't under the... You know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, I think I do.
Melissa.
Oh, yeah. That's who I thought you
were. Yeah.
I didn't know about that. You told me about it at Waffle. You told me about it at Waffle House.
That was a long time ago, though. Yeah. That was a long time ago. She was like, why don't you come to dinner with me? I was like, I ain't coming to dinner. What are you talking about? You know, fucking, I got a girlfriend. She goes, oh, no, don't worry about that. Just come. We're just friends. I said, yeah, but I don't go anywhere without my girlfriend.
Yeah, well, you know, that's the thing.
Why not? Like, she thought that shit was funny. She thought that was weird.
I do kind of feel like some people have a thing where, like, and I'm not saying that, like, men and women can't be just, like, platonic friends, because they can. Like, you have a lot of platonic female friends. Yeah. And some of them are hot.
Yeah, but it's most of them are hot.
Most of them are hot, to be honest with you. So it's just kind of like... So I'm not saying I wouldn't trust you to do that, but it is kind of weird. It's weird to ask.
Well, they got a certain kind of woman that wants to manipulate or wants to monopolize a man's time. And taking time away from one woman and she gets the time, she sees that as a victory.
Well, I think that's why women don't like it. It's like, even if you don't sleep with her, you're still taking time away and attention away from...
Right.
Your mate,
right. So I don't play that. I know that right. I know women are like that. So, you know, like if Sonia were to say, "Tom, come meet me at what you call it. We're just gonna have fucking sushi." I said, "Where? When?" Oh yeah, well, okay, well, fucking. I don't think Jen's available. No, just me and you. It says, I can't go.
Yeah, that would be weird.
What are you talking about? I can't go to fucking. That's basically cheating.
I mean, kinda.
Yeah.
Because that would be the same thing, and I would never if a dude, especially a dude I had dated,
ask you to go out with me, some dude,
like, hey, just come to dinner with me, and like we're not gonna have sex or anything, but it's I mean they might not say that, but I'm just like no, that would be weird. I would feel weird.
Now the rules we just laid down to y'all probably sound crazy as fuck to a lot of normies.
Maybe not,
but. I don't really worry too much about fucking sexual contact. I worry more about fucking emotions and fucking, you know, getting left out of shit.
So that's what I mean. It's more kind of like I don't really like... Well, I mean, to me, because I'm a woman, and I think it's more common for women to combine, like, sex and emotion, like, in a way that dudes maybe don't.
Yeah, it's a little separate for us.
So, so for us, it's not. So for us, it's a whole thing. But honestly, like, like, you just going to dinner with somebody else or having, like, an emotional relationship or a very deep personal connection with another woman would kind of be... I don't know if I'd go so far as to call it cheating in the same way that I would call sex cheating, but it's still kind of like that because you're still having this deep emotional connection with another woman that's not me. And it's taking time away, like an attention away.
It depends on what you say deep.
But I don't really have. But I don't have
Is
an issue.
deep mean romantic?
Yes.
Okay. All
because I have dude friends, and you have female friends.
Yeah, because I talk to fucking Soph all the time. We'd be fucking throwing shit.
And we're not bothered. Like, you know what I mean? So we both have friends. So I'm not saying you can't have friends of the opposite sex, because we both do.
Yeah.
You know, I talk to my dude friends, like, all the time about various things, about horror movies and shit like that. So it's just kind of like, and he talks to his female friends all the time.
Yeah.
About various things, bodybuilding or whatever the fuck they talk about.
And crime.
And shit like that. So it's just kind of like, so I'm not bothered by that. It's just that when you get so much into, and I think this is one of the things that happened in my first marriage, was that my ex-husband developed a very close personal connection with a woman that he worked with. I don't know if they ever slept together. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. She was married too. But the fact that he was just, like, talking about her all the time, and it was just, like, taking up so much time, it's like that started to get, like, really offensive to me, because I'm just kind of like, bro, like, I'm fine with you having, like, friends at work that are female and stuff like that, but it's just kind of like, now you're just, like, talking about her all the time, and you're just doing this and that, and, you know, at one point he told me he was in love with her, he didn't know what to do, and I'm just like, I know what you can do, you can get the fuck out, is what you can do, you know what I mean? It's just that kind of thing. So there is a danger of not just the sex, which I don't love that, but it's just kind of like you having, like, some emotional connection with somebody else that, you know, like I said, like a more romantic connection. I don't care about friendships and stuff like that, because, like I said, I have dude friends too, and, you know, and I would never, I mean, you know that I would never do anything behind your back. I'm just not that kind of person. I don't even talk about people behind their back, really.
Yeah. I don't even really think about it.
Unless they've said shitty stuff about me, like, you know who I'm talking about there. But then I'll say shitty shit about her all day long, because she started
shitty shit. Oh yeah.
You know who I'm talking about. Like, but other than that, and I even said that to Sonia. I was just kind of like, I'm definitely not like a real catty kind of woman. I'm not kind of one of those women that's just kind of like, oh, I think that woman's prettier than me or whatever, so I'm just gonna, like, cut her down to make myself feel better. I don't do that. I don't cut people down to make myself feel better. But if somebody says some shit about me behind my back, then I will absolutely go for the jugular. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because you started it. But if you didn't start it, I don't say shit about people behind their back unless they started it. Then I will. Then I'll get real mean. But yeah. Sidequest here said, I'm curious if that's different if you know the girl is gay. Like, my best friend is male, and we hang out together all the time alone, and his wife never seemed to mind. Yeah, it's probably different. I mean, we have, like, I don't know. I kind of feel like well, I don't know if this is a good example. Because I was gonna say, our friend Toby is gay. So I kind of feel like maybe Tom wouldn't mind if me and him went and did something alone. But then on the other hand, when Toby gets drunk, the drunker he gets, the straighter he gets. You know what I mean? So, and he's kind of, so he has a tendency, the drunker he gets, like, to get kind of handsy with me, okay? And Tom doesn't usually mind. He just usually thinks it's funny. But, you know, so I don't know how that would play. So maybe that's not a good example. Maybe a better example... Well, we know a girl. I don't think she lives here anymore. I think she moved away. She might have moved back though. No, I'll ask Tom when he comes back. But we have a friend named Giallo. She's a lesbian. But I mean, her and Tom hung out by themselves while I was at work, and I didn't really think about it. You know, I didn't think about it because she was gay. Although I found out later that before I met him, they had gone out on a date.
Yeah, I had dated her. Yeah.
So I was just kind of like, oh, well.
Yeah. No,
I probably would have worried more about it.
Yeah, but that...
Had you told me that prior.
Well, the thing is, though, is that, you know, I always had a fucking rule of never kiss and tell, really. And I didn't want to give up that girl's business. We were friends.
Yeah.
But no, we dated a couple times.
But I didn't know that until much later. Until after y'all had hung out.
We became more friends, and you know, and then, like, she had girlfriends and shit that I knew about and everything. So, and she loved you.
I love Gia.
Yeah. So
I was upset because I think you announced it on the live stream.
I was like, by the way, I dated her.
What?
Yeah.
Because you had never told me that. I was like, you guys hung out without me.
Yeah.
A lot.
I had real good. Here's the fucking weird thing.
And I was like, and I didn't know that before.
Look. Let me fucking set some shit straight for y'all. I got side quest hero here too. Fucking
that's what brought it up because she said, I'm curious if that's different if you know the girl is gay. Like my best friend is male and we hang out together all the time alone and his wife doesn't seem to mind. Because I said, I don't know how you'd feel about me hanging out with Toby by myself. Because
he's predatory.
Because like I said,
you could do it if you want.
He's gay, but
he loves her.
But the drunker he gets, the straighter he gets, and he does kind of love me. So
yeah. And he tries to come after me though too.
He gets a little
around
handsy.
the same time. But
I gotta pee real quick. Don't say anything like too salacious while I'm gone.
Don't say anything too salacious
because I don't want to miss it.
Okay. Well, shit. I'll just wait for you to come back then.
I don't want to miss it.
I'll just wait for you to come back then. Yeah. You would think, especially in today's environment, that I wouldn't go over well with like the fucking feminist crowd or the lesbian crowd. No, I hooked up with a lot of lesbians. First lesbian I hung out with, her name was Maureen, and Maureen was the head of the LGBT fucking community thing at Tufts University when I first got out of the army, and fucking I hooked up with Maureen.
You what?
I don't think I told you this story.
Oh shit! There's more shit you haven't told me.
Yeah.
Okay.
When I left the army.
Start over.
When I left the army, and ended up moving to Boston.
Sorry, guys. Start over.
When I moved to Boston, I lived on the fucking Tufts University campus, but the campus is big. It's got regular houses and shit. But I was renting a room down there. I lived in the basement of this big house. It looked like something out of fucking Amityville Horror or something, a New England type house. And there were 3 rooms there that were kind of like apartments, and we all shared the same bathroom. And the first room was, my roommate was a gay black dude. And then there was me. And then there was this little short Jewish girl who was cool too. I forgot what her name was. And one day, Noel was his name. Noel was the black dude's name. And he was the head of like the gay society or community at the Tufts University. And Maureen came over and she was like head of the lesbian type thing. She was like this cool fucking punk rock looking chick. She looked like Tank Girl.
I like that.
Yeah, she liked Tank Girl. She was shorter though. Short, little stocky Tank Girl. And I met her and I guess we just kind of like hit it off. 2 days later, she came back and I heard something knocking on my door and opened up, and it was her. She came in, hey, I was just coming to meet you. She's hanging out. I started fucking the shit out of Maureen.
Yeah.
Yeah. And she goes, don't tell anybody, type of deal. So I ain't gonna say anything. Well, she vanished eventually. It was just like a one-time thing. She vanished. And then later on, I started going out with another girl. This is like about a year later. I was with a girl named Saran. I got pictures of Saran.
Yeah,
I think I've shown you
told me about her. And
ran into Maureen. And Maureen got married. But back before they could get married, she got married. She had a kid with some chick. But I saw she gained a bunch of weight. But no, I had no problem with lesbian girls. Fucking hooked up with like 3-4 of them in Boston.
Well, I feel like in general, women's
just like
sexuality.
any other woman.
Well, women's sexuality is a lot more fluid.
Just like any other woman. Yeah, yeah. One of them though was the girl I met at fucking the dungeon in Harvard Square. The dungeon the basement part was really cool. It looked like it was built like hell. It had fucking bars going around the walls and fucking black.
I love that. Black
and red brick walls that were painted that way, and fucking it was really cool. And it was underneath the House of Blues. And I used to hang out there. And met some fucking super fucking butchy chick. Hooked up with her, but I fucking didn't go back, man. Fucking too hairy. Fucking hairy underarms, fucking real hairy crotch. I'm shaved, so I don't shave my underarms and shave everything.
At least you do.
Yeah, I clip all fucking body hair and stuff. But anything where it gets sweaty, I'm clean. So I didn't. She was cool though. It's just that it was kind of like I felt gay, man. It was like fucking a dude. That particular one. But no, I never had any problem with lesbians. Popular with lesbians. I don't know why.
You're just kind of popular in general.
I was just treating them normal.
I think that's
having
probably
fun with them,
Well, like I said, I think one of the reasons that I liked you initially was that, I mean, despite you being kind of like over the top and like kind of arrogant sometimes and stuff like that.
Man,
but a lot of it's just kind of funny. You're just like kind of being funny.
Yeah.
So it's like, which I kind of got that. But the thing that I liked about you was that you had a lot of female friends that you were not sleeping with, and you just treated them like a regular person.
Yeah.
And you would be shocked, but a lot of dudes don't do that.
Yeah, I don't know any different because this is how I grew up.
A lot of dudes don't do that.
But no, fucking, I was popular with lesbians.
Well, because you were never trying. You weren't goal oriented.
Yeah.
You just liked people and talking to people. And it's like, oh, if you ended up having sex, that's fine. But if you didn't, that was also fine.
Yeah.
Like you weren't these kind of desperate like incel type dudes that were just kind of like, you know, the pussy is just like the end all be all. So they're just treating a woman like a vending machine. Yeah. So it's just you didn't really have that because you didn't really care one way or the other. It's like, I could sleep with this chick or I could not sleep with this chick. Like you didn't care one way or the other.
No, I was just hanging out, having fun.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of what a lot of dudes that are lamenting why they can't get women or blah, blah, blah. I'm like, well, that's your problem because, one, you're trying too hard. Yeah. And, you know, women can see that a mile away and run away.
You can't talk your way up some chick's skirt. It ain't going to happen. You got to become friends with her. And if you
don't become friends with her with ulterior motives. You're trying to get she see right through that. Because we see right through that, too. And that is also creepy.
You have to fucking ask the girl questions to know who she is and get to know who she is. You know what I mean?
I mean, you have to actually...
A lot of these dudes will talk about themselves. They never fucking ask any questions to the girl. They don't even know who the girl is.
Yeah, I've had that happen.
They just think she's hot, so I'll fuck her. She's already approved. I'm just going to tell her who I am. You know.
And meanwhile, she's sitting there.
She's like, she doesn't feel too interesting because it feels like you don't even want to know who she is.
Yeah.
You know, so that's part of the problem. But the thing is that it was never any kind of, with me, there was never any kind of fucking, what was I going to say, style or anything. It wasn't anything I was trying to do. It was just something that just happened.
Well, I think that's the key.
It was just...
And because you weren't working from a place of desperation or anything like that, you were just kind of like meeting people.
Yeah.
Because honestly...
I was an accidental pickup artist. And
you didn't mean to do anything. You weren't doing it like to be manipulative.
Most of it was self-development. I knew how to dress. I knew how to dance. I knew how to have fun. And fucking make other people feel welcome. And you know, I was welcoming to everybody.
Yeah, you're just gregarious. You're just very social.
Yeah, and just having fun. I love everybody, especially when I'm drunk and in a club. I fucking love you.
Because
until you violate, then I'll fight. I got fucking.
But to be honest, like most of Tom's closest relationships are, he has a lot of women friends, but most of his close relationships are dudes. Yeah. So like if you go out to the club, like shit, sometimes I'll be like standing there or dancing for hours, and he'll just be over there like talking to his dude friends for like hours. Yeah. Like about whatever the fuck they're talking about, guns probably.
Could be anything. And I got a lot of gay friends, lesbian friends, but all the gay dudes that I hang out with are basically leather daddies. You know what I mean? Fucking, or they're we have something in common, you know. And then I guess I'm not gonna say that either because fucking, I got some of my friends are twinks. Yeah, they just don't show up as much.
Well, like I said, we have friends just everywhere across the spectrum.
Yeah, I treat everybody with respect, and I return whatever energy you give to me. If you give me good energy, then I love you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's
you give me bad energy, I will fuck you up.
And I think that's probably what most people should aspire to. Like I said, I think it's the problem that I think a lot of dudes, and I'm talking now about like kind of the dudes that whine on incel forums and stuff. that they can't get women. I think their problem is, like I said, that's their whole goal. That's their whole...
They're trying to get women.
So they're going out, like, trying to do that, and that's, like, an end. And they're not really seing women as people or anything like that. What you should do is go out in the world, or even go online, honestly, and just go somewhere, like, that's something that you're interested in, and just talk about that. And just, like, make friends. Yeah. Male friends, female friends, whatever. And eventually something might develop out of that. If you go out with the sole purpose of picking up chicks or looking, that's gonna go pretty badly for you. I mean, you might be able to, like, pick up somebody, like, for one night or so, but nobody's gonna stick around. I mean, you know what I mean, for that. Yeah. So, because you're not interested in them as a person, you're just interested in something to put your dick in. Yeah. So it's like, so you might as well just get a fucking flashlight and leave everyone else alone.
Side quest, she's saying for her to do that with a guy, she'd have to be drunk and not know him very well or something. It would fucking... Look, side quest, we never met. We talked a lot online, but we never met. We went back in time, you know, especially back when I was fresh out of the military. You know, I don't know how old you would have been at that time, but let's just pretend. It wouldn't be a thing where I'm picking you up or something like that. We'd be hanging out. Yeah. We'd just have a good time. And fucking and it'd be like, sometimes I would invite you, want to come to my place, you want to stay at my place? Really, that's all I'd say. And a lot of them would say, yeah. Yeah. And when they said that, they didn't mean, in my mind, I'm going to fuck her. It means I'm going to entertain this chick. It could go anyway. I'd have you we'd fucking drink a little bit more and be up in the bed and talk and shit.
Listen to some music.
Yeah, we might cuddle a little bit and then fall asleep. There's no telling what could happen. It's not...
Well, you didn't have the expectation. No. I think what it comes from is just having the expectation. Yeah. Right. You know. Yeah. But if you just chill and let shit roll, it's a lot better.
Yeah, you don't want to be sex oriented in that way. You know what I mean? And Jen knows I'm not really. I like adventure. I like excitement, but I also like personal interaction between people and shit that happens. But it's not so much the sex per se. It's the excitement that I like, and like the interaction. I don't know. I think with some dudes it's just a visual stimuli of the sex. Because guys are very visually oriented. They just want to see this chick without her clothes on. They want to see what it looks like when she's getting screwed. You know, that's really, they want to know what her legs look like. You kind of like you kind of eventually got to, as a man, get beyond that in a way and look at more of the experience. And like the interplay, I'm into the physical form. I mean, you guys have been following me. You know, I like bodybuilding and chicks that bodybuild, different kinds of. I like porn stars. Because I like the human form. I like the female form. I like the male form. For me, the female form is more like sensual, more sexy. Same. The male form to me is about power. I like how it looks. I don't necessarily want to fuck that. I don't want to fuck that dude. You know what I mean? But I'm not attracted to dudes in that way. But all guys are physical and they're visual, you know. But that can't be everything. That's not really the goal. That's a side. That's like a side dish. Like, yeah, I'm having a good time with this chicken, and guess what? She looks good too. Because there are some women that I ended up with that really visually weren't that stimulating, but fucking emotionally and psychologically they were, and then they were real good people, too. So you're passing up on a good relationship if it's purely physical. I've been with women that are just physically just fucking stunning. I mean, damn, they look good, but they're pieces of shit. You can't trust that chick. You know what I'm talking about? So you know what I mean? It's like that. And a lot of times the real hot ones, they're pieces of shit. Because a girl that looks like... Not
always, but yeah.
Yeah, we know some. Like Laura Ross, our friend, she's fucking gorgeous. She's a good person. But that's rare. You know.
Yeah, I mean, she's like a unicorn. Yeah, I mean, maybe not because we know a lot of people like that, but that's always who I think of. Yeah. Jen too, but like Jen too. When I think of those two girls, because they're like some of my closest friends, but they're beautiful, beautiful women. But they're also like super, super awesome people.
You're right. Most of the time, girls that look like that get spoiled early in age.
Yeah, because if you look like that, you get everything kind of handed to you.
Right, and then you can treat people like shit and still win.
Yeah, because you're cute. You get away with a lot more. Like I said, I was not ugly when I was growing up, but like when I was a teenager, I was kind of chubby. I was kind of shy and bookish. I was into horror movies and stuff like that. So I wasn't super popular. So I kind of had to develop like an actual personality because I couldn't get away with shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think maybe it was that. So I think, but I think some girls that are like super, super stunning, not all of them, you know, they don't really feel the need to have anything of depth going on because they don't need to.
Jen's personality was awesome. I couldn't stay away from her. She was just my friend, you know. No matter what, I'd go out and sleep with her. Before we were a thing, I'd sleep with other women. I'd still call them Jen.
Yeah.
And we still hang out.
Yeah.
They had women trying to fucking break us up.
Yeah.
They wanted a girl wanted to go out with me, like Sarah.
Yeah. Oh, that bitch.
And yeah, she heard the phone call. Talking to her. What are you doing with her? And I was like, well, she's my friend.
I'm coming over there.
Yeah, I'm coming over there. I'm gonna come to your house.
I was sleeping at his house. All my shit was there.
Nah.
No, you're not.
Nah.
And I told him, I remember telling you, I was like, if we get into your house and this bitch is in the bushes, I'm gonna knock her the fuck out.
Yeah. And Sarah was
I hate that chick.
Sarah was a good looking woman, but she's
beautiful actually.
She just didn't have the personality.
She's annoying as fuck. Though.
Yeah. I mean, she had a personality, it just wasn't the right one for me.
It was just a very grating, annoying personality.
Well, to you it would have been, she was kind of annoying to me a little bit, but she was also just trying to be very exciting. You know, she was trying.
Well, like I said, I think that's what annoyed me about it, because she was a tryhard.
She was trying.
And I don't like tryhards.
She was trying.
Like, just be.
Yeah, she wouldn't chill the fuck out.
Be how you are. Just chill the fuck out. Like, you know what I mean? Like, don't try to be something you're not. Don't. That really gets on my fucking nerves. I can't hang with people like that.
She's back, by the way.
Yeah, you told me.
And she still hasn't been out to the club.
I keep thinking. Well, ever since you told me that she was coming back,
She's back.
Every time we would be
She went to Germany for a while. She's back now.
Yeah, did she marry a guy or she was dating a guy?
She was dating a dude, and she didn't work out.
While.
She's back here now.
I was like, oh, Germany didn't like you either and kicked you out. Okay, so I can see that happening.
Well, but, I'm not going to talk that way about Sarah because she might be very different now. Fucking, I wouldn't mind seeing Sarah.
Maybe she's grown up.
I wouldn't mind seeing Sarah, see what she's like now. You know. No, I'm not. I don't throw people away like that. You know, she was trying to be nice to me.
Well, she never tried to be nice to me.
No,
though.
she was trying to get rid of you.
So
yeah, she was trying to get rid of you.
So I have a much different perception of her. You know what I mean?
No,
she was trying to be competition. She was trying to be nice to you because she was trying to jump on that dick.
Yeah, of course. She was, and you were the competition.
Yeah, so she was like a total cunt to me.
Yeah.
So it's like, so I don't forget that. Sorry.
Right.
There's no coming back from that. You're a
cunt.
You're a cunt to me one time.
Yeah.
You're
and for those of you just hearing this now, we weren't. Me and Jen were not a thing at that time.
Like we were hanging out, but we were friends.
We were friends. We had slept with each other.
Yeah.
But it wasn't like a steady thing. We were just.
And we were like dating other people.
Yeah, we were dating other people. Me and Jen were like best friends.
Yeah.
At that time.
Like we would sleep over each other's houses.
Yeah.
Like I said, we would fuck occasionally.
Yeah.
But like we were still dating other people.
Yeah. And all the girls that were fucking chasing after me hated her, and all the guys that fucking didn't like were trying to fuck her, fucking trying to get rid of me. Except that one big old tall dude, I liked him.
I liked him too.
Yeah, I liked
him. He liked you also.
Yeah. Well, I got along with him. Yeah.
He's a nice fucking dude.
Yeah, he's like 6'5". He was a good dude. Good dude.
Really. He is a good dude.
Yeah.
He's still a good dude. I haven't talked to him in a long time, but he's one of the few genuinely nice people.
I agree.
Yeah, he's just a very, very nice person.
He would have made a good husband if he went through. But he didn't. That one didn't go through.
Well, what happened was when I met him, he had just been through a divorce, and I had just been through a divorce. Right. So we dated. We had a really good time. Yeah. But I think he wanted to explore.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because he had married young like I had, and he hadn't really had a chance to, you know, kind of play the field, I guess. And I guess he wanted to do that. So, which I was kind of bummed out because I really liked him, but you know what I mean? I understood where he was coming from because, like I said, we were both kind of on the rebound at that point. And he was a lot younger than me too, which I don't think I realized. Because we met online, we were just talking about our divorces or whatever, because we were Facebook friends, I guess. And we kind of traveled in the same circles, but not exactly. It was just kind of like I was more into the goth shit, and he was kind of marginally in the goth shit, but he was more in like, he would do like kind of fetish or like body painting kind of events, like that kind of stuff. So it's like I didn't see him much at the clubs, but he went to other bars and shit like that. So we kind of had some friends in common. And but he wasn't into like hardcore into the same shit that I was into. But our shit overlapped a little bit. But yeah, he was really nice, and I really liked him. I'm sure he's still really nice. I don't know what he's doing nowadays, but he's still my Facebook friend, but I don't really see much of what he posts. But yeah. SideQuest Ciarra said, yeah, I wanted to kind of address this. Also, I feel like women watch more than just how you treat us, but how you talk about other women or treat other people. So even if you're on your best behavior with us, yeah. And I kind of feel like maybe dudes don't realize, but yeah, if I hypothetically like went out with a dude and all he talked about was how shitty and or crazy his exes were or something like that, that would be a massive red flag. Also, if you go out to a restaurant and he treats this, the servers like shit, that is also a huge red flag. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff that dudes are doing that women are watching that maybe like men are not aware of. And honestly, that was another thing that that was kind of I guess what you would call a green flag, like with Tom, is that he was still friends with all his exes.
Yeah.
Like all his exes were still friends with him.
Yeah.
Like nobody hated him, nobody said bad shit about him behind his back. Like the worst thing I heard about him was
that I was a hoe.
Oh, he's a man whore. But that was like from dudes
that were trying to sleep with her.
Yeah, they were trying to get with me, or that didn't really know you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That too.
Well, what's funny is that after all that shit, all that shit started maybe in like 2012, 2011?
Something like that, yeah.
We've been together solid since then.
Yep.
Yeah.
To that dude's credit,
no one can. Yeah, to that dude's credit, he
apologized.
Yeah,
he actually came up to him at the club and said, "Man, I'm really sorry. Like all that shit I said about you and stuff like that. Like you're not like I said you were, and I'm really sorry." So it's like, so I fucking respect that. That's awesome.
He was judging me by how I looked. My hot ass.
Well, and also like rumors, because when you moved here,
some of the rumors were true though.
Well, yeah, but it's just some of the rumors were true, but I think that people were like exaggerating shit.
Big rumor about me is that I get blown in the club.
Well, you did one time.
And that was true.
Well, kinda. It was kinda true.
Yeah, no, it was true.
Yeah,
it's just not. It was outside the club behind. They couldn't see.
Yeah.
And fucking, I was like, "What the fuck? I ain't gonna let this do this chick. This chick's fucking crazy." I fucking.
Yeah, I remember that girl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that got out. She went out and told everybody.
She did, yeah.
Told everybody I was hung like a horse and that.
And you didn't even, and like you did. It's not like you just like went and like did it to completion or anything like that. No. She just like pulled you behind the thing and started doing it. And you were like, "Oh, okay." And you're like, "Wait a minute."
Yeah, I was like, "Oh, what's going on?"
And that was before.
And she went out and told everybody.
It wasn't before I knew you, but it was before I knew you that well.
Yeah.
Because I knew her. Yeah. A little bit.
Yeah. She went out and told everybody.
She did, yeah.
She tried to put me on her belt. Yeah. As a conquest.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that was deliberate. Because when you first came there, I mean, you had a lot of chicks, like, gunning for you.
Man, it increased after that.
It really did.
Because she said that I was built like a horse. Fucking,
you are. Well, you are.
Yeah.
You are.
Yeah, and then, like, fucking...
That's not a lie.
Now, Aleta fucking made it worse, too. Somebody says, "Oh, that little motherfucker with his little dick." She's like, "Oh, that motherfucker's swinging." And then
why would anybody say you're a little dick? You know, it's like...
Because a lot of dudes that don't really know the deal... Especially if they're taller, like 6 foot, they think that a short guy's got a little dick. No.
That, in my experience, that is not the case.
No. It's just like girls with tits. You got little short girls with fucking huge fucking tits. It's like that. Same thing. Some of these fucking megalithic fucking black porn star dudes. One of those thinking about is probably like 5'5", and that motherfucker's got to be a foot long. And
I mean, thick.
You just can't predict it. You can't
by
predict
height
it
or anything like that.
That dude's almost coming down to his knees, little dude, and he looks cool as shit. Yeah. Funny. So it's not. You would never know.
Yeah,
but they got white dudes that are built like that too.
Yeah,
just not as many. Not many. The stereotypes are true. Average size is ethnically based, but you always got to have guys that are towards the other end of the spectrum.
Phantom says Ron Jeremy is 5'6".
Yeah.
So that's your height.
Yeah. But that little fat motherfucker. But when he was young, Ron Jeremy was very hot. He was in Playgirl before he got fat.
Yeah, he was okay looking.
Well, for the 70s. He was one of those little hairy guys.
For the 70s.
For the 70s. But he looked pretty good in the 70s from what I remember.
Yeah.
Before he became the hedgehog. They called him the hedgehog. He didn't start off as the hedgehog. He didn't look like that.
That's kind of... I can't even remember what he looked like when he was young, because all I remember is...
He could suck his own dick. A lot of people don't know that.
Every man's
in the middle of the fucking scene, he'd reach down and suck like, wait a minute, hold on, that fat... And he was fat.
Every man's
He's like, that fat motherfucker sucked his own dick. How the hell?
How can he get past his belly?
I don't know. This shit happened so fast.
I don't believe that.
No, yeah, he did that. I'll dig it up.
Okay.
I've seen scenes.
Show me that later.
I've seen scenes where he did that.
Okay, show me that later.
Yeah. That was in the video era, back before there were no movies. It was just scenes.
So maybe his gut wasn't as big back then.
It wasn't quite as big as it eventually got.
So
it was in the 80s.
And maybe he was like a contortionist. I don't know.
Kind of like a contortionist. He'd reach down there and fucking suck on the end of that shit. He was big, though, too. You know, he was actually... his dick was a pretty decent size.
I don't actually remember how big Ron Jeremy's dick was.
I'd say, well, if she said he's 5'6", then that dude must have been probably 7-8 inches long, which on a 5'6" that guy looks big.
Yeah, if you're shorter, like, dick looks bigger too.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I've never really noticed a pattern. Like, I don't have like a huge body count or anything, but it's just kind of like, I've been with super tall dudes and like average sized dudes and everything like that, and it just seems like most dudes are just like average size, you know what I mean?
My ex-girlfriend fucking Lisa, this is going back to Boston, okay? She had a big body count, Lisa. Lisa said the biggest guys tended to be tall, skinny guys.
Really?
She said they just fucking monsters. She said there were some of them just monsters. That she'd see this shit and she'd get scared.
I didn't experience that personally.
Yeah, okay. That's what she said.
But I'm not distrusting.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure she had a larger body count than me, but I'm just saying that in my experience, I didn't find that.
Lisa was a hound.
I knew some tall, skinny guys that just had, not small, but like just average size. Like
I guess she just ran into a good one.
Yeah, maybe
she's saying like fucking 10. You know.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Tall, like I said, it's just, I don't think you can tell by the person's height or anything like that.
No, I don't think the height is the factor.
I don't think
it's genetics. It's just genetics.
Yeah. But
I mean, fucking, you know, Asian guys have a stereotype that they're not built well. All right. But in the Japanese porn industry back in the past, evidently I heard that they're fucking looking for male porn performers because they're drying up. They don't have the young ones anymore. The young guys won't do it. I guess because they've seen the international competition and they don't want anything to do with it. I don't fucking know. But there were guys in Japan's past in the 90s that were fucking big by any standards.
Yeah.
So it just depends. It's just like I said, it's a bell curve. And each ethnic group kind of has its own bell curve. Right. And each ethnic group kind of has its own bell curve. Asian guys in general, their average is going to be smaller. Because the Korean girls told me that, just straight up. That the average there was fucking small. But there are always genetic outliers.
Yeah, of course. Like I said, everything's a bell curve.
Everything's a bell curve, right.
So it's like you can't just say, oh, all Asian dudes
You're like, oh, he's Korean or he's going to have a little dick. No, they might be packing 8-9 inches.
Yeah,
you don't know.
You never know.
It's the same thing with the girls. I mean, you know, the Japanese and Korean girls, they kind of had a fucking stereotype of being kind of flat-chested. But when I was in Korea, fucking, they had some stunners, big-chested chicks. It's just that their culture didn't promote that.
Well, that's another thing too. It's like you don't see it as much because it's not like the standard or the ideal.
Yeah, that's not their ideal that they were going for. So
it's kind of the same thing that you would see, whatever the cultural, beauty standard was for whatever era, even in the United States. Like, women that didn't look like that, like, were kind of invisible, you know what I mean? Because you didn't see it in the media.
There's a Japanese performer that comes to mind. Her name is Hitomi Tanaka, and she's massive. And she's natural, but just massive.
Is that the one you showed me?
I don't know.
I'm gonna go get another drink. It's Friday night.
I'll find a.
We just
lived
through a hurricane. I'm gonna get.
I'll find a photo that I can actually show.
Yeah, because don't get demonetized. I mean,
right.
Anyway, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see what Side Quest Hero says about this chick. Classy chick, actually. She seems very, very cool to me. Okay. There's Hitomi. And she's natural. Those aren't implants. Okay. So it just depends on what. Like I said, they're dealing with a different average, but they're in any population there's a genetic outlier.
Well, like I said, that's kind of why I always thought
that's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
I think you've seen her before.
Yeah, you show me her.
Yeah.
That's why I always thought fucking stereotypes are just bullshit because
a lot of people break stereotypes.
Yeah. So
you
just got to take people one at a time.
Yeah. You deal with what you're seeing in front of you.
Exactly.
Yeah. Because shit. By Western standards, that's probably by any standards, that's a bombshell. That's a bombshell chick. Yeah? Yeah. Hell yeah.
I'd hit.
You'd hit? Yeah. She'd be all into you, probably. I've seen her interracial fucking scenes. Japanese white girl fucking scenes. I've seen them.
You'd watch that.
Oh, yeah. She's bi. She loves that shit.
Aren't we all?
Yeah, she loves that shit. Actually, she said she liked Western porn more than Japanese porn. She did some Western porn, but only with lesbian porn because she didn't want to ruin her fan base back in Japan.
Right, I gotcha.
Yeah.
Xander said, I'm not into big boobs, but I know that's all Tom likes. He doesn't look at anything else on a woman.
No, not true. Not true. That's not true. You need to set him straight on that.
He does like tits.
But I like legs and ass and waist. I like the face.
He probably comments on my ass more than anything.
Yeah.
And legs.
Yeah.
Especially since I started working out.
Yeah.
He does like the tits too, though.
Yeah.
And I mean, I like to think he likes my personality.
Yeah. No, I like the whole thing. I like the whole package. Because there are some flat-chested girls that I'm attracted to. In the past, too. You know what I mean? Just saying that it all depends on what it is you're dealing with. It's like Jen said. I don't like to stereotype any body type or any type of woman. Sometimes you meet a girl, she might just be a little skinny and pretty and fat, or pretty and flat looking, but there's something about her, you like her. You know what I mean? And then you getting off into that.
Yeah. I mean, your shit's been all over the map.
She's seen my exes. They're kind of all over.
Thomas had a very high body count, which we've talked about before. Probably triple digits, although I think he lost count.
Yeah.
But it
all
was
good looking though.
Yeah, but a kind of all over the spectrum.
Yeah, different kinds, so different types.
And that's why I think you understand what I'm saying. Where it's I don't really have personally, I don't really have a type, a physical type, because I'm I don't know that person.
It's just was working at the time,
right? If I meet a person, if they are cool and they look kind of a certain way, it's then that look will be attractive to me if they're cool in other ways. You know. Yeah. And I kind of feel the same is true with you. Although you're probably a lot more, because I don't even notice people's physical shit usually, unless it's really, really stands out. I don't usually notice it until later.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'll notice their personality first, what they're like, and then their physical attributes will become more attractive to me as their personality becomes more attractive to me. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
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 And I think most women are like that.
Right.
Not all of them, obviously, but I think most of them are like that.
Me, I'm open to anything as long as I like her.
Yeah, I'm the same.
Yeah. Like, I'm not limited to any kind of race or anything like that, just as long as I like her. I just noticed that for me to really be into it, we're going to have a lot in common. So that tends to be goth chicks. And once you start going down that route...
Well, I like that too.
Yeah, she tends to be white. Yeah, or Hispanic. There's not very many black goth girls.
Although we know some.
We knew some, but the thing is they're married, and they're... Actually, when you have goth girls, they're actually very popular. Black goth girls are actually very popular. They're always married.
Well, the thing about it, too, is that I think that sometimes, like, particularly like at mannequins or places like that, where you get, like, normie dudes, like, showing up thinking they're going to pick up a goth chick.
Yeah,
I'm like, one, they're probably not going to be interested in you at all. And two, most of them are taken.
They're taken, yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
They don't have any interest.
Usually, if there's a black chick who's in the goth scene, there's something very special about her to begin with, because she's going against the grain. That's not normal for her ethnic group to be involved in this kind of music. So she's got to be fucking super goth to keep showing up. Okay. Same kind of goes with the dudes. The black goth dudes are very different than...
We know more black goth dudes than goth chicks, but we do know a few black goth chicks. Yeah, but we know more black dudes than
black goths.
Than girls.
Yeah, but the black girls who are gothic have a tendency to be good looking, and they tend to get snapped up by goth dudes quick. One of them, and I can name them. Crystal.
Yeah, she's married.
She's married, and she's a model. Okay, from Universal Studios.
And she's rad.
Fucking awesome.
She is so fucking awesome.
Yeah. Big, tall, skinny, fucking beautiful black chick.
Bald.
Wears wigs, and she plays Storm at Universal Studios.
She did. I don't know if she does anymore.
Probably not anymore, but she used to. I think she's doing a Jedi's now at fucking...
Yeah, that's Disney. Right. Yeah.
Last I heard.
She plays... What's the one from the... What's her fucking name?
I don't remember.
Shit, I'm sorry. The one with the things. You
know, the other black goth girl we know would be Mouse. Sherry Mouse.
She's a DJ.
She's a DJ. Yeah, and she's married. And she's cute, too. She's been around forever.
She is also rad.
Yeah, fucking hilarious. Fucking hilarious.
Yeah, she DJs at some of the shows. And sometimes she comes over to Orlando and DJs at... Like, when A Starry Night plays at Will's Pub in Orlando, like, she'll usually DJ that show.
She's actually been to our house before.
Ashoka, thank you.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, she plays her also.
Yeah, she's been to our house, actually. Remember?
Yeah.
She came over with that guy. Mm-hmm. She's with... See if I can find a picture of her.
Yeah, she's super cool. I like her.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I said, a lot of the goth chicks is... I don't know... I feel like maybe this is... I don't know if it's better or worse than it used to be. Because I kind of feel like there's kind of a thing on... And I've heard this is a thing on TikTok. I don't know because I don't go on there. But particularly in the goth subculture where there's a lot of chicks that are like... They're not really into the music. They're just like kind of into the look. And so like a lot of dudes are like fetishizing that.
Yeah.
And I mean that's happened since the beginning of it.
That's Mouse.
Yeah, that's Mouse.
Yeah. See if I can find it better.
But yeah, she's into like old school goth shit. She loves all that shit. But so you get this kind of perception. I think there's a perception, and maybe it's from porn. I'm not really sure, but
I think it's from porn.
I think it's from porn. Where like normie dudes will like come in a goth club and they'll be like, oh, these chicks are like they're super freaky. So it's like they're open to anything. Yeah. So they think they can just do whatever. Yeah. I think that might be some of the problem, like why I get fucking grabbed randomly and stuff like that.
Yeah, you do have goth girls in porn, but goth girls are not in porn. That's just not all of them. Just some.
And some of the porn, those girls are not goths. They're just like dressing up as that. Yeah. It's like a costume.
They had a really... She used to have a really... There it is. Her Mardi Gras outfit is fucking fantastic. That's fucking... Remember Sherry's Mardi Gras?
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. Let me see where... There's the other one where she's... There's her husband.
I love that they have matching outfits.
Yeah.
That's so cute. But yeah, but like I said, most of the goth chicks we know are taken.
Yeah.
So, sorry.
they get snapped up. Well, wouldn't that be snapped up? Of course that's going to get snapped up. Yeah. Trying to find where.
And yes, while I will concede that goth people in general tend to be sexually more open-minded, not always, but tend to be sexually more open-minded, that doesn't mean they're just going to sleep with some fucking rando.
No. Matter of fact,
matter of fact, it's probably like less likely.
Yeah. They're going to sleep with their own kind.
Yeah. They do tend to stay within the subculture.
Yeah.
So if you don't look like that, you're just going to be seen as like an annoyance.
Right. You're more judged on how good looking you are. It doesn't have anything else. That's the only thing it is. Your ethnic group or your race fucking is not going to be... I'm not going to say it's going to be held against you. It might actually play in your favor. Mouse probably did better as a black girl than she would have as a white girl. Because she stood out.
Yeah, maybe so.
I think so. Because she stood out. She attracted a lot of attention. I'm sorry.
She's a good DJ, too.
Yeah, she's great.
Like I said, she likes a lot of the old school shit that I like. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Then I always show him Will. See some dude gods. Some black dude gods.
I think you're showing Will before.
I get a picture of Will. Will has some fucking wild ass pictures, man. Oh, shit. What are they saying? Go ahead and read some comments.
It's mostly just stuff about Ciarra said, dude, millennials got it rough, man. We got all the negative economic benchmarks. It's like Santa said, yeah, it's a wasteland for the millennial generation. No wonder I like weed in my Xbox.
Oh, that's fucking... No, don't be down about it because you got millennials at the club that are fucking cool. Just go to the club. You got to make something. You can't just, you know what I mean? You got to make your scene. You can't just sit around and wait for something to happen. I was looking for fucking Will's pictures. He's only got a couple up here. I'm trying to find some fucking cool pictures of Will. He's taking all
Xander said, I'm not a club guy, sorry.
Yeah. No, this is a club scene.
I mean, I get it, but yeah. I mean, I guess because we grew up in it, so it's just kind of like second nature.
Yeah.
But it's not... Well... That's the thing. I kind of feel like when people talk about club scene, they're thinking about like meat market shit, like which I would also never go to because that's horrifying. Because I mean, goth clubs are like a whole different.
Yeah, it's a different deal.
That's a whole different thing. It's much better.
There's Will. Will's pushing 60, man. He's looking fucking great. He's the one that's married to the doctor. Let's see. There's Will's army pictures. Like I said, I told you, so I hang out with fucking black military dudes, ex-military dudes usually. Fucking, we got videos of me and fucking Will together. He looks like something out of fucking The Matrix, right? Oh look how fucking stylish my boy is.
Yes, and he always, every time he comes out,
he's always dressed up like that.
He's always like dressed to like the fucking nines.
Yeah.
You would never see him in like jeans and a t-shirt. I can't even imagine him. In jeans and a t-shirt. No, he's always dressed up. I can't imagine. I've never seen him in anything other than like a tailcoat and a top hat at all.
Yeah, that's Will's Florida outfit.
Yeah,
that's what him. That's his Florida outfit. Yeah. Trying to see one.
Yeah, Santa said I don't drink alcohol, so I'm just sitting there like a strange person. I mean, you can drink other shit. Like our friend Shauna, she doesn't really she drinks, but she doesn't drink when she goes out. She basically just goes and gets like 3 bottles of water and then just goes and dances her ass off, and she has a great time.
I got some good pictures of Will here. There's Will and his wife. You can't really see it. Here's another really good one. Look at. Here's Will at the rodeo. Yeah.
Like I said,
motherfucker goes to the rodeo.
He goes all out.
Yeah, he goes all out.
I love that though.
Yeah, he's cool with shit.
Chicks like a dude that makes the effort.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I got a picture of him at the fucking Highlands. Look. Him on a throne.
Is that mannequins?
Is it mannequins?
Yeah, I was gonna say that looks like.
He had a picture of himself at the fucking Highland Games.
I remember that.
Yeah.
They're cool. I like them.
Yeah,
And they always come out.
They're always around. Yeah.
I mean, she's not always because sometimes she's deployed, so sometimes he comes out on his own. But he's older than we are.
Yeah, he's older than me. He's almost 60.
He might be 59 or 60.
Yeah, he's on test though.
And he is like super gentlemanly.
Yeah, and he's on test. So I'm gonna show you a picture of Will when he was a kid. This Will and kid.
And man,
his brother was up in Germany. Them fucking white girls got a hold of his ass up in Germany and reprogrammed him. And next thing you, he thinks he's European now, man.
He fucking loves that girl.
Yeah, he fucking dresses up. He loves Scotch whiskey, and he fucking has some Scottish heritage in him. So he dresses up in Scottish outfits and fucking canes and shit, shillelagh.
Yeah. Drinks
Scotch whiskey, goes to the Highland Games. Dressed like something from the fucking Scottish Black Guard. Yeah. It's cool.
But yeah, like I said, he totally loves that woman.
Yeah. Oh, there he is. There he is in his Highland Games outfit with his kilt.
He comes out by himself sometimes, but he he hangs out with us and drinks.
Yeah.
And then just goes home.
I had a video of me and Will out on the street in front of mannequins, and I'm fucking loaded. I can barely talk.
That's a funny fucking
And Jen's fucking videotaping. Not videotaping, that's old. She's recording us. And I can barely keep up with what he's saying. I'm like, yeah. That's
and I was kind of drunk too, but not as drunk as they were. So I was like, oh my God, this is
and he was too sober for me. I couldn't keep up with him. He was like, yeah.
Yeah. You know.
It's fucking funny.
I mean, he gets pretty I've never seen him like sloppy drunk, but he gets
he never gets that.
He gets like
sloppy.
Pretty. He'll get inebriated that he'll talk to me about stuff and he's like incoherent.
He's a gentleman of distinction.
Yeah. But he's not like sloppy or like wobbly or anything like that. But like I said, if he's talking to me, like sometimes I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
He's a gentleman of distinction. Check him out. Look at his styling with the
That's mannequins.
Yeah, the mannequins with the naked chick next down there.
Next to one of the titular mannequins.
Yeah.
They have a throne in there that you can take pictures on.
That's funny that we got this show. We talk about these people that we know, but fucking Howard Stern did the same thing, talking about these people that he knows. Shit, they became like, and some of these people, if you're new with the show, we've been talking to these people. We've been talking about these people off and on for fucking years.
And I mean, if any of you guys come down and visit us, we'll take you and you can
you can meet them. Yeah.
We didn't just make them up.
No, it's all real. It's all real, unfortunately.
Not unfortunately.
No, I'm just
why are you saying unfortunately?
I'm just messing around.
Okay.
SideQuest is talking. What's she saying? SideQuest said a bunch of shit.
She's talking to her and Xander are talking.
Oh, okay. Oh, all right.
They're talking about clubs.
Yeah.
And how Xander is like Dennis said if there was more like a weed club, he would go to that instead of a drinking one.
Yeah.
And SideQuest here said, dude, we have those in California. It's called the Weed Lounge.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's
what needs to happen, man.
There's more places like that.
SideQuest. You need to go down there and fucking grab Xander's little ass and bring him up here to Florida and y'all shack up together. That'd be fucking hilarious.
Now, I will note, because SideQuest here says, like, clubs are expensive. They are. Like, actually, we didn't go out last Saturday night because we were just, like, trying to save money. Because, man, like, last time we went, it was, like, $90 fucking dollars. You know what I mean? But, I don't know. There's just something about, it's like I work all week, and Saturday night, man, I want to go out and fucking dance. I want to drink. I want to, like, see all my friends, and I don't really like to just sit around at home. Because I sit around at home all the time. I work at home. So, you know what I mean? So I'm home all the time, which is nice, but I don't want to really work outside the home. It's just that I can't be in here like 24/7 or I would go fucking bonkers. So at least once a week I like to go someplace. And the thing about where we go, I mean, particularly Barbarella, which it's kind of a complicated history, but it used to be downtown, and then it was in, like, a warehouse, also in Orlando, and then they had to move that. So now it's at a new location in Winter Park, which is kind of like an axe-throwing place. So, I don't know. But it's a cool space, and it's big and everything. They'll get it together. but it's just kind of like the whole vibe of the place. Like the music is cool and everything like that, but it's just like the whole vibe of the place, the people. There's just something about all of the people that we know, like showing up there, and it's just, I mean, I've been going there for, fuck man, I don't remember how many years. I've been going there for, before I met you even, because me and my ex-husband used to go when it was downtown. And it was downtown for 30-something years. And everybody went there. And it was just that there was just like something about, like there was some kind of like magic about the place. Like some kind of vibe about it. And it had to do with the location a little bit, but I think it was mostly the people. Because honestly, even now that it's in a different location, it still has that kind of undescribable, I don't know, like feeling to it. You know what I mean? It's a little bit different because it's in a different location, but all the same people are there. So it's kind of like the vibe is kind of similar.
Tom Baker called Will a man of style. Yes, indeed. You gotta meet him in person to fucking understand it. Yes, he's very much a gentleman of distinction. Yeah.
Yeah, he's kind of like a dude like from another era. Yeah, but not in a bad way, like in a good way. You know?
Yeah.
Full Metal Nosferatu says, "Hey Jenny, my pup Rio had a great birthday last Saturday. Thanks for the birthday shout out. Yeah, remember because we wished happy birthday to Rio. Yeah, she enjoyed her pup cakes and new toys and clothes. Oh, that's so cute. That's so cute.
It's 10:55.
I know, that's okay.
Maybe we should go ahead and start shutting it down.
Well, I don't know. I still got drink left.
I'm getting fucking sleepy.
Let me go pee though.
Okay.
Talk about them for a second.
All right.
Then I'll come back.
Yeah.
I saw a little cat face.
Where she saw a cat face?
Yeah, Bambi was in here.
Oh, okay. She saw you come and she... All right. Side quest is talking to somebody. I don't know who she's talking to Xanada about fucking GoldenEye. I bought GoldenEye. I loved GoldenEye for the fucking N64. When that shit came out, man, I was fucking just totally sucked into that. And I was out of the army by that time. I was fucking met my first wife by that time. Matter of fact, she's the one that had the N64 and the GoldenEye. Her ex-boyfriend, it was his. She kicked his ass out of the house when I showed up. And the N64 was still there, man. I was playing it. I had fucking GoldenEye. I had a Star Wars game, Shadows of the Empire. Ended up getting a fucking Zelda game, fucking Ocarina of Time. But N64, man, I was missing this. I mean, N64 GoldenEye, I was missing that game so much, man, past couple years, that I was thinking about buying an N64 just to play GoldenEye. Even with the single fucking toggle on the controller. That's how desperate I was. And then, boom, out of nowhere, they fucking released a fucking a re-edit of GoldenEye for Xbox One. You could get it online, so I bought it. And I went out and played it, finished it, man. It was as good as I remembered it. And that was like one of the very first first-person shooters. And it's so much easier to play when you got two joysticks on your controller. Man, I don't know why they didn't think of that back in the 90s, to have two joysticks. One for each thumb. It didn't make any sense.
That was ancient history, bro.
I guess because they thought that'd be too expensive.
Yeah.
But I'd pay the extra $20 to have two joysticks to actually be able to play the games. But GoldenEye, one of the best games of all times.
I mean, kind of everybody says that.
Yeah, you pick up the clob, running two clobs. PP7. Fucking... all the fucking guns, they called it, the AR-17 instead of the M16. It was a good game. I really liked it when you could fucking unlock shit. If you break certain times, you can get fucking guns. You could even get one of the laser guns from Moonraker. I don't know how to do it yet, but I really haven't had time to play through it again. I've been doing fucking Warhammer 40,000 Bolt Gun, the retro game. I've been playing that. Having fun with that one. It's kind of like going back to fucking Quake or something. I like the retro games. I don't like new games that much. Like I got one of the newer. What's the one where you're fighting the demons? That might be Quake, huh? No.
Don't look at me. I don't know.
One where you're fighting the demons and shit. You guys know what I'm talking about, probably these young. I played that. It was fun, man. But there's something about retro games. I like retro games. The graphics or something. I like unrealistic graphics. I like to see some pixelization. It's more artistic for me or something. I don't know. If it looks too realistic, I'm not that much into it. Doom. Exactly. You're right. Doom. I didn't buy it. It's not the brand new Doom, but the Doom before it. It was a good game, though. Pretty good. Really good fucking music. It was fast-paced. Very complicated fucking levels. A lot of shit like out of Alien where you're in fucking... you're in like fucking facilities on other planets fighting these damn extra-dimensional demons. Doom, that's right. It was the newer Doom.
So Phantom asked if you had watched
the
VHS Beyond movie. I watched it, and he kind of like was looking at it every now and then, but he was doing other shit.
I saw. It looked good.
He seemed to like some of it. I might do a review of it.
Yeah.
Like, I think probably it didn't dislodge, because I still like the first VHS and VHS 85 are my favorite ones. It would probably fell in the middle for me. Like I said, I'm not a huge sci-fi horror fan, and this one was mostly like sci-fi based. So I'm not going to like it as much as kind of the more retro ones. But I don't know. It was pretty good. It was pretty good, though. I might do a review. We'll see. But like I said, October, I'm trying to do more Halloween adjacent stuff. Like, I'm going to put up a review probably on Sunday for Dark Harvest. I definitely want to try and do WNUF, the Halloween special movie, which I think is on Shudder still. I want to do that. I can't believe I haven't done that one yet. And I read a book called The Halloween Store, which was like an anthology, but it's all by one dude. Like, it's short stories by one dude. So I might put up a review of that. We'll see.
Sidecar Quest said it's the AR-15. No, not in 007 GoldenEye. It's not the AR-15. I think it's the AR-17 is what they call it. Then every name of every gun was changed. Like, they couldn't call it a Czech Scorpion, they called it a Klob. They couldn't call it a PPK, they called it a PP7. It's because of copywriting. It was just funny. I think it was AR-17 is what they called the AR-15.
Full Metal Nosferatu said, Jenny, did you get my message on Facebook? I got some cool stuff I want to mail to y'all. Ooh, I did not, but I will check probably in the morning whenever we get up. Because we only just got internet today because of the hurricane.
Yeah.
So our internet's been out. So I've only been getting stuff like kind of sporadically, but I will check like in the morning or tomorrow, and I'm assuming you probably want our mailing address, so I will send you that. But yeah, I appreciate it. That's awesome.
Tetsuyu says the Walther PP's out again. The Walther PP has always been out. They never stopped production of the PP series, which sucks. The Walther PP by modern standards sucks. It's heavy. It's too big. The trigger isn't very good on it. And I have Walther. I got a fucking Walther P99 and 40. I also got the 357 SIG barrel for it. It's a great pistol. Better than PPQ and all the other ones. I love that fucking trigger. You can have any trigger you want. You have like a Glock safe action, or you have double action, single action, like the old Berettas and stuff, or you can just go with a single action trigger. Bunch of different ways to carry that pistol. Very advanced trigger. And I got it in 40, which is still the best caliber. A lot of people go, well, 9mm, no, 40. It's more power.
All right, Phantom, I did see that you commented a couple of times, and you were recommending the 1987 Haunted House movie Scared Stiff. I will look that up. I just wrote it down because I did see that you commented that a couple of times. So I will definitely get around to reviewing that one of these days. So I'm not ignoring you. It's just that, we're just kind of scrolling through all the stuff. Sidequest here said, I got my first bachelor's in video game design. So usually it's hard to find people to play with because I usually smash pretty hard. Yeah. Yeah, and probably a lot of those dudes don't like getting their ass kicked by a girl, so you know what I mean.
Side quest, man. Fucking, that's bullshit. You need to start your own fucking site on YouTube, your own channel, and then go on. What was that fucking channel that goes through Twitch? And then you get on Twitch and play live on Twitch, and you'd have dudes paying to play with you. They got fucking dudes that will pay to play against a girl.
Sidequest here said, "Oh yeah, my Xbox inbox is full of verbal abuse." Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah,
I'm sure it is.
I would go on Twitch, man, and get you a Twitch fucking account and fucking challenge dudes to pay and play. You know, they got pretty girls that'll go on there and make money just to play with these fucking nerds, and then those girls can't even play. What you do is you fucking, go on there with your fucking butch energy and fucking challenge those bitches. Go on there in your fucking uniform and fucking put your AR-15 next to you and challenge those fucking civilian bitches to play. Insult them and shit, and they'll play. They'll pay you. They'll pay you. Now, some of them are going to beat you. Just odds are, because you're now marketing towards a huge crowd. But you might be able to make a name for yourself doing that.
Full Ben on Nosferatu says, Tom, speaking of 007, who do you think should be the next Bond?
Man, I was thinking about that. You know who I think should be the next Bond.
I know who you're going to say.
Yeah, Tom Hardy should be the next fucking James Bond, but they'll never give it to him. Because he's done too many movies. He's associated with other characters, and there's something about the Broccoli family. They like an actor that's not all that well known.
Somebody they can brand.
Somebody they can brand
as James Bond. Because, I mean, Daniel Craig had been in movies before the James Bond movies, obviously, like Layer Cake and other movies like that. But he was somebody that wasn't, like, super well-known internationally, so they could, like, mold him into that character.
Of the modern actors happening right now, Tom Hardy's my favorite actor. I'm gay for Tom Hardy.
He's fucking awesome.
I'm gonna go straight.
And I would totally
straight gay for Tom Hardy.
I would totally watch that.
See, and then she'll fucking charge. She'll give me all kinds of money if I do it. But the thing, no,
if I had money, I would give you money.
I'm just into. No, I'm just into fucking Tom Hardy's body of work.
I'm getting all
what he's done. He's a great actor. He's got a good range. And he's fucking entertaining. I just like the guy. He's got a good charisma to him. And he can be anybody. He can play Americans. He can play British people. He can play fucking psychotic fucking prisoners. He can play Bane. He can do everything. Even his fucking series, Taboo, was really good, man.
Yeah,
he's really good in Taboo.
That was recommended by a friend of ours at the club. Yeah. She is also really into Tom Hardy.
Yeah.
Second only to Morrissey. Morrissey is her first love, but Tom Hardy is her second.
Yeah.
She was like, you guys need to watch Taboo.
Yeah, Taboo was really good.
And you have to watch it, and she's like, and you have to report back, like, next week when you come here. Like, I'm going to test you.
He wants to do a season 2, but he hasn't had time in his schedule. His new Venom movie's coming out. I got to see that. I liked 1 and 2. I have that same problem he has. I got a Venom 2. It talks to me. But it's more like something out of fucking The Shining. But no, I can relate to that. I got to see part 3.
Tammy asked if you would let Tom Hardy peg you.
Tom Hardy. Would I let Tom Hardy peg me?
Please say yes.
I'm just going to have to say no to that one because
come on.
I got to fucking no. Fuck no. That's crazy. Fuck no.
I'll film it.
I'd let him talk about it.
I'll film it and I won't even sell it to anybody.
No,
I'll just keep it for my own edification.
I'd let him talk about it. But I wouldn't let him
You'll let him talk about it.
Yeah, I'd let him talk about it. I'd let him do it. No.
Well, I mean, if you're going to let anybody peg you, I have to peg you first. But then he can go second. But I have to film it. But like I said, I'm not going to sell it. I'll just keep it.
These fucking women, man. Jen's not the only one, man. They got all kinds of women trying to peg a motherfucker. It's just something about them. It's in them. They try to break boundaries. They're trying to break some kind of boundary. They think, well, if that's something you won't do, then let's do it. That's the way women are.
Well, yeah.
They're going to find out what it is you won't do, and they're going to want to fucking do that. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's what it is. I don't fall for that
shit. Zach says, Tom, can I peg you?
Who said that shit?
Zach did.
Zach. Zach, you a bad boy, bro.
I mean,
no, you can't peg me. We could probably go to the fucking bathhouse together, though. You could take me to the gay bathhouse, but I'm just gonna record it. I'm gonna record what happens. Okay, because I know how you do. Well, that'd be great.
Tom might peg another person.
That's a possibility if it makes me mad. Yeah, maybe. Oh, yeah, fucking. I could do a whole video series of going to the bathhouse with my gay friends. Kind of like fucking.
Like Dan Bell's.
Like Dan Bell does going to the.
I'm kind of into this new direction that Dan Bell is doing, where he's going to all these like creepy.
Yeah, creepiest places possible. Yeah.
Video stores.
Yeah.
Where they have like the booths in the back, like the jack off.
For those of y'all who don't know, Zach goes to the bathhouse. I call him. That's why I was calling him Bathhouse Zachary for a while. But I respect his game, though. Okay, man knows what he wants. He's gonna go get what he wants. You know. Okay.
Well, yeah.
I'd be the same thing. You know, if I could just, you know, if I was single, I could just go to some place and just go to get into the bath with a bunch of chicks and fuck chicks. I'd go. Hell yeah. That's what it's like for these gay dudes. But here's the thing, man. When you're a man and you're dealing with women are kind of like the referee. They're like, "Woo, timeout. We're not doing that." But these are dudes. They don't have a timeout. Those motherfuckers are balls to the walls, man. That shit could get dangerous. That shit could get very dangerous in there.
Why do you think we're like scared?
Fucking those dudes don't have any goddamn limits. There's nobody to. It's uncontrolled male sexuality. See, that's some dangerous shit. There's no women in there moderating it. You know,
being like, "What the fuck are
That's
y'all
why
doing?"
Sometimes they die. The gay dudes, they die doing that shit.
Well, why do you think that fucking Darwin Awards book is like 99% dudes?
Yeah.
Because it's like dudes do stupid shit.
Yeah, that's what's going on.
If you don't have some woman to intervene and be like, "What the fuck are you doing, you dumbass?"
Yeah.
They'll just do all kind of dumb shit.
Go up in there and you got Jeffrey Dahmer up in there. You never
can
that
tell. Really happened.
He was going to those.
He was.
Yeah.
Shit, man. Watch that fucking shit on Netflix.
I know, man. Dahmer and fucking talk, and then the bathhouse dudes were talking about the scene and shit.
Yeah, they're
and I was straight back there fucking worried about Zach. The whole time I was sitting back there going,
yeah, people look back there and like, yeah, he was just there.
Worried about
like
Zach.
He just was there all the time. Like he was, I don't know if he was like a regular, but they knew him.
Yeah.
Fuck, man. Can you imagine? Holy crap.
What's he saying? What's Zach saying?
Said I ain't a bad boy no more. I'm clean.
Oh, you don't.
I get the PrEP and Mpox vaccine down pat.
What kind of vaccines he got? He's got fucking monkeypox.
Yeah, I guess.
Got the monkeypox vaccine.
SideQuest here says pegging train on Tom.
Man.
Next Friday at 5:30.
Yeah.
Tune in.
Got the lesbians involved now.
Oh, now you're in trouble.
Fuck.
We're gonna talk you into it one of these days.
Yeah.
We're all gonna gang up on you.
My ass isn't even that good. I don't understand.
What are you talking about? You have a nice pert little little butt. It looks like two little buns.
It's like 5 pounds too light. You got to get some more muscle back there. I got to get some more muscle on there.
It looks like 2 little loaves of bread.
Fucking women are funny, man.
What? I'm not. I'm just being honest. It looks like
2 little loaves of bread.
2 nice little loaves of bread, like in a pan. Yeah.
Is that what like?
I always liked your butt.
Like the top of a fucking hamburger bun.
Well, better than that.
Better
but
than
yeah.
that. Okay.
But yeah, you know what I mean. It's
no,
nice.
No, I don't know what you mean.
Well, I don't know what your problem is. I don't know what your problem is. Oh my god. Wait, hold on a second. Yeah, Xana said Tom acts like he's not into it, but he probably is.
No,
he's deviant.
No,
he's a little bit deviant.
I'm deviant, but I'm not that. No.
I don't think he's that deviant.
Yeah. That's Jen coming up with that shit.
That's me doing that.
Yeah.
I'm probably more deviant than you are, at least in my mind.
Yeah.
I come up with all kind of stuff. I come up with all kind of stuff that I probably don't even say out loud because...
You say all kinds of shit, though.
I do, but I think worse shit than that.
Yeah. See, here's the thing. Fucking when I'm having sex, I like women to talk. She talks now. When I first met her, she wouldn't talk much. I get her to say all kinds of crazy shit, man. Fucking... You gotta talk me into it.
And like I said,
just hitting, I'm not gonna come. You gotta talk me into it.
The wronger it is, the
more sideways or crazy that shit is, the more I like it.
So I have to make up all kind of scenarios.
She's making shit up, and I'm fucking going off all into that shit. Like,
well, that's why what we were saying before about shit about like fantasies and reality being different. It's like some of the shit that I say.
Yeah.
it's like, I don't know if it happened in real life, if you'd be as into it.
Yeah.
But it's like, when we're just talking about it, like, he kind of likes that.
See, I don't have the Madonna horror complex. I just got the horror complex.
Yeah.
I like bad girls.
Yeah.
I like bad girls. Yeah.
But, I mean, you also don't like...
But I don't like them so bad you can't trust them.
That's what I'm saying. You don't like them so bad that they're just, like, kind of not...
That they're stealing money from you or fucking all your friends behind your back without telling you or whatever, you know.
So you kind of like a bad girl, but not really. Who's just kind of bad for you? Maybe?
No, I liked experienced women.
Well, that too.
That's part of it, you know what I mean? And I liked the feeling of fucking risk and danger. Yeah. And that, you know, she's not exclusive, but she's hard to get type of deal. And that, you know what I mean? Fucking she's demanding, that type of deal. Her standards are high. There's a lot of competition for her, so I gotta rise to the occasion because there's so much competition for this chick.
Well, you do.
Like that. I like that kind of shit, you know.
Okay.
Really what fucking got me about most women was how desired they were by other dudes. You know what I mean? Because to get her is kind of like beating out the other ones. So it was a competition thing. You know. And then the threat that she could fucking leave you was also like erotic to me.
One thing that I noticed...
I'm not fucking sensitive that way. Because I like to get it and I like to lose it too. I don't care.
Okay. Well, one thing that I did notice when we were not exclusive, or we weren't a thing, was that you were kind of into me. We'd had sex and stuff like that, but it's like you didn't get real into me until I started dating another dude.
Yeah, it helps.
And then suddenly,
because then you
were like competing.
Yeah, because you're desirable.
Like you could, like you could do better.
Yeah, because you're desirable.
You know what I mean?
If other dudes desire you, then you're in demand.
Right.
So your status goes up. Well, look at me. You've seen how I was in the past. I targeted the most popular girls.
Yeah.
Those are the ones I was targeting.
Other than me, though, I wasn't really popular until later.
Yeah, but I liked you anyway.
Yeah.
You became popular later.
Yeah.
You were kind of new. Because you were just coming out of a marriage.
Yeah.
So you were, you know what I mean? So you weren't as...
Well, hey, there's Pookie.
You weren't like on the market.
Right.
Some for you all girls to know. Although, I don't know. See, I'm kind of weird. That probably wouldn't work with a lot of dudes. I think a lot of dudes would get fucking... They call it intimidated. I don't know if they get intimidated. What it is they just get kind of turned off because they realize that they can't win. Because the average guy can't win. Not really. Depending on what woman it is he's going after. If he's a 5 and she's a 7, he's fucking sunk. Because she can get an 8 or a 9. You know what I mean? Women date up. They just do. Because they can. So, you know. Some dudes fucking are just like, if a woman's popular, then he doesn't even try. You know. Which, I say no. If you're on your game, then you should try. Well, but the thing is, though, is no, I'm going to say no, you shouldn't try. Because I never really tried.
Like I said,
I never really tried.
Trying is not... Yeah. That implies, like we were saying before... It implies that you're
trying. Yeah, I never really tried.
That you're like, that it's goal-oriented behavior.
Yeah, right.
Just hang out.
Just hang out and fucking make a good impression of yourself and
like,
friends.
Whatever happens, happens.
Right, yeah.
If something happens, good. If nothing happens, also good.
Right.
Like, don't be goal-oriented because that's a big turnoff. And it's very obvious. I don't know if dudes know that, but it's really obvious to women that when you're really goal-oriented. Tetsuo says Jen could get a 10. Well, thank you.
Well, Jen did.
I appreciate that.
Jen did.
Oh, but I'm only a 7.5, though. He told me before. So.
I'm only about an 8.
I guess so. Oh, so you're better than me.
Maybe 7.5. Depends. It depends. We're about the same.
I get it. You and your fucking,
I think that
your fucking weird ass ranking systems.
That shit is.
I don't. Well,
there aren't. Okay, I'm gonna fucking come back and tell there are no 10s. There are none. The the highest you could be is 9 because 10 is imaginary. That's like that's superhuman. There are no 10s. At 9, there's not a big difference between an 8 and a 9. Not really. I think maybe the difference between 8 and 9 might be income, maybe, or status, because it's not all physical. A lot of it is fucking charisma, status, income. It's things that are kind of, I would call them intangibles, really. Because there are dudes that look like shit that do well with women.
Well, they probably have other qualities.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily money. It's because they just have they have real good fucking charisma.
Yeah, I mean, in spite of what all the dumb incel dudes say, you don't have to be rich if you have a really good personality, or you're super funny, or you're super sweet, or you're super supportive, or something like that. Like, there's a lot of other things that women are attracted to other than looks. In general, women are not as shallow as men. No. I don't think that's true across the board, but in general, that's true.
The dumb incel guys, not all that stuff in the manosphere is dumb. It's all different. It depends on who it is that's talking, and they will tell you what I just told you, and they will tell you exactly what Jen just told you. So it's gonna vary depending on who it is that you're talking about. Charisma counts for a lot.
It does, actually.
And the dating market, the dating scene changes a lot over time. And the guys that are really on top of the scene saying that really what the main thing is specialty marketing. In other words, there are dudes who are surfers, and they appeal to chicks who are looking for surfers.
Well, yeah.
And those dudes will do super well, and that dude doesn't even have any damn money. And the girl might.
Yeah.
Because she's looking for a surfer dude. That's what's in her mind.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and he's got a good charisma. So it's not all just about money. That's just a strict generalization.
Because and it's not even really that accurate.
Because, no. A lot of things have changed because women are making more money on average than guys in the workplace at the working level. They're coming out of the university. More of them have college degrees. So you're now living in a world where, she's a doctor, or she's making $100,000 at this corporation, but she's married to the hot fireman, or the hot lineman, who's fucking running fucking power cables and shit. Because this motherfucker's built. He's got charisma. Yeah, he may make half of what she makes, but she's happy with that dude. Yeah, he's putting it to her, and they got a good relationship. She can't marry another doctor because she'll never see him. Because the fucking, those dudes work amazing hours, so their schedules won't work out. She can't marry a guy richer than her because the guys that are richer than her are fucking going out with girls that work at Starbucks. They don't give a shit because a rich guy doesn't care how much money a woman makes. He just cares about what she looks like and how cool she is. They're not. Because what does he need a woman's money for? He doesn't need her money. He's got money, and that's the weird thing. A lot of women got deluded into thinking that, well, if I get this degree and make all this money, I'll get a rich man. No, chances. No.
I never thought of what that was why I would get a degree.
They have a lot of women that think that.
Okay, but
you weren't one of them. But I get a degree and I'll get.
I don't think most women I knew were like, well, I want to get a degree so I can get a good job and make some money. They didn't really think, oh, I'll get a rich dude because of that. They're just like, well, I want to get a job.
I think the next step they think that. But these are mostly what they're talking about is girls that are in corporate. Most of these women that they were talking about, there were girls.
Don't tell women how they think.
Girls in the corporate world. You know what I mean? And they tended to want a guy that was like higher up in their corporation. That type of deal.
Okay, whatever.
But that's not probably going to happen. It's going to be personal connections and fucking how the chemistry goes.
And I think that's true of pretty much everybody. Right. That's why I think all of this stupid manosphere shit is just like bullshit. Because it's like, if you're going to go by statistics and shit like that, it's just kind of like, but on
a lot
the ground,
of the manosphere shit is saying that.
On the ground, Most people are making connections, just like personal connections. Like, I met this person, I have a lot in common with them. You know, they didn't know how much money they made or anything like that. I don't think people are mostly that calculating.
Right now, most of the manosphere shit that I've seen
maybe
is
they're
saying just what you just said.
Thought.
Yeah, they're not. It's not as alien as you think it is.
Maybe they're not as stupid as I thought.
No, they had some guys that were like that. But
well, yeah, I know.
But that's not really kind of what's winning out in the market. I've been watching that, you know, and some of it I think statistically was correct. Some of it I think statistically was correct in terms of like sheer numbers. But the thing is that the reality is constantly in flux because societies change and they change rapidly. So, you know, but the up-to-date stuff is just what we said.
Well,
that's what they're going to say.
Like I said, it's different for everybody, so I wouldn't really put too much stock.
Most of the guys are most of the, like, I guess you could say, kind of like the manosphere coaches, if that's what you want to call them, are saying to pick a specialty. You know what I mean? In other words, like, become a surfer if you want surfer girls, or, you know what I mean? Fucking pick something. And they said, don't really worry about the money, just as long as you look good in terms of fucking as a prospect, and that you have income. Somebody's going to find you attractive if you're interesting. Yeah, but you have to develop that. You're not going to probably get that from your job either.
Well, the thing about it is that a lot of dudes don't want to make an effort. I think that's the problem. They don't want to make an effort to improve themselves. They just think that hot chicks should just fall at their feet and suck their dicks for nothing more than
actually,
them just being
that's
dudes.
the main thing with a lot of manosphere stuff. Their advice is self-improvement. That's what they
should be doing.
That's the first thing they said. Yeah, they say get in the gym, lose weight, get looking good, buy decent clothes,
be an actual person that's interesting that someone would want to hang out with.
Work on your craft and fucking become a good dude
instead of just trying to like trick chicks into like sleeping with you.
Yeah,
like that's
because women do that. Women dress and they do makeup and they fucking stay in good shape. That takes effort. You know what I mean?
And money.
And then guys take that shit for granted. Like,
yes, they do.
Yeah.
Tetsuo says, I've never coveted another man's wife until now.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm honored.
I mean.
I'm honored, yes.
Like I said, I'd never cheat on Tom, though. I just never would. Ciarra also says, well, by Tom's logic, you're a female, and you date up, so by default, he's got to be higher than you. That's why I was thinking that, too. That's why he always had to be higher than me.
There you go. Well, no, I've never seen females will date over. I've never seen one date down. They just...
Well, like I said, I've never seen one
this is
literally something that this weird ranking of stuff, it's just not really my mindset. I never thought of it like that, and so it just seems very reductive to me.
Yeah.
And so like insulting kind of.
Women don't really notice it because a lot of the guys that are kind of like not eligible or like not interesting to them, who are they consider kind of like lower in the ranking, are invisible to them. So it never really comes up as
I know.
Never comes up to them as if they say no to that guy. They're not saying no to that guy. They don't see the guy.
Yeah.
They only see the guys that they're interested in. That's all I'm saying.
Well, and the same thing works the other way around.
It works the other way around.
Dudes do not notice chicks that are not hot. They're invisible to them.
Well, hot depends on the guy. Some guy will think that a woman...
Well, that's true of everyone.
Yeah, like a guy who's not hot will see a woman who's a little bit hotter than he is and think he'll think she's pretty hot. Yeah. Which the same thing happens between the...
That's what I'm just saying.
Yeah, similar.
Yeah, Ciarra said, I listen to Manosphere here and there, and I only agree with about 30% of it. The rest just makes me angry because it's so stupid. Yeah, me too. Men telling men what women want instead of listening to what women say sort of blows my mind. Yeah, that's kind of like what I've noticed with a lot of it. It's just dudes jerking other dudes off about women think this and that, or women are like this and that, which like they don't listen to what women say or what women think, and they're telling women what they think, and I'm
gonna help SideQuest through this. If you're going through any of those videos,
he's mansplaining.
I'm gonna mansplain.
No, why do you mansplain?
I'm gonna mansplain. If you go through any of those videos and it's an automated voice or an AI voice, just click that shit off.
Well, everyone knows that.
Just click that shit off. Well, that's a lot of the worst stuff.
I do that too.
Where it's just an automated fucking voice. Fuck that. I would look for like dude's name is Sterling, and he's a fucking Australian ex-porn star and male escort, and his advice is fucking solid. All right, and he fucking knows all about women, and He was a high-end male escort for like Chinese billionaire women, and he can tell you all about it. What's his name? Something or other Sterling. Yeah, that's when I talk about manosphere. I'm talking about those guys.
Although I kind of feel like if you genuinely were interested in getting a girlfriend or a wife, for example, why wouldn't you listen to women's podcasts talking about what they wanted? Why would you listen to another dude telling you what women think when they don't fucking know because they're not women?
Well, one of the things. Okay, I'm going to give you what the stock response would be from the manosphere.
I know what the stock response is.
The stock response is that what women say and what women do are two different things. They'll say that they want certain guys like this, I know but that's not the ones they actually go out with.
But that's true of everybody.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean? That's true of dudes as well. But I'm just saying that if you... I feel like you would get farther if you actually... And I know this is mind-blowing, because dudes do not listen to women ever. But it's just kind of like, why don't you listen to what women want and what women say?
Yeah.
And maybe you'd get farther than listening to another dude filtering it through his own biases. You know?
Here's something else that I have to fucking mention, SideQuest. A lot of this manosphere bullshit that you're seeing, especially the automated voice ones, these are dudes in their late teens and their 20s. They don't know shit.
Okay. That's another thing. They're always like shit. Really young. They don't know jack about anything. Fucking super young.
They don't know shit. Okay. That's what I was saying. You want to listen to fucking Sterling. He'll tell you that a woman's priority changes depending on what age group she's in. All right. A woman in her 20s is more likely to go for a bad boy than she is the good guy because he's kind of boring. All right. But this is all averages. They kind of like the bad boy, but a bad boy that likes her. That's really the... And then they kind of think that they can change him. That's another thing that they'll do. But that's not going to be the situation with a woman in her 30s or 40s. It's going to change. They're going to go more towards conventionality, somebody who's more dependable. It's going to get less physical and more emotional. But a lot of the manosphere shit you're hearing is guys in their 20s talking about women in their late teens and their 20s. All right, and man, we live that life. Those motherfuckers are dumb. They do all kinds of
they don't know
fucking stupid shit.
They don't know shit.
Yeah. So that's a lot of it. That's why I was saying if you hear the automated voice, just skip. Because the chances are...
Well, I do that of anything. As soon as I hear it, whether it's a true crime video or whatever it is. If it's automated voice,
for all you know, that's a 15-year-old boy.
Yeah.
Good.
I mean, you know. It's just kind of like... And the thing about it, too, is that I kind of feel like a lot of it is just talking about women as though there's some, like, weird hive mind, and that's not the case.
Here's another thing that could be happening. That might be a 15-year-old boy that owns that account, and he's using AI to generate that video.
Well, yeah, you can do
Where that's not even his writing. It's all just random AI-generated shit.
Yeah.
And he's just making money. So you want to deal with a real face and somebody who's got real credentials. I'm going to listen to a fucking porn star and fucking gigolo before anybody. Especially one that...
Which, like I said, I'm interested in their perspectives. Yeah. It's just that I would never, in a million years, generalize my experiences to other people. Because other people are not me. And so... I mean, you know, yeah, there's averages and shit like that, but everybody's an individual. I just kind of take people one-on-one. I don't really generalize in that way. So it's that kind of like annoys me, that kind of shit. Yeah. So anytime somebody's saying women do this and women do that, I'm like, one, we're not a fucking, you know, we're not the Borg. We're not a hive mind. We're all different, just like dudes are. So it's just kind of like, I don't understand why... I don't know. I just don't understand like why we have this thing where dudes are like saying, "Oh, women think this and that." I'm like, how the fuck would you know? You don't know anything about what women think. You really don't.
Okay, look, it's getting kind of late. You want to go ahead and shut it down?
I guess so. We got any food?
What's that?
We got any food?
No, not really. Nothing thawed. We can go get some food at Circle K.
I don't know. It's kind of late. I'm kind of drunk.
What time is it?
11:30.
That's not that late.
I know it's not, but it's...
I could drive up there.
You know,
I'm not drunk.
Okay.
Not so drunk that I couldn't drive that mile up the road.
I mean...
But my advice is fucking don't listen to somebody that you can't see. You don't know how old they are. You don't know. That's the first thing. And that gives a lot of that shit to bad.
Well, and SideQuest here, she makes a good point. She says, but that's the problem is that it's a self-feeding Leviathan because you're driving young men to behave a certain way based on the behavior of a certain subset of women. Yeah. And then they start viewing all women that way. Yeah. And trust me, women be out there talking about not being around guys who do manosphere content viewing. Yeah, I mean, I don't like any of that kind of crap.
I viewed it to see what it was they were talking about, but I see everything. I want to see everything.
I mean, I find that shit annoying as fuck.
Well, I wanted to know the pattern of thinking, okay? And I just started to think that these are real young dudes.
Yeah. These are real young dudes. Because I'm a woman, I've experienced this kind of dudes thinking since even before there was an internet. Yeah. So it's like now, so it doesn't surprise me, like the stupid shit they say, because I'm just like, yeah, I've experienced that mindset even before there was internet. But... So it doesn't shock me, but it's just annoying. It's exhausting. It's tiring. It's just kind of like, are we still having this fucking discussion in this day and age?
The real manosphere shit is older guys who actually have the fucking cred. All right? And they're going to tell you shit that women love. They're going to say, if you want to be good with women, you have to be friends with women. Once you have a woman that's your girlfriend, you have to make her the center of your world. But you can't be cheesy. You have to tell them the truth, but you can't do this. It's he'll go through it, and he'll talking about, but then he'll also talk about the difference between a girlfriend and a client, because he's had clients, too. You know what I mean? But he says, if you're a gigolo, the client is a relationship, because they're not like men where it's just sex and just a physical thing.
Well, for women, it's a whole. It has to be a whole situation.
Right. So it's and he also says that women are expert at telling when you're faking it.
Oh yeah.
Says you can't fake it.
And I think a lot of dudes haven't really internalized that.
Right.
Because I mean, judging by the stupid shit they'll come up to you and say to your face, that's very transparently.
Right.
And I'm just kind of like. Okay.
with him, his number one client was like a Chinese billionaire woman who was married, but she never saw her husband because it was just a sham marriage. And her problem was that she couldn't trust anybody in her family because everybody just wanted money from her, or they wanted her to be something that she wasn't. So he was escapism for her, and he got to hear all her shit. So he's more like a counselor, you know what I mean? And he says this. It's kind of a dangerous game because you can't be motivated by money. If you're motivated by money, you'll start to lie and perform, and they'll see that.
Yeah, I don't like.
Says you have to be totally irrelevant to the money. He says you basically have to be in love with this woman.
Yeah.
And then you have more than one of them. Because a real good one has 3 or 4. Because they trade him off.
And I'm sure that's a difficult line to walk because the women know that you're just paid and like that you have other clients. Yeah. But you still have to act as though they're the only one and they're like the center of attention.
No, he would tell them about the other ones.
Okay, well.
And he wouldn't mention names, but he would go, "Yeah, you remind me of my other client." She's the same because he was trying to build kind of like a sisterhood between them. And they knew how many clients he had. He wouldn't name the names, but he would show them pictures of them, and tell them. But he said that also motivated them to spend more money, though, because
they're like competing.
They're competing. They're like, look, I can't go with you next summer because she's booked me for 3 months, and and then her, but she told you to not. She told me to tell you not to get mad though. Because she knew this, and then they were fucking next year she'll trade off on the. So there was like some weird shit. He was being like a go between the other 2 or 3, and these weren't normal women. These were millionaire and billionaire women.
Which that's kind of a different realm to just like an average ass.
And they were married because they were all married, so there's no pretense of any kind of exclusivity.
Right.
So,
because Cesby says it would be so depressing to have to pay a man for sex. Yeah, I would never.
It's not for the sex.
I mean, most women would. Yeah, and the thing about it is that women that would pay for that, it's not the sex. They're paying for the attention and
companionship
and somebody to talk to that they're not getting from their husbands usually. Yeah.
and they can't be who they really are around.
It's like the sex is just like a little frill. You know what I mean? It's not the main.
They
thing.
look forward to that, but that's not what it is. They want to spend time with this guy who they like.
Yeah.
Who listens to them and knows all their problems.
Yeah, because it's usually, like you said, it's a rich woman that has a husband that's never around.
Yeah.
So they want that companionship, somebody they can talk to that at least pretends to listen to them. But you know what I mean? For the money.
He says to be successful, you have to. You have to, you know what I mean?
What a chore that must be.
He said he had feelings for all of his clients.
Well, that's good. Well, that's probably why he was good at it.
He said if he didn't have feelings for him, he would discontinue.
That's good.
Because he didn't want to ruin his reputation.
Yeah. Xanada says, even relationships are all about what you can get out of the other person and use them as a stepping stone to I'm good. So that's why he doesn't want to get involved with
No, that's not true.
Well, I mean, but shitty relationships are like that, sure.
A best relationship is like me and Jen. We're more like symbiotic. We grow off each other.
Yeah, and
we work off each other.
Like, we fight, we get in, like, fucking arguments and stuff like that.
Everybody does that, though.
But everybody does that.
Yeah.
The thing about it is that if you get into a relationship with your person that you really vibe with, it's totally different. It's not, I don't see our relationship as transactional in any way. No. I don't see it as, I guess because our relationship kind of developed organically. Like I said, we just kind of were friends first. We were dating other people. But then, like, over time, it just developed into something else.
We worked out good. We came up on each other.
Yeah.
We kind of, there's no way to describe it, but we both kind of got bigger and better as we went.
And I think that's kind of the ideal situation is that you need to be, like, building each other up.
Yeah.
Like, and working together as a team.
Yeah. Rather
than, like, constantly fighting against it or trying to put the other person down or being better than the other person or whatever. It's just, that's kind of unhealthy. But, you know, we have issues like everybody does, but I don't know. There's just, it's kind of weird because it seems like we wouldn't work on paper, I guess, but...
No, we're the opposite, but...
Yeah, because we're kind of opposites in a lot of ways.
What ends up happening, though, is that we end up covering all the bases.
That's true.
I respect what she says. You know what I mean? Just even though I might disagree, but okay, that's another point of view. Doesn't necessarily mean I'm wrong or she's wrong or anything. It's another point of view that she's having. Okay, I tolerate that. That's another thing is that a lot of people today, especially some of these younger people, the girls, especially from what the statistics are saying, is that the girls are all leaning very left. Most of the guys are leaning very right. And the girls won't go out with the guys because they lean right. Well, then they're going to be single. Because they can't just say, hey, we're different. Listen, we look at things different ways, but that doesn't have anything to do with us. They're making the same mistakes that religious people do. They're saying, well, you're not Christian, so you can't be with me. Oh, you're not Jewish, so I can't date you.
I mean,
that's all they're doing.
I will submit that there are some personality differences or values differences that are too big to overcome, and that's fine.
Not if you like each other.
But yeah, I mean, if you like, you make it work. You know what I mean? Because we're a lot different, like in a lot of ways. But it's like you make it work.
If she was the same as me, I wouldn't still be in this relationship. I've been with women that were like me. No, it wouldn't work.
Yeah,
it wouldn't work.
I mean, we're similar in we're probably more similar than we are different, but we're very different in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
But somehow it works out. Like, I think we fill in each other's gaps, I think is what ends up happening. Yeah, Tammy said women love being treated as a person. Yeah, and like I said, it's kind of rare, sadly.
You would think it would just be a no-brainer.
You would think that. Yeah. However,
I think a lot of guys I think a lot of guys grow up with this idea that they have to do something that's unusual or it's like pressing buttons or a certain code that they got to press to unlock a safe to get to some chick. Like there's a system.
Yeah, well, and like a lot of women say that it's just like we feel like vending machines that it's like, oh, if you put coin, like I bought you dinner or I was nice to you or something like that, then sex should come out.
Yeah, well, that's a very male.
Yeah.
Point of view.
And women do not like that at all.
Men think in a systematic way.
Yeah, women do not like that.
But that's not how women work.
No.
Right.
And if you come at shit like that, you're gonna have a bad time.
Yeah, they see it a mile away.
Because we can spot it a mile away.
Yeah.
Like I said, if you're goal oriented or that's like all you care about, that's not gonna work out. Phantom was asking what the Monday movie review is going to be. I don't know yet. Should we do Species?
Yeah.
I forgot that you had it.
I have it, yeah. I got it on Blu-ray.
Because we got it out last night. We were going to watch it last night, and then I wanted to watch Salem's Lot instead. But yeah, we'll probably do Species, because I've been wanting to do that for a long time anyways.
I don't know if we may have reviewed that already.
I'm pretty sure we didn't.
Okay.
I mean, I'll check before we do it.
Look, let's go get something to eat.
But I'm pretty sure we
did.
did. All right. So we're going to go get something to eat,
yeah.
and then we're going to go, because it's almost midnight where we are. So go to Circle K and get some sandwiches, maybe some iced coffee. They got pumpkin maple down there. Is it pumpkin maple? What the fuck was that flavor? I don't know. It was good. But as long as I have Xbox, I'll be okay. I mean, it's a, you do you, but I mean, I think that it's good that, like, if you're okay by yourself, I think that's good. You should be, like, because if you're too worried about, I have to have another person to complete me, then that's not good. Then you're going to be, like, codependent, and it's going to be, like, open yourself up to, like, a lot of problems. But honestly, if you find the right person, then that could, like, enhance your life rather than fuck with it. You know what I mean? But I think a lot of people get in relationships and it kind of fucks with their lives, and it gives them, like, a bad view of it. And I can see that. Because I had the same thing happen to me, so I know. But, I don't know. I just, like, me and Tom, it's just, like, he gets on my nerves sometimes. I get on his nerves sometimes. It happens. But I don't know. Like, we're like one person. You know what I mean? We're like a team. I don't know what I would do, like, if he wasn't around. He doesn't know what he would do if I wasn't around. So it's just kind of like, so it's that. But, if you find the right person, it's not work. You know what I mean? But that's all I'm saying. All right, so we're going to wrap it up for this evening. I'm just glad we got a long time in, because we had to do the show short on Wednesday because of the stupid hurricane coming, but at least we got a fucking show in. But yeah, hopefully you guys had a good time hanging out with us this evening. We had a good time talking to you guys. We'll be back on Monday. Like I said, the review will probably be Species, unless we change our minds somehow over the weekend, which is possible, but it will probably be that. So hopefully you guys can come and watch that. And we will see you guys again on Monday night. Good night.